I haven't been that thin since I was a teenager. Good? It's working? Okay. So, I feel fine at this weight. When I was 12 pounds lighter, I didn't. But I was in the mountains of Philippines, climbing mountains and doing a lot of hiking. And this is usually my exercise, my computer. I don't do anything except carry my groceries once a week. So I was doing a lot of exercise, climbing mountains, literally. And it was a lot of work and only milk, no cheese or butter. So I took off 40 pounds after 4 months. 4 months of heavy, rigorous exercise. Also bought land in Thailand and helped clearing it and preparing it. The house is almost built, and that will probably be my clinic, a health spa, I call it, where people can go eventually. But it's going to take about 5 years to get all the crops grown and everything. So all of that work, I'm not used to doing big physicals, so it shed a lot of pounds off of me. But I'm doing great now that I'm back, and I was able to eat enough butter and cheeses and lots of fatty cream. Cream is so delicious. I think I downed a whole pint of cream in like 40 minutes with no upset or anything. It was I was starving for it so much. So anyway, one of my brothers was 18 months older than I and still in diapers. So when I was brought home from the hospital, he was pretty jealous of me taking Mom's attention away just like that. And he began torturing me from the day I arrived, and he learned that if he pushed me on rusty rakes and nails and stuff like that, I would suffer a lot. My mother would take me to the hospital. She was a nurse, or the doctor, and I was getting tetanus shots like every 3 months. So first tetanus shot was about 6 months old, the second at a year old, and the third was at 18 months. And the one at 18 months, tetanus shots, like all vaccines, have 5 main toxic ingredients and up to 63 altogether. The least any of them have is 42 toxins. 42 toxins in any vaccine, and almost all injections. But the main ingredients that are known to be carcinogenic and neurological contaminants are liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergents. So that went to my brain and damaged the communicative center in my brain, so I was unable to communicate after that. Language just didn't compute in my head. So by the time I was 8 years old, I had learned to parrot, listen to sounds and repeat them. Because of the aluminum getting into my memory center, I was unable to have a very long-term. I had very tiny short-term memory, and then the short-term memory would be gone very quickly. Aluminum destroys the zeta potential in fluids, preventing nutrients remain suspended in fluid. So if you put liquid aluminum into a fish tank, the fish will hit the bottom, can no longer swim. So when that happens in the brain, that's Alzheimer's. The synapse fire, but the nutrients and transmissions don't make it anywhere. They just skid along the axon, the ganglia passages and neuron passages. So it prevents the ability for memory. It also blocks certain kinds of communication. And I had both the mercury and the aluminum stored in my communication center. Now, as a child, because of those early vaccines, which was uncommon for that time in the 40s, it was uncommon to have a lot of vaccines as soon as you're born. Now it's very common. You're born that day and you get injections. You get poisoned right away. Why? You have to look at the pharmaceuticals viewpoint here. They make a lot of money as the sicker you are. And they know that parents and they've got the law worked out for them. If you don't take your child to a doctor and something happens, you will be convicted as a negligent parent. So anytime something excessive happens to a child, like severe vomiting or diarrhea that may last for 24 hours, you must take your child to the doctor. And of course, all of these vaccines create a very ill condition. 99% of the body is bacterial. 99% of all the functions of the body are bacterially stimulated. So every time they put a poison or an antibiotic into your body, you become less functional and sicker. So the pharmaceutical industry makes a lot of money off of sick children. So the whole point is to make you very sick. And then if you're programmed that way as a child, anytime you have a cold or flu, a sniffle, you're going to run to a doctor as you get into adulthood. So it's planned. It is definitely planned by the pharmaceutical industry. There is no evidence whatsoever that vaccines have any effectiveness. Every time there's been a so-called epidemic like polio in the 50s, guess what? 1957, it was down to 1%, almost nothing. And the polio vaccine came out in 1958, and they took all the credit for eradicating polio. But polio was already gone, the whole so-called epidemic. Now, what would cause a degeneration in the spinal cord to cause polio to be induced? Now, everybody has poliomyelitis, everyone. Is it active? When is it active? It's active when you have degenerative tissue in the spinal cord or in the meningi in the brain. And as it goes down into the body, it looks for decaying tissue. It dissolves decaying tissue, nerve tissue. So, if you got polio, why did such an epidemic of it come about in the 50s? Anybody know? Why did the tonsillitis hit at the same time and predate it by a few years? Canned food. Canned food, all of the metals, all of the tin. Remember that the brain uses most of the metallic minerals that go into the body. Now, in all food, you have trace metallic minerals, and your brain and nervous system conduct electricity and transfer light. That takes metallic minerals to do that. So where does the body take these toxic metals when you've cooked food, when you process food, when you supply the body with a lot of those heavy metals? They go to the brain. The brain is 60% fat. Where does the body store toxins? In fat. So the tonsils are to protect the brain. So all of that metal from canned foods was getting into the tonsils. Tonsils started disintegrating. So they started yanking them out. They didn't look out why why the condition was happening. They were just going to get rid of the condition, the symptom of tonsillitis. But tonsillitis, pardon?
That's canned food, not bottled.
Canned food. Tin. Yes, tin. Remember, we had lots of tin after World War II. In fact, there are theories that World War II was generated to get people rationing to eating canned foods so they wouldn't eat fresh foods. And Roosevelt was a part of that. He had ties to the King and Queen of England, the Windsor family. And the Windsor family owns 70% of all food manufacturing in the world. They own more land than the Catholic Church. They are a family to be dealt with. And it was them who wanted to get the United States in the war. And they tried and tried and tried, so they set up all kinds of things to happen, forced Japan to attack the Hawaiian Islands, and then we were involved in the war. And what was the immediate thing that happened? We all started having canned foods. We all got used to the rationing, because they told us, oh, for the troops, you need to eat canned foods like they do. And it was a patriotic thing to do. What sense does that make? Why would we eat food that's processed so heavily with salt and all kinds of contaminants and preservatives and metal to support our troops? How are we supporting our troops? It is inanity, but people bought it and people did it. So from then on, canned foods became the main thing. My parents absolutely loved it. My mother was overjoyed. All she had to do was open a can and pour it in. She didn't have to chop the vegetables. She didn't have to do anything but pour the can into the pot and boil it, cook it. Pretty amazing. But the factor that impeded health was so great. And we had the sickest generations came immediately following World War II because of that. So think about that. Think about when, if you're my age in the mid-60s, you look at the people who were around you at that time, and people were fairly healthy. Now you look at the people, the children, and it's atrocious, the amount of ill health. When I travel in Asia, they buy this from America. They praise America everywhere. And they want to emulate Americans, so they're eating all of the junk foods that we serve here. And I just went through several hospitals in Asia just checking on younger people. And do you know what the tooth decay was on children from 3 years old to 16? Every tooth had a cavity. Some children who grew up in Manila and Bangkok live on soda pop because it's cheaper. Soda pop and packaged foods, which have no nutrition whatsoever. And their teeth are rotting out at 3 years old. First teeth. The second teeth are completely destroyed already, and they're 16 years old. That is a very bad situation. So that kind of metallic poisoning damaged my brain. So I was very sickly. Every year I would keep colds anywhere from 3 to 5 months. I would fill a whole small bath towel a day in mucus. But that was my body trying to survive, trying to get through it. I was chronically fatigued and had fibromyalgia. I could barely get out of the bed. My parents used to come in, I would say at least 3 days a week, and use a belt to get me out of bed. I was freezing. It was Cincinnati, Ohio, cold. My father grew up on a farm in Illinois, so he'd turn the heat off at night. So the house was almost as cold inside as it was outside, maybe 10 degrees temperature change. So let's say it was 5 below outside. It was only 10 degrees warmer inside, still freezing. So it was a very difficult life, so I did whatever I could to survive. So it got to be when I was about 7 years old, I used to sneak into the kitchen at night when everyone was asleep and take whatever coffee my parents had left in the coffee pot. So I poured that into a jar, put it under my bed. And I would drink that to help me give me some energy. It also would make me a little warmer, even though the coffee was cold. And then I started smoking at 8 years old for the nicotine high. And that also made me feel warmer temporarily, but of course it blocks circulation, so then it's very, very temporary or even colder after. But by the time I was 16, I was smoking 2 packs of non-filtered Lucky Strikes a day and drinking 11 cups of coffee. And that's how I survived. That's how I got through everything. And I've always picked the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class to sit next to, and I would copy her hieroglyphs. And literally, they were hieroglyphs. I had 15 vision at that time, so I could read a magazine where he's sitting from here in that small print. So I was able to cheat very easily and copy all these hieroglyphs. Of course, the translation, having to look and do it so quickly, I couldn't learn letters. I couldn't comprehend that letters made words and words made phrases and phrases made sentences and sentences made concepts. My brain just couldn't fathom and understand that a bit. So some of these letters that I was writing from somebody else's page were not really letters at all. But by the time I was 15 years old, I was so good at it that I was copying the exact handwriting of the other person I was cheating from. So it looked like I was getting accused of taking somebody else's paper and, other people's papers and stuff like that. So it was quite a battle to get through school. But I got through with C's and D's. Of course, they wanted me out of there. They want this idiot in their class. And I ended up in a preppy high school at my sophomore year because I was evicted from the Catholic schools. Catholic schools in those days were very ugly people. The nuns and priests, 90% of them were nasty, ugly people. And the nuns would take because I was inarticulate, I would be told to stand and read, and of course, I couldn't even read at all. I couldn't read the word the, pronounce it, and tell you anything about what it meant. I had no concept. So I would stand and sit there and tremble holding the book. And the nuns and the priests all thought that I was just a wise guy, a wise butt who wouldn't obey. And one reason, even though I was autistic, that was autism, even though I was autistic, my parents wouldn't allow me to go into normal autistic stares. And, the old stares going like this. And I would do that all the time when I was out of their presence. But in their presence, I would get slapped on the back of the head by my father, on my back from my mother. And so, and it was hard. It wasn't a mild slap. Those were very hard slaps. So I learned to hide my autism in school and everywhere. So nobody knew I was autistic. I wasn't allowed to be autistic. Autism back in those days wasn't even classified. There was nothing called autism in those times. That was out in the public anyway, or even in any kind of medical journals. It was just being investigated like in schools at Berkeley and UCLA who were doing psychological experiments and research. So I learned to imitate James Dean and Elvis Presley and Paul Newman, so take the stands, look cool, not have to say anything, and that's how I got by. You look cool, you have to talk, so that's what I did. But I always got into trouble when I opened my mouth because in the house I learned the phrases that I took to other people. And in my house, it was like, shut up, sit down, you're an idiot. So these are the terms, these are the phrases, hearing them, repeating them, and most of the time they were said with a joke or a laugh. Meaningfully, but still with a joke or a laugh. I didn't know what they were saying. So I took these to school. I sent them to the priests, to the nuns, to the other kids. So I was constantly getting beat. The nuns would take my comb and hit me with the needle end, the comb end, so I'd have blood spots shooting out of those holes. They also took the metal ruler and would hit me with it and cut my palm. And the priests would use their fists, especially the Franciscan priests. So by the time I got through my first year in high school, at a Franciscan Franciscan high school, I was evicted because I had 45 days of detention that year, 2 weeks of sanding crew, which is 2 hours of sanding desks after school, and then 2 or 3 Saturdays of shoveling coal. You had to come to school and shovel coal on Saturdays because they used coal in the incinerator. Coal in a school? That was, again, the Windsor family from Great Britain. They started the coal, people using coal in their homes and schools and everything in 1300s. Early 1300s, late 1200s. And they got people to cook with coal in their homes and run the heat in their homes. And what happened 100 years later? The Black Plague. Now, what does coal have in it? It has thimerosal and mercury vapors. Most of the mercury poisoning in the world is caused by burning coal for energy. Almost all the pollution in our lakes is from coal burning. So, here I was subject to all those poisons, getting sicker and sicker, and then I was evicted, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I went to a public school, and wow, these people had some compassion. They realized I had a learning disorder and problem, so they always made sure the teachers gave me special help. Of course, they realized that I still couldn't figure out what was happening, and everything that I said was just a repeat of phrases, and there was no real comprehension. However, when I was doing math, I was like the Rain Man, Raymond in the Rain Man. Give me a problem, I didn't have to write the formula, I'd write the answer. So I got accused of cheating all the time in math. So they put me in a room with math problems, and I would get everything right, completely right, and then they learned that I had a specialty there. So when I got out of college, well, I got married at 16. At 15 and a half in that public school, I met a girl who was a grade ahead of me and older than I. And we had a rapport that didn't require language. And we laughed, we had affection for each other, we were just great together. And I didn't have to say hardly anything. I had learned the phrases from Elvis Presley and, James Dean, things you say to a woman that, although I really didn't know what I was saying, I knew they were complimentary and they liked them. This thing is a pain in the butt. It doesn't stay. What I did was I pulled some out, but as I move around and move my arms like a chicken, it sinks back down. So I learned to say all those phrases, so I won her over in my heart and in her heart. And we got married at 16 years old. And we didn't live together until after I graduated from high school. My sophomore year, and she had graduated from high school completely. She was a year ahead of me. So then we lived together in that summer, and she realized she had married an idiot. So we didn't get along. Then the baby was born, the first week of my senior year in high school. We got married way back in early that year. So, married students weren't allowed to go to school in that school, so we had to hide it, that she was pregnant. So we couldn't even live together till that summer. So she realized she had an idiot, and when the baby was born, I had to go to school in the mornings, come home, take care of the baby in the afternoon, and then go to work at night. And so we didn't see each other, and we didn't, she stopped all the affection, she didn't want me to touch her. So I just went crazy bananas, and I just stayed out with my buddies at night, working, because I fried foods. The worst thing you can do to a food. I was frying, French fries and stuff like that at a fast food restaurant. And this is when fast food restaurants are just coming into being. And, excuse me. So I would stay out drinking at night. And I had to start drinking anyway because I smoked and drank so much coffee I couldn't relax to sleep. So I'd have to drink somewhere around a fifth of hard alcohol, distilled alcohol, a night to get me to sleep. So I was really damaging my body all of those years doing that. So we ended up in a divorce, divorce when I was 19. I had an uncle, my mother's youngest brother. She's one of 13 children, a big family. He's 17 years younger than she is and only 11 years older than I am. And he was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA. Got incredible degrees and graduated magna cum laude from Hunter College in New York City. tough college. So he got those kind of grades. So he offered to bring me out to California, to take me out to California to help me and see what they could do at UCLA. So they put me through LSD experiments, all kinds of things, and I was totally immune. They gave me 720 micrograms. Okay. 720 micrograms of LSD, and it didn't even take me off. So they threw me out of that project, and that should have sent, 100 people into hallucinations, but it didn't do anything to me. So they tried different things and couldn't figure out what was wrong. They always believed it was psychological. It was, the psychiatrist's point of view, not the psychologist, but the psychiatrist's point of view. It happened because your mother did this to you or that to you. Psychologist takes the viewpoint of whatever you're doing now, let's change those habits to correct whatever you're doing. So they were into psychiatry, even though it was psychology at that time. So they were doing a lot of experiments that way. So they weren't finding any resolution to my problem. Because I had that talent for math and geometry and physics, my mother took me, when I graduated from high school, she took me to a new school called the Cincinnati Institute of Technology. And it was a computer school where you learned computer programming and data record wiring. And it was so easy. There was no comprehension test. There was nothing about language. It was just math and design and flowcharts. Easy for me. I was writing a program in 2 hours. It would take them 6 months and a year to write. So they took me into the school. The heads of it were all under 40 years old, 43 years old, I think it was. So everybody was young in the school. Even the dean was he was the oldest, 43 years old. So they realized what they had in me. So they farmed me out to IBM, to Carte Blanche Corporation, and the third largest trucking company in the world, which was Time DC at the time. And I was a systems analyst for them. And I was making like 80 grand a year being an idiot. So it was great. So when I went to California, I just transferred out there with Time DC and continued doing my work there, and got a two-bedroom house in Beverly Hills, small two-bedroom house in Beverly Hills, very efficient, convenient for me. And I just started getting progressively sicker and sicker. I started vomiting blood after drinking a fifth of gin one night, and the blood was lost probably about a pint and a half. So my uncle took me to the hospital, UCLA, and checked me and found I had an ulcer in the stomach. So all that alcohol, all that caffeine, all that nicotine had eaten its way, the acidity had eaten its way into my stomach lining. So they gave me Maalox. I was drinking a bottle of Maalox a day sometimes. So what is Maalox? Maalox is there, chalk, to absorb what? The hydrochloric acids. So you what? You don't digest meat. You don't digest protein. That's basically the therapy. Of course, I didn't know what the whole thing was about. I would just drink it as I got sore stomach, irritated. I would drink this and it would relieve it. So I kept doing it. So within about 6 months, I had a tumor. It caused a tumor to form right next to the ulcer. So they said, we have to do a vagotomy pyeloplasty. We have to go in and remove, the tumor, and we'll seal up the ulcer while we are there. What a vagotomy is, it's the severing of all the vagus nerves to the stomach. So they put me in the class of octogenarian. Here I was 20 years old, 20 and a half, and had what they termed was an octogenarian disease, but induced from the surgery of having no hydrochloric acid in my stomach. So they said that I could never again eat any raw food. No raw apple, no raw banana. I had to steam absolutely everything. Didn't fathom what they were saying, so my uncle went through the kitchen and showed me what I had to do with every food, and that was cook everything. So, of course, getting no vitamins, no nutrients whatsoever, constant. So I just progressively got sicker and sicker. The incision turned tumorous, got up to inch and a half wide, up to 3/4 of an inch high, and they said, oh, we have to give you radiation therapy to stop the tumor from growing. So I went through 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. Now, we're not talking about a blip, and a blip. We're talking about having that thing run back and forth for 2 minutes, off for 2 minutes, on for 2 minutes, off for 2 minutes, on for 2 minutes. Went on for 15 minutes 1 day a week. So the amount of radiation I got was extreme. Everybody know how clay is very malleable? And then when you fire it at even cone 1, you have a solid substance that's no longer permeable and malleable. Well, that's what they did to my spine from the radiation therapy. I could move this much, and it was always in excruciating pain, no matter the slightest move I made. Even if I moved my head like this, a punch of pain that would run all down along my back. So they basically crippled me, cauterized my spine. Then that caused, and what does radiation cause? Blood and bone cancer, known to create leukemia. So from all that radiation therapy, I ended up with multiple myeloma, cancer of the blood and bone. So they said, now we have to give you chemotherapy. Only 1% chance you'll live, but let's do it anyway. Now, shortly after the radiation therapy, it deteriorated all the bone because your body has to get rid of all that radiation. Let's say you have iodine, of course. A lot of us have iodine from iodized salt, table salt. I hated salt, but my father made me eat it. You know, he would shake the salt shaker on it. So I had all this iodine in my bones and everywhere. So what happens when they become irradiated from that kind of irradiation therapy? Your body tries to get rid of it and takes bone with it. So I had no bone around my teeth. My teeth dangled in my gums. So if I bit down on my own teeth, I bled. I was getting up to 2 transfusions a week just to replace the bleeding from my gums, from my teeth. So they wanted to pull all my teeth. Now here I understood that I was going to live for only 3 more months. I lost all the money to the doctors that I had saved. And I was about to be evicted, and my uncle worked it out with the bank that I got to stay in it until I died because I wouldn't live, beyond the 90 days anyway of eviction time. So I said, there's no way you're going to pull my teeth, because I wasn't going to bear that pain for all of that time in the last 3 months of my life. What are you guys, idiots? That's the first time I understood when they were talking about pulling my teeth, and I understood pulling teeth because I had 4 pulled to have braces on when I was 15 years old. So I understood what they wanted to do there. So I refused, and by that time after the chemotherapy, I stopped after 3 months of it. I only let them administer it once a month for 3 months, and I had no hair. I was vomiting and defecating all over myself. I could not stand or sit, so I lived on the floor in my home on a wood floor. And I crawled with my elbows. I couldn't move any other lower part of my body because of the pain was so excruciating. I couldn't get up on the pots and pans or jars to urinate or defecate. So I had all the furniture cleared out of my living room, and the living room was about, a little bit longer than this room all the way back, and about from that wall to here wide. So with all the furniture out, the drapes gone, and they put plastic shower curtains up that wouldn't hold the odors. And I was defecating and urinating all over myself, and I'd go from one patch of the floor to another all the way around until the volunteers, because I refused to go to a hospice. I was autistic. I was not going to be abused, all around all these dying people. So I stayed in the house. 2 volunteers from the hospice agreed to visit me 2-3 times a week. They shopped for my food, they prepared it, and then cleaned my house. And there was a lot to clean with all the urine and defecation. Sometimes I was go 3 days in it, and the house just reeked and stunk. And I let them keep the back doors open to the backyard, but the front of the house was only 8 feet from the road, so I certainly didn't open those windows. So they would come and clean, and one of the volunteers was only an 18-year-old African-American boy, only 18 years old, had wisdom about health, and he coaxed me into drinking carrot juice and raw milk. Now, if anybody's had radiation and chemo, you know everything is, your taste buds are destroyed, and everything tastes like postage stamp glue and cardboard. So nothing tasted good. Even my favorite, which was RC Cola blended with donuts. And that was basically my diet. I had them blend these things, and that's what they prepared for me. Or Sugar Crisp with, Sugar Crisp is full of sugar, and I would have them put 4 tablespoons more sugar in it with all that pasteurized milk, and I would drink it. And I had to drink it through these big fat straws because I couldn't chew. So this went on and on and on, and this fellow finally coaxed me into drinking the carrot juice and the milk, raw milk, and it tasted good. It was first thing that started tasting good. So mainly I ate it not because I comprehended that it would be good for me, but it tasted good. Only enjoyment I had in probably 6 months. So I drank a lot of it, and I got a little better. I stopped. I had control of my reins a little bit better. The pain diminished like 10% within 10 days. And also in 10 days I woke and my autism shut off. And I had comprehension. And I thought, oh my God, that's a verb, that's a noun, that's a pronoun. So all this stuff that I'd seen in charts and graphs on the bulletin board, and you remember, these are charts. These are, like flow charts for language, and those registered, so that's the immediate thing I saw on the blackboard. And I realized, oh, that's what that meant. That was great, because when they would put out a sentence, I could diagram it perfectly without even knowing what the words were. But I had this mathematical instinct of patterns, so I was able to do it. But then when I saw it, I said, oh, now I understand that, concepts, language, that's what everybody's doing. That's why I always felt like an idiot, because I couldn't communicate with other people. Everybody else was doing it so easily, just innate, just so naturally. Everybody did it subconsciously almost. And I couldn't do it no matter how hard I tried. So I called my uncle and had a conversation for about 30 minutes. He thought I was an actor friend of his putting on my voice. And he went along with it for 20 minutes and then got aggravated at his buddy for having this. But it was me he was talking to. So I mentioned an incident that only my uncle would have known about. So he said, oh, my God. So he said, what happened? And I said, well, I've been drinking this carrot juice and this raw milk. He says, oh, that has nothing to do with health. You just had a brain shift, These are academics, who are brainwashed into thinking that only science and chemistry has the answers, So I knew he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and that was the first time that I had a bad feeling about him. So I continued the carrot juice and the milk, and progressively got better and better. I called Steve, the young African American who was the volunteer that got me to drink those things. And I said, "Listen, Steve, I'm no longer autistic. I can communicate." And he was impressed. He knew it was the carrot juice and the raw milk right away. And he said, and I said, this has to do with nutrition, right? Let's go to a bookstore, a health food store, wherever you want to go, and I want to get as many books as I can on nutrition. And he said, okay. And I said, but I have no more money. He says, I'll loan you. He was making like 180 to 120 grand a year as a singer for the Going thing, a group of young musicians who were singing for the Ford Motor Company all over the world, the Going thing. And, he's making a lot of money, this kid. and but an incredible voice. And he did this velvet, deep voice. It was incredible. He's like 6'2", and gentle fellow. So he said, okay. So we went to the bookstore, and we bought $110 worth of books. And in 1969, that was a lot of books because you could buy a paperback for 25 cents. It was a big, thick one. It was 75 cents. A hardcover was anywhere from $1 to $2. If it had pictures in it, it was like $1.90, $1.95. So for $110, I got a lot of books on nutrition. So, of course, I did nothing but study. It took me a week to get through one 90-page book. Because in the dictionary, I had no, really no comprehension of language and all of the words that I thought I understood, because as an autistic child, I tried to relate the sound of a word to how it made me feel, and that's how I interpreted it. So a word could mean something very, very bad, but it sounded so pretty and felt so good, I gave it a good meaning, and vice versa. So all of the words that I thought I understood weren't right. So I was living in a dictionary, and I'd have to look up the definition of the words I was looking up the definition, and to look up the words of those definitions, and look up the words of those definitions. So it took me a week to get through a little 80, 90-page book. And, so progressively I got, I was a malaprop. Everything I spoke out of my mouth was a malaprop before that. And then it got to be where I was becoming articulate. So I started getting better in that time. By that time, I was 27 years old. I was only in pain about 2 hours at a time. If I go into a yoga posture, I could get out of that pain within 15 minutes. I go into the plow and spinal twist, and I had to do it at least every hour and a half to 2 hours to subdue the pain from my back. So when I hit 27 years old, I figured I could go on a bicycle, I could live out in the wild, because I knew I wasn't going to learn how to repair the damage done by the medical profession in society, because everybody was an expert who wrote a book, but nobody had any wisdom. It was all theory at that time, and still, it's even worse today. Nobody knows shit about health and nutrition. It's all theory. You go in and you learn chemistry in a university. Chemistry, that's not biology. That's chemistry. That gets you oriented to thinking everything is chemical and everything can be isolated and given to you in pill form. Who does that benefit? The pharmaceutical and the medical community. Because the pharmaceutical industry runs the medical profession. They write all the procedure manuals for doctors. Merck's is this thick. And what do you think it's prejudiced on? No cure, medication for life. If you get an ill reaction, a side effect from that medication, you take 2 or 3 other medications. And you end up taking 60 to 80 medications a day. My father, when he died in January, 93 years old, was taking 82 medications a day. And he didn't get out of bed for the last 3 years because of it. I would go there and visit him. I would take him raw milkshakes every day. He grew up on raw milk, so that's why he was so healthy as a younger person. And then he had a stroke and never recovered. Why? Because he wasn't getting nutrition. He kept taking medication. So I'd take him daily when I was there, 10 days at a time, give him the milkshakes. He would drink them and just devour them. Become more cognizant. He could speak faster instead of every time they fed him food that had glycerin in it so it wouldn't choke him. Glycerin blocks digestion. He wasn't getting any food. He would become a complete idiot for 2 hours after every time he ate. After the milkshakes, within 10 minutes, he was talking a little faster, more comprehensive. But I couldn't get him to take them every day. I had a farmer who was going to make it, one of their children, deliver it to him every day at the hospital. He wouldn't drink them. So The medical profession wants you to remain sick so they make money. It's the whole story. The pharmaceutical industry running the medical profession. That's it. So I knew I wasn't going to find the answers in any book or in society. So I wanted to go out and live out in the wild. So I got a sleeping bag, an Italian Ligier touring bike, and went out there and lived off the land. Bearded and long-haired like a hippie. And I was late for a hippie because this was 73. You know, hippies started in the late 60s, so I was a late hippie, blossoming. So I was traveling around, living off the sleeping bag. I was a fruitarian by that time. I was a raw fooder. I committed in February 72. And by the time I got out of the raw dairy, thinking it was bad because vegetarians told me it was bad, it was bad to subject animals to, to milking them, stealing their, milk to consume. And I loved animals, not the human animal, but I loved other animals. So I absorbed that philosophy, and I became a raw food fruitarian, vegetarian. So that really destroyed my health over that period of living outdoors, because when you live outdoors, you've got the elements to deal with every day. You've got sun, wind during the day, you've got cold wind at night, and it was all these psychiatrists and psychologists and doctors and these writers talk about the stress of anxiety. Oh, we have such a hard life. You don't know what stress is until you live outdoors day and night, where the temperature, like in the desert, goes from, drops 80 degrees, could be 80 degrees in the day and 0 at night, and it's snowing. So you go through that kind of stress and strain. You have the sun beating on you every day. It is a lot of stress physically. We're just talking about some anxiety that you're harboring. And that doesn't kill anybody. Of course, it burns up nutrients, so you're going to be less healthy if you're not replenishing your nutrients. So it is an exercise that will cause degeneration, but it's nothing. To me, that's not stress. That's just easy exercise. So I'd started living with the the alligators, coyotes, anybody I could live with. 4 Indian tribes, one in the Yucatan. I took my bicycle all the way down to Yucatan, through Mexico. Talk about bad roads. No roads. Big pits in the, roads completely gone, and you're going along like a cliff. Amazing what was down there at that time in the early and mid 70s. So I lived with an Indian tribe down there in the Yucatan. They were Mayan, and they still spoke that language. I had learned enough Spanish to get by, and most of them didn't speak Spanish, but because I had been autistic, it was easy for me to communicate in sign and aspect language. So they told me to eat raw meat, and I thought about all the raw I had converted to, and I had remembered all of the things I had been told about if you eat raw meat, you will definitely die. So I had gotten out of the realm of eating everything cooked and into raw, but the meat, my mind was just so frightened that I didn't go there. So I thought they're just trying to kill a white boy and get revenge. So I lived with another tribe, the Yaqui, in northern Mexico. And the same thing, they told me to eat raw meat, and that would remedy my problems. Of course, I left them thinking they were trying to kill me too, and I figured they all had this pact. They sent smoke signals to each other saying, let's tell all these white people raw meat. And then I lived with the Sioux tribe in the Dakotas, and my great-great-grandmother was a Sioux Indian, or half Sioux. And they recognized me for that, so I got to live with the tribe for a month. And they too told me to eat raw meat, and they were unhealthy as it was, and they were drinking a lot of alcohol and everything. Wasn't really healthy. Some of them practiced what they preached. They ate a lot of raw food, raw meat. They would even eat goat's milk. drink goat's milk. So those are the ones I hung with mostly. And they told me raw meat too. And, of course, I thought they were trying to kill me, too. So in 1976 summer, I'd been lived outdoors for 2.5 years at this point. And I ended up in Alaska. The Eskimos ate, that's all they ate was raw meat. I mean, there was nothing else to eat. When I got there, it was the end of the season. They were eating a lot of blueberries. One time I went over a hill to try to find these natives, and there was a whole field, it must have been 5 acres of blueberries. So I go there and I'm eating blueberries and I'm in heaven. And all of a sudden I see little furry things, all over all the way down, all these 5 acres. And one of them stood up and it was a grizzly bear. So I was in a field of grizzly bears. I backed out and let them have their blueberries. That was a little frightening. Now, I swam with alligators and everything, and no problem. But a big grizzly bear and a whole field of them, I wasn't brave enough to do that one. So, but I did get to live with the Eskimos for a while, and I was getting very, very weak by that time. It was end of August, 1st of September, and already it's getting very cold at night in Alaska. Their spring and summer and fall is all in 3 months. So you've got 1 month of spring, 1 month of summer, and 1 month of fall, and then winter for 9 months. So I was already into the fall, in August, and September's their winter. Already begins their winter. So I was getting very cold. It was getting down to easily 50 degrees in the evening, and it would drop down to as low as 35, 36 degrees during the middle of the night, and I would be in my sleeping bag protected against it. However, when I'd wake in the morning, because I was getting very ill again, I'd gotten very skinny again. I went down to 96 pounds. So I'm 162 right now, so you can imagine what I was at 96 pounds. I was skin on bones. So my multiple myeloma surged again, and the bone cancer was excruciating. Temperature got down to 50 degrees. I was paralyzed in pain, could not move. So when I'd wake in the morning, I'd have to wait for the sun to beat on my sleeping bag up to 2 hours, and then outside of the sleeping bag, 30 minutes naked in the sun. And then I can move with manageable pain. So I said, I've got to get the hell out of here. It's too cold. I've got to get back to California or Mexico where it's warm. And so I was preparing to leave, and they were having a festival, and they dug this hide out of the ground that was wrapped, and they unwrapped it, and there was this moldy stuff that was patinaed and black and white and all of these various moldy colors, and it reeked like a recently abandoned slaughter yard that had never been cleaned. So it was really rank. So it made me want to vomit, and all the children, everybody were screaming and happy, jumping all around. Like it was very appetizing to them. And I thought, oh, this is really crazy. I've got to watch this. But there was a bird signal that came up from half a mile downwind, and it was a signal that they wrapped it up and reburied it. And it didn't stink half mile downwind, so it wasn't ready. So they buried it for another 5 days. I waited around because I wanted to see this. And they dug it up, and there were many of them. So the kids were eating the children that night, that evening, that day, that evening, and that night. This went on for 24 hours. Some of them went on for 48 hours. And the adults were eating like 2 to 3 pounds each. A few of them made up to 3 pounds, the bigger ones. And the children were eating like a pound of this rotten stuff that reeked. And when they brought it out the second time, it was so bad, if I got within 5 feet or 3.5 feet, I was dry heaving. So I saw everybody do it, and they were trying to coax me into having it, so they gave me a ping pong ball-sized amount, and I ate it. It's very tender. It tasted like braised and brandy lamb, but it stunk so badly. They had to put musk oil at my nose and then put, cotton balls on my nose so I wouldn't vomit. so I could get near and eat it. And, I got it down, kept it down, it was okay. And I went back to my sleeping bag for the night, let them have their festival. And when I woke the next morning, I felt better, less pain. The sun only had to beat on my sleeping bag for about an hour, 45 minutes. Out of the sleeping bag, to get my naked dose of sun, only 10 minutes, and I was able to function without too much pain, with manageable pain. Still a lot of pain, but I learned to deal with a lot of pain from all that back injury, the bone cancer in the back. So I went back to the chief and I said, "What was that herb stuff that you ate? It was rotting." And he said, "No, it was caribou and either whale or seal blubber. I don't remember what it was. And they had beat it into a mince and rolled it up in these hides and buried it to decay so it would break down and get lots of bacteria." And it's just the opposite of what, the medical profession professes. So I thought, again, they were trying to kill the white boy. The smoke signals had gotten all the way up to Alaska. So, I didn't eat it, of course, didn't eat it, and stayed for another 3 or 4 days trying to coax them into telling me, because I didn't know that meat had all kinds of fungus that would break it down. I thought only bacteria in the sun would break it down into dust, and that was it. I never thought about, hey, gangrene is a fungus. You get gangrene, that's the body trying to dissolve dead toxic cells. So, and that was part of that meat decay was gangrene. So I didn't put it together, and I hopped on a freight train. I was too much pain to bicycle very much. I could bicycle maybe 20, 30 miles instead of 120 a day. And I was getting so weak and painful. I was still having to get off the bicycle every hour and a half to do my yoga exercise to relieve the back pain. But then the pain was in every joint. So there was really no relief. So I started throwing my bicycle on freight trains and driving a freight car down to Southern California. And it took 2 weeks to get there because sometimes I'd end up in, a train would take a sidetrack and I didn't know what was going on a sidetrack. And I would be in Arizona and then had to take a train back again down to California. So by the time I got there, it took me 2 weeks. It shouldn't have taken me 3 days. So I got back to California, went to below Palm Springs where it's sunnier around the Salton Sea. And I took the mountains, the old Indian burial grounds, St. Martinez Mountain burial grounds, and I chose to die there. I was going to fast myself to death because I wasn't going to suffer anymore like this. And I hadn't found the answer, I thought. So I was living on nothing but water for about 10 days, 2 weeks. When you're fasting, the brain doesn't work very well. So, but it was probably 10 days to 2 weeks. And the coyotes would come down the canyon every night. I happened to pick one finger from this mountain where coyotes lived up in the canyon. So they came down every night at midnight, would wake me, yelping and sounding like they were in a loony bin. Should have been in the cuckoo's nest. And they would play this game. One would stand out there and dance around when they got close enough to me, and the others would sneak through the wash and around me through the brush. And this was a game I thought they were just watching out for the white man, so he doesn't hurt them. Maybe this is a big white hunter, so I had imagination, goes wild on why animals do the things they do. So after about 10 days of this, it got to be where I could sense where they were, just like math. It was easy. Of course, I lost when I woke that day and had my cognitive ability. The math talent left. So now I have to work out math and formulas, no more instantly knowing it. So, but I noticed where I could sense where all the animals were, and I realized there were 11 coyotes in this pack. So the next night, they hunted a jackrabbit and brought it to me. and they ripped it open at the throat and put it on my bare feet. I was mainly wearing a loincloth in those days, except at night when I had to be clothed because I was cold, and for the sun beating on me. And then they dropped it at my feet, and, you know, again, I had become a vegetarian, raw food, fruitarian, vegetarian, because I loved animals, and I didn't want to hurt them, didn't want to hunt them and kill them, do all that. And here the Easter bunny was on my feet, you know, and with long ears. And I thought, oh, God, I can't do this. And the coyotes are coaxing me to eat it. So at that moment, this sound bite, this whole speech that my uncle had given my brothers and my cousins, his sons, when they were going rabbit hunting, went through my mind. I was a very sickly child, so I didn't get to do the manly things like hunt, play sports. I learned how to cook. Isn't that funny? I learned how to cook, and here I'm non-cooker. You know, so I learned how to sew, and I learned how to cook. I learned how to crochet. I learned how to do all that stuff. And I was a good artist. I was an excellent artist. So this dialogue went through my head, I think probably verbatim. The whole was all stored in that part of my brain that had functionality. And my uncle had told my cousins and brothers that if they shot a rabbit, which they were going to hunt, they had to cook it till it was dark inside. No pinkness, had to be solid all the way through. Because wild rabbits contain an organism that will take over your digestive tract within 48 hours, and you'll be excruciating pain within 6 hours, and you will die of the pain alone. So that went through my head, and I thought, 2 days I could die. That's easy. I'll go for that. Excruciating pain, I can handle that. Because I knew that if I fasted to death, it could take me 40 to 60 more days. And, you know, the headaches and having, you know, constipation and having to do enemas and stuff like that was not easy. I was in the desert. I had to take my bike and hike, you know, about half of a mile just to get water, and then to haul it back to where my campsite was. So, but I had put these big concrete pipes in the ground around my campsite and filled them with water before I started. You know, sealed the bottom and filled them with water before I started. But still, I didn't want to use it on enemying every day. But it ended up that I had to. So I thought, you know, this is like 3 weeks into the fast, and I said, well, I'm not gonna live this. I'll eat the rabbit, kill myself in 2 days with a lot of pain, but I'll be gone in 2 days. I can handle pain. So I picked up and started eating the rabbit, and it was raw, it was mushy, it was pink, it was awful, you know, because of that concept, how we're trained to think, you know. So I kept vomiting it every time I took a bite. It would come back up after I'd swallow it. And it was more psychology than it was, because I realized that because I had been tortured as a child. If I ate cooked vegetables, I would projectile vomit. The only thing I could eat was classed as a vegetable. What wasn't was corn on the cob. And I could eat cooked corn and not vomit at all. I loved it. However, broccoli, Brussels sprouts was the worst. I could projectile vomit and hit that wall with Brussels sprouts. And broccoli, I could probably hit you. Peas, I could hit you. Corn, I could hit you, you know. So, and this I couldn't keep down. It would be automatic. I'd swallow it, and my body would just bring it back up. So my parents made me sit at the table 1.5 to 2 hours every night. And if I vomited it, they would put that much more back on my plate until I ate it. So by the time I was about 8 years old, I had devised a way to do it. I would mash the vegetable in my mouth, cooked, awful tasting vegetable. Well, pretty bland. Cooked vegetables don't have much taste unless they're spiced. My mother was not a spicy person, so she didn't use spices. Salt was it. Garlic salt was it, if you used anything. So mashing this in my mouth and then using a teaspoon to a tablespoon of milk, because I only got 1 glass of milk at night at the dinner table. So I'd wash it down. That took me a good minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes maximum sometimes. Then the hard part was keeping it from coming back up. 3-4 minutes per bite. So maybe I only had 10 tablespoons of vegetables. It would take me an hour to an hour and a half to get away from the table and keep it down without vomiting it. So I thought about that when I was eating this raw rabbit. I said, I can do this. I can eat that stuff. I want to die now. I don't want to wait. So started eating it, and after about 10 bites, holding it down, everything, it started tasting delicious. So I started ravenously consuming it, and the coyotes looked happy watching me eat it like that, because that's the way they eat it. And then I ate about 3.5 pounds in about 45 minutes. So they finished the rest of it. A jackrabbit, a year-old jackrabbit's about 7.5 pounds. So they ate the rest of it. I went back to my campsite to get this disease and die. So I was walking back and I started feeling good. Less pain with every step. And I thought, I'm already dying. This is good. Because the only time I was without pain in my entire life was in near-death experiences. I died on the operating table twice and was revived, and then on a recreational drug trip once. And when I left the body, you leave the pain with the body. You're not taking that pain with it. So, and I hovered over my body and I watched it in pain, and I had no pain. So I thought I was dying because I started feeling that way as I'm walking back to my campsite. So I get in the sleep bag. I know I'm going to be dead in the morning. Waited to see the tunnel of light, waited to be greeted by Jesus or anybody else, Moses, whoever was there to greet me. I woke the next morning. I was in my sleeping bag, still in the desert. But when the sun hit the sleeping bag, it only took me 45 minutes to get out of the sleeping bag. 10 minutes in the sun, the same thing that happened when I had eaten the Eskimo stuff. So I waited and I waited. So I said, maybe the raw meat's what I should eat. Going on for 3 days. And I felt better than I had ever had in my whole life. And I said, that's it. Raw meat was the answer, and they've been telling me all this time. And here I've gone through the last 3 years suffering because of my stupidity and all of the stupidity from this society that had made me, conditioned me to be stupid. So I started catching rattlesnakes and scorpions and break off their poison glands and then eat them. Not much food in the desert. So I wasn't getting nourished. So I hopped on my bicycle, visited many farms that were within a 12-mile area, and made deals with a lot of farmers to milk their goats, their cows, shovel manure, do whatever chores I could in exchange for milk, cheese, butter, cream, and meats and eggs. In 2.5 months, I gained 50 pounds. I looked like, I'm about like I am now. For me, this was Arnold Schwarzenegger size, I had pectorals, I had, washboard abs. I was pretty healthy. So I was up to 150 pounds. So I thought, that's great. So I went back to Los Angeles to spread the word. Raw meat's the answer. And everybody says, are you crazy? You're going to get a brain fluke. You'll be an idiot. I said, I've been there, done that. But it's the only time I really feel good and invigorated and strong. So I'm going to keep eating it, no matter what it does. So this went on and on. I was eating meat only 3 days a week, and probably 1 pound to 1.5 pounds at a time. Kept getting stronger, kept gaining weight. I got full and big. I was fat and feeling good, fat and happy. And I was able to exercise the first time in my life. I started jogging and then running and sprinting. I could run by 6 months rolled by. I was running 13 miles a day barefoot on rock in the cold winter of rain. I would have died, 3 or 4 years before that had I tried that, especially living outdoors. I kept bundled. I had several rain ponchos. And when it rained, I slept in a tree to stay wet, to stay dry. I would tie myself into a little saddle in a tree and sleep in the tree. So I had to stay dry. Here I was running in cold rain of dead winter, December, running 13 miles barefoot in gravel and concrete. You know, 'cause it was Los Angeles, Hollywood. So that's all that's there. And the track around Hollywood High School was gravel. So I got to be very, very healthy, fat and happy, and I was feeling great and superior to anything in the world, probably to anybody in the world who had been through something that I had been through, or the things that I had been through. So then in 1982, I was visiting my parents on Jekyll Island, Georgia, and I ate a poison mushroom, the death cap. No, it was 1981. Yeah, 81. And August 5th, 1981. And I ate the death cap mushroom. It was grown. It came out of a lawn, so it had been mutated from pesticides or herbicides, whatever they put on the lawn. So it wasn't the normal Amanita. There's usually a cup right at the dirt line, and you identify an Amanita by that, so you don't touch an Amanita. Well, when I got back from the beach after eating all that, I was dry heaving and vomiting, I had headaches, and I had all of my cancers, blood cancer all over again, leukemia. Within 4 hours, I had leukemia, and my liver was being destroyed like crazy. So I went into extreme pain. I would be in cramps, excruciating cramps, every muscle in my body, face, nose, everywhere, toes, was in a cramp. 20 minutes, I'd pass out. For 20 minutes, wake. I had 20 minutes before I go into it again. I tried to eat in that time. I was back to crawling on the floor again. To get by. I had a girlfriend. She helped me. She would provide the foods for me, and then just watch me go through that. This went on for almost 10 days. It went on longer than that, but excruciatingly like that, hours every day. It went on for about 10 days. So I had to recover from that. It took me 11 and a half years to recover from that. I went from eating meat 3 times a week to eating meat every day, and by December of 82, a year and a half after eating the poison mushroom, I started eating raw meat daily, twice daily. Then I felt myself starting to recover, but it took a full 11 and a half years to get there. And I learned more and more and more about nutrition because I had come from a very deadly sick place again. So all these nice challenges have brought me to where I am now. I turned 63 last Saturday. I finished my 63rd year. I'm pretty vital, pretty healthy when I should have been dead 42 years ago. So I've learned a lot about health, and I've got one sentence for you. Anything you hear from the medical profession about health, do the opposite 99% of the time, and you will be correct. So that is the end of this portion. We're going to go into a workshop after this. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, eat something. In the workshop, I will talk about how the human body works, so you will never be afraid of it again. You will understand it. You will understand what you're going through, so you don't run to a medical doctor, so you don't take drugs and medications, and you'll know what to do to relieve your symptoms and the illness, not just the symptoms, which the medical profession goes after. And I will tell you about the foods, how foods work in the body, how we digest them, our whole digestive tracts, how they're aligned with their best by talking about the fluids, their makeup, so you know what we are built to eat. And then what food combinations are, and then a schedule of eating so that you can be the most alert and focused in every moment of your life possible. Even if you've got some difficult disease that makes your days difficult, this will always make it better and manageable until you get to a point where you've reversed your disease and you're no longer sick. And that's very positive. Now, it won't take overnight for some people. Some people go into this diet and all of the problems go away instantly. For most people, it's a progression. It's 40 years And I'll get into that why it's 40 years and what tests have been done to prove that. So that's what you will learn in the workshop. This will go on for about 5.5 hours. You'll learn a lot, and you'll be able to take control of your life if you wish that. Your health life anyway. So if you haven't signed up already, see Sherry, and she will sign you up, and you pay her. And it's $95 for the workshop. She also has some books there, my books. I brought one DVD set, but it's at the hotel if anybody wants the one DVD set. DVD set is a workshop I did like the one I'm going to do today, with the basics in it, and it's 5.5 hours of information, and that's $260. It's on 5 discs, 4 discs. So you could watch it hundreds of times. And I have people who've basically watched it already 20 times, and it's only been out a year, not even a year, almost been 9 months, 10 months. So those things are available if you would like. So thank you for coming. And I do consults too. After this, I do the workshop information. Be doing mini consults. That's where I take 6 to 10 minutes per individual who signs up. And that's $40. And I look at and tell you your glandular activity. The way I see it from the hands, it's like the Chinese study, but it's my own development. And your blood. And I'll give you suggestions of what to eat for your particular system so you could shortcut some of the experimentation that you may have to do when you go on to any diet. And if you want a full consult, I photograph the irises, blow them up this big, little spots in the eyes, to see the contamination in your body, any of the weak spots of your body, and then be able to tell you how to approach it. And I will give you a complete diet, how much to eat, when to eat, and how to work out your whole day all the way till the next morning for 24 hours. And that takes about 70 minutes, almost an hour and 15 minutes. That's $385. Then follow-ups for those who've already had consults. It takes about 55 minutes, and that's $315 for a follow-up. So if anybody's interested in those, I think we have some consults left on Wednesday or not? Okay. And I can always stay another day, on Thursday if we get more consults. Okay, thank you all for coming. All right, so we're going to talk about the human body. Very simple system, even though it seems very complex because there's a lot to it. But it's just like any motor or any machine. It has its basic parts, and it operates basically the same way. However, I don't want you to think about the human body as a mechanical thing because it's all life. Like I said at the lecture part, the body is 99% bacteria. That means all those finite hundreds and hundreds of trillions, thousands of trillions of bacteria in your body are working very hard all the time, living their lives to make your life function, to you as a human being functioning as a human being. And as that level lowers, the bacterial level lowers, you function less and less healthfully. So to start off with, we have 3 circulatory systems. We have the blood, the lymphatic system, and the neurological fluids. Each one of them does specific things. The blood, we know, has 2 jobs, and it's only endowed with 2 jobs, and it's in any animal that's healthy. And that's that the red blood cells take oxygen to the cells to be able to use the citric acid cycle to utilize fat as fuel. Fat as fuel. And then the white blood cells remove the carbon dioxide, the waste products, out of those cells and out of the body and delivers them to the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system is supposed to neutralize those toxins and send them out the skin. So 90% of the toxins in the body are supposed to be relieved through the skin. So when did acne become a predominant issue in teenagers? Same time as canned food? 50s. Sure, acne appeared maybe in 20% of the population because people ate some processed food and all ate cooked food. So you had rashes, you have pustulations, you have hives, ways of throwing poisons out of the body through the skin. You don't want to stop that process. That's what medical profession does. They stop that process so you contain the poisons in the body and create some other disease. So the object is to help the body relieve itself of toxins, help those toxins pass through the body with as little damage to the skin and connective tissue as possible. And that's fats. Lots of fats prevent the damage to the body. So the red blood cells and the white blood cells have a definite job to give you energy and to relieve the waste products from that energy expulsion, expression, or expense. It isn't really burn fuel. We don't burn fats. We don't have little ovens inside of cells burning anything. We have a conversion. We take fats and they're utilized to expend in ways that doesn't really involve combustion at all. But they say burn fats to give you the wrong idea about the body. Also to keep you trapped in the combustion idea of all of life. Because we don't have to have combustion. We don't have to have combustion machines. You are all indoctrinated under a very strict system of education, which is ruled by the people who rule the world. And there are 12, 13 families now. It used to be 12. There are 13 families that decide everything that happens in the government. They decide what gets allowed in schools. They rule everything. They choose everything. The people, their cronies, do it. You have no say in it whatsoever. It's like me getting published in a regular publishing house. Won't happen. 4 times, Discovery Channel came, producers who had met people on this diet and had friends who had terminal diseases, got on my diet and were rid of them in 6 months to a year. These kind of producers came and said, let's do a show on you. I said, you better go talk with your office in New York first because I don't think they're going to allow you to do it. Oh, no, they told me I can do anything I want. And then the day before the shooting, canceled. 4 times. There is no way they're going to let me go on that show. The only reason I got on the doctors last year was because the producer fights hard, and he's very rich, and he's very big in Hollywood and in TV, and he believes in alternative therapies. That's why he made them put so much in there. And they could have been just like any other channel, just cut me out to make me look like an idiot. And they really didn't. You know, they let it keep in there when Stork says, you know, oh, people get sick on that. I said, how do you know? Right. How many people do you know eating the raw meat? And they let that in. He looks like an absolute idiot, you know. And all of them, you see that they've got all this fear about raw meat and bacteria. And they're all panicking. They're shooting these questions and not letting me answer. But I didn't have to answer because they just let themselves trample all over themselves. So I thought it was a fairly good show. But the only reason it got in there was because that producer had a big interest in it and was willing to fight New York. And you know, that show has aired many, many times. Also, the way I got on Ripley's Believe It or Not, because it's one of those shows where they look for crazy things, you know. So, of course, I let them do whatever they wanted to do. They made it look like I only eat high meat. My refrigerator only has that in it. I've got 2 refrigerators, one outside that contains all this stuff, so they brought all of that in and put it in my house refrigerator to make it look like that's all I ate. But I didn't mind. I didn't mind. I said, certainly you can do that. I want to make an impression that if I did live on that, it would be okay, because I have patients that only eat high meat. I've got one guy who only eats 2 pounds of ripe high meat a day. He won't eat fresh meat because he used to be terribly depressed. He hated people. He became a landscape artist because he hated people. And then when he got on the diet, he was up and down and all over the place, all kinds of psychological problems because he was low in bacteria. And then when I finally, after a year and a half, got him to start eating high meat, this guy went from an antisocial, probably fantasized homicidal maniac to this funny, charming, wonderful man. And, you know, he had no girlfriend, I don't think, in his whole life. And then the next time I saw him a year later, after he was eating the high meat every day, he had 3 number 10 girlfriends at my workshop. How do you get 3 girlfriends? How do you date 3 beautiful, gorgeous women who are usually full of themselves already because they get so much for being beautiful, but kowtow to this guy who's only about a 6, maybe a 5.5, to come to a workshop together, and he's dating and having sex with all 3 of them. Think about that. How does a person go from antisocial to having a personality to do that? He wouldn't be able to do it with the high meat, and he knows that. So he only eats high meat, and the bad breath is gone in 20 minutes after he eats it. So think about that. The body is bacteria. The more bacteria, the better, as long as it's natural, not man-made 157H7 E. coli. That is man-made. They plant it here and there. But when I went to investigate the spinach fields that were supposed to be full of that, I couldn't find one. And what happened there? The county health department was there. The state health department was there. The FDA came in, and the CDC, and threw those others out. It was their territory. But the FDA said, oh, no, this is ours because that spinach went across state lines. They should have all been together on it. But the FDA and the federal government threw everybody out but them. Then all of a sudden, the 157H7 shows up. So I went to Davis. I had a friend there who he may have lost his job because he helped me. To ask him about his research on 157H7 E. coli. And I said, where did you get yours? He said, the CDC sent it to me. I said, have you found it anywhere in nature, anywhere out there? Well, we've had reports of it. No, I said, have you found it anywhere? Did you find it in the spinach fields? Well, we weren't allowed to go. You know? So you have to take a look at this. 157H7 is a man-made E. coli. It is not a natural E. coli. And you've been told for 40 years E. coli is a bad thing. Then all of a sudden, the more scientists got into the mix and found that the intestines and everybody's loaded with E. coli, and the E. coli is part of the intestinal bacteria, they had to create a bad E. coli. And that's pretty sick. These people are sick, but they're controlling you. They're warping your mind. And what happens when that happens? Why did they pick spinach? Because for all these days, you've heard your mothers and fathers say, Popeye eats spinach for all the iron and health. So why did they pick spinach? For that reason. If your mind can wrap around that the thing that was supposed to give you the most power, muscular power, is now infested with a E. coli bacteria disease, you're going to mistrust any growing of anything with feces. If you get rid of feces as a fertilizer, what's left? Monsanto and Dow chemicals. They're going to claim that those are the only safe fertilizers. There will be no more organic anything, and it's coming in the next 5 to 10 years. It will be illegal for you to grow anything that isn't Dow and Monsanto fertilizer, unless some big changes happen, unless there's a huge revolt that will involve violence. There's no other way. Just like our forefathers, there's no other way. Nothing's going to stop them unless there's violence involved. And violence can be boycotting, growing the foods they say not to grow, gathering together now and getting together with farmers and grow, and fight. Don't buy their products. They're going to fight harder still, and they're going to outlaw quicker, but when they do it too fast, there's too much that gets in the mix. There's too many people to get hurt. There's too much exposure, and that's what we want, because we've got to curtail it. So anyway, the body's bacterial. It is basically 99% bacterial. So the bloodstream has those two specific jobs to do: give you energy, get rid of the waste products of utilizing energy. It's just like we have feces and urine. The white blood cells are responsible for removing that from the body, usually by eating it. They're phagocytes. They will eat this feces and they get strong from it, and they will discard their remains into their excrement and secretions into the lymphatic system to be processed and then perspire through the skin. Now, what has happened? We know that when we study the blood now, the blood is transporting nutrients to cells in the body. That's not its job. Why is it doing that? Because the other circulatory system, the lymphatic system, that is endowed with that job of feeding every cell in the body and cleaning out the waste products, is jammed. When did it get so jammed? When margarine came in. Margarine and hydrogenated fats. Now, we were told in the 60s when margarine came out on the market, or in the late 50s, this was a good thing. It was better than butter, because animal fats cause heart disease and cause congestion in the body. Just remember, I said anything they tell you, you do the opposite. Hydrogenated vegetable oils are the same molecular structure as plastic. That's how you make plastic. You hydrogenate oils and expose them to high temperatures and you have plastic. That's how you make plastic. So here they were telling us we were going to eat something healthy, good for the heart, and that animal fats were bad for you and they cause heart disease. It's just the opposite. Absolutely the opposite. So the lymphatic system is supposed to feed every cell in the body and then remove all the waste products. Now, how does that happen? How would that happen if it still happened now in the present? You have a lacteal system, a web network that comes off of the intestines, both the small and large intestines. Whenever anything is digested, and 80 to 90% of digestion is bacterial, only 10 to 20%, depending upon the individual, is enzymatic or digestive juices. 10 to 20% only. So what happens is you have food go into the intestines that are large particles, let's say, of meat. The hydrochloric acid dissolves it to make smaller molecules of meat. Bacteria can get in there, infiltrate it, eat it, their excrement, their secretions, or our food. When the bacteria does that, guess what's left? A thick, milky, white substance. I don't care if you ate blueberries or blackberries. When the bacteria finish with it, it is a milk substance. So that gets absorbed into the lacteal system throughout the intestines. The lacteal system is directly connected now with other things, but it used to be just connected with the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system got its food. It transferred a lot of it to cells in the body, or transported it to many cells in the body, all cells in the body except the red and white blood cells, and it used a greater portion of that to neutralize toxins and waste products in the body. Dead cells, has to dissolve them with a bacterial reaction along with that food, and it dissolves it and puts it in, secretes it into the connective tissue under the skin to be perspired. That congestion blocked, got so great after margarine and hydrogenated fats entered our food world that the lymphatic system was no longer able to feed every cell in the body. So now the blood's doing it. So can you imagine if the blood's sole job was to give you energy, how much energy is lost if it's taken on a whole new job that is quite compound and intricate and causes other side effects? Your energy level is going to decrease by at least 60%. So you're going to have 40% of the possible energy that you would have had before. Only 40%. And I see this. I mean, when I was a child on my grandparents' farm, I saw these workers, that were late 40s, early 50s, throwing 60-pound bales of hay up in a 12-foot loft, throwing them up, both hands, throwing them up in the loft. Now you go to a farm, they got forklifts. The guys can barely carry a 60-pound bale across 10, 20 feet. They'll be carrying one like this. And when I watched the guys on my grandparents' farm, they were throwing them up one hand. The amount of energy loss is tremendous. From my parents' age to my age, I was a very weak, sickly kid. And I watched other kids not perform like, my father couldn't understand. He grew up on raw milk and all that. And we all got all this canned food and pasteurized dairy and homogenized dairy and margarine and all that. And my father just couldn't fathom that we were really that weak. He just accused us of being lazy. And it wasn't about lazy. We would have loved to have had the energy, especially me, as sick as I was. I would love to have had that energy. I didn't want to be sick. Oh, you're just lazy. You're sick because you want to be lazy. You don't want to work. You're lazy. Think about this, guys. It's not that. Everybody wants to be healthy. Everybody wants to be strong. Why aren't you? Think about that. Why aren't you? Why can't we be like the tribes like in the Andes that eat all that raw meat and raw bugs and everything? And if you're 90 years old, you still go on a 100-mile kickball every year. In the mountains. We're talking 6,000 to 8,000 feet up, where most of you couldn't even breathe. And they're running 100 miles and these ridges kicking a ball. They've got like 9 or 10 people in a row. And there's anywhere from somebody in their late teens all the way to 90-some years old. And the one in front kicks the ball. He falls back to the back. The next one kicks the ball. And they do this for 100 miles every year. 6,000 to 8,000 feet up in the mountains. Think about that. Why don't we have that kind of health? Because of all the pollution in our food and our air everywhere. So you really get a grip on where it is, and do not ever go to a doctor again. And you'll be safer, a lot safer. Anytime. They take an oath, do no harm. I said that to a doctor once. He says, well, we don't swear in any Bible or anything. That's what he told me. Well, we don't swear in a Bible, so it's okay to be lying. We don't have to go by that oath. Think about that. Do no harm. But there is not one thing that they do that is not harmful, even when they open their mouth, because it's terror. Where do they get their training? In an emergency ward, where everybody's always panicked. You see it on the ER. You see it on all those shows. Anybody comes into an ER and everything's a panic. Everything is disastrous. Everything's going to be the worst. So they treat people as if the worst is going to happen. And they overdo their therapies every time. And there shouldn't be any therapy. But that's the way the pharmaceutical industry wants it. They profit a lot by that. So they harm you, you go home, you get sicker, then you end up going back to them and back to them. And how many people have gone into the hospital for a checkup and ended up dead? 60,000 a year. Going for a checkup and end up dead. 60,000 people a year end up dead. They go into a hospital just for a checkup. They're given medications, they're given x-rays. There's always something out of proportion that causes a problem. And that chain reactions into another problem and another problem, and they're dead. Or they got somebody who's diabetic. And let's say they put it down on the chart wrong or put it on somebody else's chart, and they end up killing somebody by giving them the wrong medication, or giving them the wrong surgery because they mixed the name tags up. I mean, it's endless. Think about it. If you can kill somebody with your treatment, you shouldn't be giving it. If it kills anybody, you shouldn't be giving it to anybody. They do only harm. So it's as bad as Whole Foods. Advertising, go organic, and they only carry 2% organic in their produce section. What's that all about? And I've been around Whole Foods since they started and buying up Mrs. Gooch's and all of them. Think about that. They used to carry, Mrs. Gooch's when they were around, carried 50% minimum organic foods. Now only 2%. It is a front. It is a lie. It's to get you thinking, oh, we've got good food for you, come in and buy. But the proof is in the pudding. So think about that. So the lymphatic system is supposed to feed the body as well as cleanse it. Now, mostly what it's doing in human beings is cleaning the body only. Hey, but if it's blocked with plastic fats, literally plastic fats, how well is your body going to cleanse? Not well at all. So what happens? You collect and collect and collect and collect poisons in the body. And I see that all the time. I mean, when 42 years ago, if my eyes had been photographed, I had brown and green eyes, dark eyes, brown and green eyes. Now they're blue. That doesn't mean everybody has blue eyes. There are blue eyes, there are green eyes, and there are amber eyes. There should be no brown or black eyes. They should be amber. That shows toxicity that collects in the body. If you've got cloudiness all around the edge of the iris in the colored area, you've got blocked lymphatic congestion. And the worse it gets, the sicker you will get, because your body's not cleaning out the poisons, not eliminating poisons. That can lead to lymphoma. It can lead to MS, deterioration of the nerves in the connective tissue. It can cause lupus, which is deterioration, disintegration of the connective tissue. It can cause all kinds of disease, the worst being lymphoma. Now, a lot of people misunderstand lymphoma. The doctors run away with it. The pharmaceutical houses run away with it. If the lymph system is responsible for cleaning out dead cells, it's going to be responsible for cleaning out cancer cells. So where should you find the highest concentrations of cancer cells? In the lymph system. So they do a biopsy on a lymph gland and say, oh, we've got more than 50 per million cancer cells, it's treatable. 50 years ago, what was treatable cancer? 200 per million. Well, they weren't making enough money, so now it's 50 per million. Who makes that distinction? The pharmaceutical industry makes that distinction. Passes it on to all their doctors that they pay off. Then all of a sudden you're taught, you've got treatable cancer. The lab test came back and says, you've got treatable cancer. And you say, well, how many parts per million are the cancer cells to other cells? No doctor will answer you because they don't put that on the charts or anything. They just put treatable. But if you go to the laboratory and say, well, how many parts per million are there? Oh, 49, so you're borderline, so we put your treatable. Or you had 60. Well, why not 200? Well, the medical scientists have decided that 200 was too much and that 50 was a better time to get treated to stop cancer. It's all bullshit. It's all just a matter of giving you wrong data to be treated by the medical profession. So we've got this lymphatic system that's jammed. What does that do to your body if you're carrying a lot of waste products? Let's say you had to run a marathon carrying 2 bags of waste. You think it's going to slow you down? Of course it is. It's going to slow you down considerably. You may not even finish the race. In fact, you're not likely to consider the race. You put 2 bags of garbage on every marathon runner, and I'll bet you none of them make it. Not one of them makes it to the end. So think about what your body has to suffer. So then we have the neurological fluid. The neurological fluid is the thinnest. It isn't thick like all the rest. It's like egg white, just about. Even thinner in parts. And it transmits light and electricity, conducts electricity to have its operations. And what does the neurological system do along with the brain? Lets you control the body, whether automatically or with conscious control. Your mind controls every movement. Oh, that reminded me of Cary Grant. Remember when he says, what do you do to exercise? He says this. That's my exercise too. Except lately, climbing mountains. So, the neurological system allows you to function and do unusual things. All the things that an animal can do. Not like a plant. Plant sits in the ground. It takes rock, converts rock into something it can eat, and converts that into a biological substance. That's impressive. Can take rock and make life from it. Plants are absolutely phenomenal, but they can't run around and do what we do because we have to function from a biological standpoint already. We can't eat dirt and live that way. We don't digest it. We have to eat either plants or other animals. And when I get into the digestive tract, you'll see what we were built to eat. So the neurological system, the bloodstream, and the lymphatic system are the main circulatory systems of the body that move everything fast. So we can be animals instead of rooted plants. We can function. We can do backflips. We can do, if you're healthy. And you can do many, many things if you're healthy. And if you're not, you can't. Okay, let's take a look at the glandular system. I'm going to save the dietary system to last. Take a look at the glandular system. Now, the pharmaceutical industry will mislead you again through the medical profession. They say that you need a lot of hormones in the body. Oh, your thyroid level's down. Oh, your adrenal level's down. Or your estrogen level's down. Or too high. And you have to take this chemical to change that, to create a balance. And how easy is it to get a woman or a man to take a thyroid supplement? Tell them their hair's going to fall out. Tell them they're losing their hair, they're going to get the hair, thin hair, if they don't take thyroid supplements or thyroid drugs. I don't know any woman who's not afraid of losing her hair. I don't know many men who like to be bald either, except for me. And this is from chemotherapy. When I used to keep my hair very long and it covered it. Now I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if I'm bald. It's cute. So, it's fine. So, but to get how many women in here would take thyroid if they were told that it would prevent them from losing their hair? How many men would? A lot. A lot. That is the way the pharmaceutical industry and medical industry play on you. And guess what? Thyroid has nothing to do with hair growth. Has nothing to do with energy level. It has nothing to do with how the adrenal glands work. And they picked all these out. Oh, the T6 and the T3 and the T2. They will do this different crap. And it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Nothing to do with it. Well, what do these glands do? I'm going to tell you what they do from my experiments with animals, from taking those glands out of the body. What is the basic thing that happens? When you take the pituitary out of the body, growth stops in emergency situations. But normally nothing happens. You can remove the pituitary and nothing happens unless you've got an adolescent animal that you put on a bad diet, then growth stops. So what is the pituitary? If you take it off into the reason and conclusion that I've developed, what happens if you remove, what would be the function of the pituitary in growth? Let's say you were in a forest fire and all of your food supply was burned and the animals left. And that's how you got your sustenance, was from animals. All of your children, the growth of your body, everything would stop. So the pituitary is there to secrete growth hormones in emergency situations. When I've removed 2 pituitaries from a live animal, guess what? As long as you fed them raw meat, you know, from like a dog or a cat, or did it to what was it? I forgot the name of the animal. It was an African animal. And it's an herbivore. And removing its pituitary didn't harm it at all until I started giving it cooked vegetables. Then it started losing its growth factors, started having difficulty. Now, it's as simple as that. The pineal, you remove it from primates, nothing happens. The yogas say that it's the seat of consciousness. I never knew anybody conscious enough to be able to tell me and prove it, so I'm not even that conscious. So who knows what the pineal is? The thyroid glands. This is interesting. You got thyroid glands. Glands, S, with many, many multiples. 2 thyroid glands, 4 parathyroids. Why would you have 6 of the same glands that can create the same hormones? What is so important in your body that you would need a backup on the backup on the backup on the backup on the backup?
Breathing.
Pardon? Breathing in your heart. Your lungs and your heart. If you fall out of a tree and you lose your wind, guess what you will find very high in your blood? Thyroxins. Sky high. Why? Kicks in the heart. You know, what do? We take adrenaline and we'll drive it into the heart. Sure, that's one way, but that's not the normal hormone for the heart. Thyroxin is. Thyroid hormones. So it kicks back in. Think about that. The lungs and the heart, so important, they have 5 backups to the 1. We go down to the thymus. The tonsils, they're not really an endocrine gland, but they protect the brain. The thymus sits in the chest here. A lot of people used to think that the thymus regulated the heart, but it doesn't. The thyroid and the parathyroids do. This, in a case of emergency, protects the digestive tract, the pancreas and the liver. The thymus. Then we go down to, we have the pancreas should be considered both an endocrine gland and an organ, because it secretes hormone insulin and other hormones that directly enter the blood. And endocrine glands are glands that enter their fluids directly into the blood. not into the digestive tract or into any other organ before it can get to the blood. It's a direct passage into the blood. Why would we have a system that dumps directly into the blood? For emergency purposes, for fast reaction. So, we've got this pancreas that probably was not an endocrine gland, didn't dump directly into the blood before, until we started processing and cooking sugars, way back in Egyptian times. Started making sugars, boiling sugar cane, boiling sugar beets, making sugar. And then salt was introduced in India, created the same kind of reaction, emergency reactions in the body. I'll get into salt later. So, the pancreas now is what? 2.5 times larger than Lucy. Everybody know who Lucy is? Lucy was that 3.8 million year old whole humanoid that was found. She's about this tall, an adult, 3.8 million years old. Her pancreas, pardon? It's a mummified individual that was found. Okay, she's not alive. But her pancreas was 2.5 times smaller than ours, and she lived on meat.
Everything else was smaller.
Pardon?
Everything else was smaller than ours. Everything else was smaller than ours.
Well, no. I mean, proportional to her body, 2.5 times smaller. When did the pancreas start growing? 10,000 years ago, when people started in Egypt, it may have been other civilizations too, when they started eating mainly grains. Why did they mainly eat grains? Because they had big civilizations. They couldn't grow enough animals to keep the people fed, so they started growing grains and cooking them to absorb the hydrochloric acid and all the digestive juices. I do the same thing when I'm in Asia and can't get my butter and milk and I start getting too hungry. I'll have 1/3 of a cup of rice with an equal amount of animal fat with it, and it'll curb my hunger. And I can go 2-3 weeks without getting hunger pains just by having that much grains. But I still eat a lot of meat. I just don't get my dairy. But if I have to go a long time without a lot of meat, then I'll eat, the grain. So I'll probably consume a whole 3/4 of a cup a year and 1/3 of a cup at a time of a cooked rice to curb that kind of hunger when I can't eat right when I'm in the jungles. Eat as I like. So the pancreas has gotten much larger because of all the carbohydrate it's been saddled with. And because our digestive tract was not built to handle grain foods and high carbohydrates, the body's had to shift and change. And the major organ that's done that is the pancreas. Because of all the inundation of huge amounts of sugar, the pancreas has had to make an insulin that dumps right into the blood, right away. Wasn't that way before. So the pancreas has become somewhat of an endocrine gland. Then we go down to the gonads, which are endocrine glands. And what are they for? Masturbation and fun? No, they're for procreation. Of course, they can be used as the other, enjoyably. But, again, they are for what? Procreation. How often do tribes normally procreate? The healthier tribes have a child every 4 to 7 years. And it's a group decision. It's the whole tribe's child. So they are concerned about the quality of life, not about how many children they have, how big the tribe gets. When a tribe has gotten that way in the past, it's always gotten out of hand. Those that care about how many are in there, how it affects everybody else, those tribes are the most cohesive and the most loving and the most productive as civilizations. We don't have many of those left. The Maasai has almost been wiped out with a 10-year drought. In fact, from what I understand, chemtrails caused that. So the government caused, the U.S. and British governments caused that 10-year drought on the Maasai. They want the Maasai wiped out. Why? Because they live to 150 years old. They eat nothing but meat, blood, and milk. And that's all they eat. And they're the smartest. They were the smartest, healthiest, tallest, and the fiercest tribe in all of the world. The shortest one is like 6'3". The tallest is like 8'1". And they've wiped them out in the land. They used their idea of health is how many cows you have and how much milk you can produce. That's their whole idea of wealth. Health is their wealth. With this drought, it's destroyed 80% of their herds. They can't feed themselves now. So now who's feeding them? Care packages from the British and U.S. governments made of cereal rejects, Purina, General Mills, General Foods. All those lovely, nice cornflake companies are sending all their rejected cereals off to feed these tribes with what? Powdered milk. According to Pottinger's work with animals, the worst diseases came from powdered milk. Created 2,300 diseases, powdered milk. 2,300 diseases. And all the worst from powdered milk. So what does it look like they're doing? A genocide of the Maasai tribe. British went in there and screwed up the Fulani tribe, got him into agriculture, got him using machines, and the Fulani tribe ate 90% raw milk. That was their diet, 90% raw milk. They did cook their meats, but they didn't have meat very often, only 10% of their diet or less. And they cooked like pigs in a ground oven at very low temperatures for a day, 12 to 24 hours. So it was, according to how we cook, it basically was very little cooking. And they were healthy, had no disease. Some British people went in there and showed them how agriculture, the society became bloated and fat, angry. They started getting into fights, had jealousy, all the things that didn't exist in the tribe before, because now they were eating and cooking foods that they didn't normally eat and cook. Changed it all. So there are definitely plans. Just think about it. If you could read about the Maasai every day, if there was an article about the Maasai, the way they used to live and how healthy they were, we'd have many people that wouldn't be eating fast foods or out of supermarkets, even this so-called health food store. Why? Because you'd want what the Maasai had. So they don't want you to know about it. So it gets no press. The last time that an healthy indigenous tribe was covered in the news with any kind of volume of information was in 1971 in National Geographic. Talked about this Georgian-Russian tribal community that was living 150 years old. They interviewed people who had been married for 128 years. Can you imagine living with the same person for 128 years? We are so screwed up health-wise, we can barely bear anybody for 5 to 10 years, much less 128 years. And it has nothing to do with the other person. It's our ill health. It's we're not working. We are not satisfied biologically to the core. So we look for the people around us and blame them for our unhappiness. And it has everything to do with the happiness and satisfaction of the human body. Think about that. I mean, people who were, there are other people who lived together for 70 years and 115 years and stuff like this. And they were totally happy together because they were healthy. They even ate buffalo shit. When they got well or unhappy, they'd eat buffalo shit. Do you hear anything like that now? No, you'll never hear anything like that. Buffalo shit will get rid of your depression. Oh, well, let me have some buffalo shit. So think about how far we have been conditioned away from health. And why do the politicians love that? If you can't raise arms against your own family, if you can't even muster the energy to make your family work, how are you going to stop the government from aiding and abetting all of the industry that's wiping off all of us and controlling all of us? You're not. They know it. That's why they're not aiding and abetting you for the FDA to be helpful to you. Legalizing drugs that cause great harm. Legalized, who was it? The head of the FDA that allowed, what was that, aspartame in, which was Dick Cheney's little chemical. The amount of diseases created by aspartame is undeniably, ridiculously high. And it's in all the literature. Yet, he pushed it through, got it through the FDA. How? By being head of the FDA. The last 11 officials from the FDA were either executives with a chemical or pharmaceutical house before they went into office or when they left. What does that tell you? The government is owned, everybody in government, and I really realized it when I went in 2 years ago, it'll be in June, end of May, I went to Washington, D.C. with 4 other people to lobby for raw milk. And we visited every office, all 535 offices in the 2.5, almost 3-month period. Trying to get a raw milk bill into them and visit enough of the senators and congressmen to be able to vote to get the bill through. What I saw there was undeniably ridiculous. The only people who got in their door on a regular basis was big money. Phone calls that got through were big money, big companies. Guess whose office? The only office that came out directly and said, "Give us money, we'll give you the bill." It was in Missouri. A Missouri candidate, Obama. Obama's office was the only one that came out and said, "You give us some money, 25 grand, and we'll write you the bill." I went to Ron Paul's office. This is a Republican and an MD. And he says everybody should have the right to raw milk. We wrote the bill 3 weeks. Sally Fallon's lawyers came in, held it up for 1 year and 3 months and killed it. Now this is supposed to be Sally Fallon who's in favor of raw milk. Is she really on our side? I don't know. Doesn't look like it to me. What happened in the last 3 months? Her attorneys have been selling out the farmers, making deals, signatures, contracts with the FDA, and the FDA then puts them out of business. Strategically. Tried to do it to one of my farmers here that supplies this co-op here in Chicago. And I've been talking to these farmers for 3 years. I said, get away from them. They'll destroy you. And then they almost got this one farmer to sign a contract with the FDA. And I said, we own you. You got a contract for 1 more year. You have to supply it. They were going to stop giving us milk because the FDA said they had to stop. I said, we own your herd. You don't own it. We've got it leased for 1 more year. And this contract says you have to supply us with food. You have to feed those animals and take care of them because they belong to us. You can't do that. So you call Kennedy, which is the attorney for what is that? I forgot the name of the, yeah, no, but it's Farmers, whatever it is, Farmers Relief Fund or whatever it is. Yeah, Defense Fund, yeah. And it has nothing to do with Farmers Defense at all. It is a scam, a sham. I don't know if it's Sally Fallon directly or it's just the attorneys. But they're destroying farmers. So I said, David, you tell the FDA or tell Kennedy that he's no longer representing you, that if they have anything to talk about in legality, they call me. So Kennedy sent the FDA an email and to copy to me and a copy to David saying that we're no longer representing David. You have any, we're not going to handle, we're not going to regulate any agreements between you anymore. You have to talk with Aajonus Vonderplanitz about it. That was 6 weeks ago. Has anybody called me? No, because I beat the FDA 3 times in court already. Their case is just thrown out of court. Why? Because they're not commercial. My farmers are not commercial. We, the club members, own the herd. The farmer is simply milking the cows, taking care of them, preparing the food as we want it, and delivering our food, and we pay them per bottle, per package, whatever it is, for that service. So FDA only has jurisdiction over commerce. Since this is a private club and everybody's eating their own food, no commerce involved. So every time it's just been thrown out of court. In fact, when it happened in Pennsylvania, I wrote a 62-page legal brief. I studied law for many years, and I used to write appellate briefs, which are the most complex, 100 and 500-page ones. So I know how to do it. So I wrote a simple 56-page brief and a 19-page brief, and when the state, the health department, and the FDA of Pennsylvania came into the courtroom and they were handed these documents, they read them and walked right out of the room, right out of the court. Why? They don't want the judge declaring, because I asked for a dismissal or a motion to quash under lack of jurisdiction. They had no jurisdiction. And I pointed the law out. The FDA has law over commerce. Commerce is defined in a particular way, and that's in the open market. And our stuff isn't delivered to you in an open market. You don't pay for it in an open market. So there's no jurisdiction. So every time they walked right out of the courtroom because they don't want it adjudicated. They don't want it in the law books that this was dismissed or quashed. So FDA hasn't contacted me because they know better. They won't even ticket David. They're not doing anything to him. All that threat's gone. Now, Sally Fallon's lawyers could have handled that a long time ago because the contract was there. The agreement with the membership agreements was all there. I tried to give the lease agreements that I used, that I created, 6 years ago to Sally Fallon and her group. Stop using this stupid cow share program that has no precedence in law. When lease agreements have precedence forever in law. You can lease anything. You can lease a pencil. You can lease a person. You can lease a building. You can lease a street. You can lease absolutely anything. And if you let one lease fall, all other leases can be contested. So they don't touch leases. Foolproof. Sally Fallon and her boys could have been using that all this time. Now they're letting farmers die. 17 farmers last year went out of business because of Sally Fallon and her attorneys. Is Sally Fallon really on our side? Or is she part of the makeup to destroy us? She lives in Washington, D.C. She's part of that elitist political group. Is she really on our side? Or is she the last link that will fold Raw Mill? And she could. Because she has so many people relying on her and so many farmers relying on her help that she pulls in and sucks them in, and her attorneys are taking them down. Get the word out. We've got to fight to keep it, and not through her. Isn't going to happen. She's letting us down terribly. She's letting our farmers die. Their whole families go out of, they can't make a living anymore. And we know what happens if you get into the regular food market. Who gets the money? The producers, not the farmers. They give farmers little money, very little money, just enough to make it. Anybody seen Food Incorporated? Take a look at that. Such a shame that the authors of that bought this whole bacteria bullshit, because they bring that into it as a major thing why we need better regulations over food. But the whole crux is, if you go for more regulation on food, you're going against bacteria and you're going more toward chemical treatment. So they've blown themselves out of the water with their own work. But it shows what happens in these big companies and how they run. And the people who produce that film don't even know that by the time they have finished their film, they've helped those producers rather than hurt them. But you'll see how your food is grown, especially with animals, and how it happens and how the farmer is completely controlled by those big corporations that make all the money. And the farmer is going into debt every year and every year. It's just going to be like Monsanto and Gulf and Western and what was the other company? Dow, and there's one other, DuPont. Destroying farmers and then taking up their lands. You can go in mid-California and you'll find that none of the land is owned by the small farmers that was owned 30 years ago. You've got hundreds of millions of acres that are owned just by Dow, Monsanto, and Gulf and Western and DuPont. And you see these huge factory farms. Chemical silos that are forever. Used to be silos of food and grain and things that were used in manure for compost and fertilizer. Now they're all chemical silos that are 60, 70 feet high. Hundreds and thousands of gallons of chemicals. So we've got to stop all this. I got to get back to the main crux of this. The body, the human body. So we've got the gonads there for reproduction. Okay? That's not necessarily an emergency situation, but you'll become extinct if you don't have offspring. Okay, let's go and take a look at everybody knows the muscles. The muscles are so you can lift things, so you can move things, so you can be mobile. And the skeleton structure is so that if you had no skeleton structure and you tried to pick something up, you would melt into the structure. You wouldn't have something to be able to, a form to be able to pull something up to you. You would pull yourself into it. So a skeletal structure is so that you can have force over your reality and move your reality toward you, or move it in a particular direction where you want it to go. Without that structure, it'd be very, very difficult. Of course, insects don't have a skeletal system, but they've got their skeletal system on the outside. Their skin is their skeletal system that gives that same ability to move things. And then we have, the connective tissue that keeps everything together. That's, again, predominantly between the skin and the muscle is where the lymphatic system dumps its waste products to be excreted through the system, through the skin. So all of those things have their part. But let's get into the organs. And the organs predominantly facilitate breathing, digestion, and elimination. So let's start in the palate. In the mouth, what do we have? We have salivary secretions. And what is the main ingredient in that salivary secretion? Bacteria. That's right. We have more bacteria than cats and dogs. So you better worry about a rabies shot with a human bite rather than a dog or a cat bite. And rabies is a joke, too. It's a farce created by the pharmaceutical industry. There's no such thing as really rabies. If you can find a rabies bacteria in anything, it will be very unusual. It's another thing created by the pharmaceutical industry. How much do they make on injecting dogs with rabies every year? Rabies shots every year. Do you know how many billions of dollars that makes them? Why did it have to be regulated? Why do you have to do it? Why do you have to give your dog a rabies shot? Why did the pharmaceutical have to go lobby for that? Money. That's all it's about, money. Sure, let's say you get an infection in your nervous system, you're going to foam at the mouth. But that doesn't mean some animal gave it to you by biting you. You get that way from having toxins in the body, especially from, let's say if you worked in a steel factory. Those people are much more likely, or a mine, a coal mine. These people will have rabies and have a high incidence of it compared to any other, but it's still very low. So how many rabies come from people who don't get bitten? You never hear about those instances, do you? There are at least 50 people a year that get rabies and never have been bitten by anybody. How'd they get their rabies? So again, it's the pharmaceutical and medical industry that are selling you a story to make money and poison your dogs. Okay, so we have lots of bacteria in the salivary glands. Wait a minute. What kind of bacteria? Is it cow bacteria? Is it the same bacteria cows have? Herbivores have? What animals? Carnivores. Bacteria to break down animal products, animal cells. We do have ptyalin, tiny bit of ptyalin, which only the horse has, and that breaks down some sugars. We have another major enzyme in there, it starts with an M, that we have in the amylase in the mouth that breaks down sugars. But that didn't form until many, many hundreds of years of eating grain foods. And it's a small proportion. And guess what? It goes dormant if you're not eating carbohydrates. But the animal bacteria, the animal digesting bacteria in the mouth will never decrease, even if you're a vegetarian for your whole life. Doesn't happen. Then what happens? The food goes down the esophagus and it hits the stomach. The stomach basically, although it's not a compartment change, has two parts. The first part and the lower duodenum that dumps into the small intestines. Now, it used to be they called that into the stomach the duodenum. Now they're calling the first part of the small intestine the duodenum. They can't make up their mind. They can't make up their mind because they get caught in bullshit. Okay, so when the food first drops into the stomach, what is secreted? What is produced in the stomach lining? Hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid for vegetation? No. Hydrochloric acid for grains? No. Hydrochloric acid for meat consumption. That's what kind of hydrochloric acid the human produces in its stomach. Then you go further down to the stomach, to the duodenum, and what's secreted there? Bile. What does bile do? Bile takes care of digestion of fats. Bile is produced by the liver. Only one job for the liver, and that's to create bile. But with all of our toxicity and what the blood has to do now, the liver has become a filter for the blood. Filtering out toxicity because the lymph system can't do it. All of this weighs the body down. You see the body getting weaker and weaker and weaker, instead of stronger and maintaining itself at the highest strength. So the food then passes into the intestines, and what is secreted in the intestinal tract? A little bit of enzymatic digestion, enzymes, like hydrochloric acid and more bile. That's basically all that's produced, all throughout the small intestines. Tons of bacteria. Bacteria colonies are 80 to 90% of it, depending upon how healthy you are. If you're very healthy, it's 90% of your digestive tract. If you're not as healthy, 80% of your digestive tract. And you've got these little villi all throughout, all along the walls. It's like those little things you see in the ocean, and you see the dirt and everything pass. Well, they are secreting fluids and absorbing digested foods. And that's how it gets into the lacteal system that I was talking about. And also it measures the large particles of food to say, oh, we need more hydrochloric acid here. This molecule, this large clump of meat is still too big for the bacteria to infiltrate and eat it. So we need more hydrochloric acid right here. And a big glob of fat comes by. And the body says, oh, we need to break this down. We need more bile. All throughout the small intestine, that's what's going on. Then we get into the bowel. Now, why does it change compartments? Why do we have a different kind of intestine? Why doesn't it just stick to one? In the bowel, we have a specialized environment for digestion. It digests fats and protein into the finite molecules to feed the brain and the nervous system predominantly. So about 80 to 90% of the food that is digested in the bowel will feed the brain and the nervous system. Brain and nervous system still get 10 to 20% from the small intestine. But if you've got a question, anyone, it's better that you write it down, because I'll usually answer it by the time we get through this. I answered questions in New York City as they were asked, and we were here till 1 o'clock in the morning. It'll start me off on tangents. And we don't have that kind of time. So you've got the brain and nervous system receiving their main nutrients from the bowel. And you have to have that specialized environment to do that. The bacteria are different than they were in the small intestine. You've got plenty of E. coli in that bowel. And that E. coli is the major digester. And E. coli is a good thing. But not if you listen to the medical profession. 10 years ago, oh no, all E. coli was bad. Then when enough people got smart and say, wait a minute, E. coli is the natural, it digests food, it's okay, then we have a monster E. coli. All of a sudden 157H7 showed up. Just in time. To save their asses. So who manufactured it? General Electric manufactured it. And you think General Electric's a nice company? My father worked for him for 40 years. I used to see his plans when he would come back. He invented the first bearing computer when he was in Purdue in college, when he was a very young man, like 22 years old. So the military government absorbed him fast. So he created chambers and all kinds of things to do very ugly stuff. And of course, could never tell anybody about it anywhere, but I leaked, because I saw some of those plans and because I had a mathematical mind as a child, I knew that these were not for good things. So in my dad's last year, I got him to admit a lot of stuff that was not nice. And General Electric is your biggest major military industrial complex company. And they've been manufacturing biological warfare, planes, you name it, everything that has to do with war. And they are a company who stays low and advertises niceness and big all the time. And they're one of the worst in the world. Now in Asia, they've taken over the banking system in Thailand and many of those countries. Big, big corporation that's huge. And run by whom? Four of the biggest families in the world. 4 families run General Electric. And it's one of the biggest companies in the world. Okay. So the E. coli in the intestines is very important, and it's a good thing. And don't worry about this monster 157H7. It doesn't exist except in bad B-movie Hollywood movies. And those articles come out in the paper and say, oh, taking over the spinach, Popeye's dead. Think about the psychology of the bullshit that they create, and people buy it. People believe it. Absolutely believe it. So, let's get back to the liver. We talked a little bit about the liver only, that its main job is just to make bile. That's it. The gallbladder that sits on that's connected to the liver, does it produce bile? No, it's just a holding tank. It's a storage for bile. And it holds enough bile to digest 20 pounds of fat. Well, who eats 20 pounds of fat? Our ancestors. You kill a buffalo, an animal, you eat all the fat first. You can consume 10 pounds of fat in 24 hours. What happens if you don't have the bile? You got diarrhea for 5 days. You will shit that fat right out of your body, and you won't digest much of it at all. The liver is working every moment to make bile. Even while you sleep, it may manufacture some bile, and it stores it in. And if you eat ice cream, you better have excess bile. That's a lot of fat you're taking at one time. The liver makes enough bile for you to handle about 2 ounces of fat about every 6 to 8 hours. So if you eat a whole quart of ice cream at a time, I've eaten up to a half a gallon of ice cream at a time. And because I have bile, I don't have the shits from it. You know, I don't have diarrhea. I can handle it wonderfully. And it sure is good when it's raw. So, the liver has taken on the job of being a filter. Not only the blood now is getting filtered, some of the neurological fluid and even some of the lymph fluid is getting filtered to that liver. So the liver is expanding in the human body. And it is not doing well. Most people's livers are breaking down because they're doing 5 jobs instead of 1. The blood is doing 2, 3 jobs instead of 1. All because we're making everything so complicated. We are damaging the body and all of its parts. So other parts have to try to, to make up for the damage done. Okay, let's take a look at the other side. What do we have over here? We have the spleen and we have the pancreas. We talked about the pancreas. What does the pancreas do? Oh, the pancreas handles sugars in the body. Not all the pancreas does. That was the least of the pancreas's job. The pancreas is an architect. It measures what's coming into the body what food is coming in, how it is going to be digested and realigned to the human body. How cells, how enzymes, how everything's going to be regulated for the food that you're eating. Let's say you're out of animals. You had a forest fire and you were, a nomadic tribe. You no longer had meat to eat. All of a sudden you have to start eating vegetation, mushrooms, worms, snakes, whatever you could find in the earth. Moles, groundhogs, skunks, whatever you could eat. The pancreas is responsible for evaluating that to see how it can be realigned into the human body to the best possible. Doesn't mean it's right for the human body, but the body has to adapt. Sure, we see people go on vegetarian diets for, a lifetime. How many of them do well? I know 8 out of 2,300 that did well. Not a good track record. So I would say a vegetarian diet is not something we can ever acclimate to in a lifetime. Maybe hundreds of lifetimes. Never adapt to it because we're not built that way. But the pancreas is responsible for that. Then cooked foods came into being. Pancreas is responsible for resupplying nutrients for the digestive tract to allow the body to use some of the garbage in the cooked food that's in the intestinal tract. So it will go out and send out hormones to leach from every cell in your body some nutrients, minute amounts each time. But by the time you're 40 years old, you've spent 50% or more of your bank account. All that reserve is gone. Your body's 50% weaker. That's why we say, oh man, when you're 40, you're over the hill. There's no rebounding after that. You're gone. Now they say you're over 30, and that happens. Why is that? Because we get weaker. Weaker every time a new food is introduced to us that's manufactured and processed. That has nothing to do with food. Do you know that the only ingredient in a Twinkie that comes from food and not mined in the earth is corn syrup, the thing that sweetens it? 99% of a Twinkie is mined rock that is chemically treated to make it taste and look the way it does. Nothing to do with food. And a lot of your foods are this way these days. A lot of them. By the time they are processed, there's no relationship to it. Take your major milk, seal test and all of those. How is that milk processed? It comes in from the cow. They remove all of the animal fat, every bit of it. They double the water. They add water to it, almost equal to amount that the milk is. When they finish sterilizing it, and they do sterilize it with chemicals as well as heat processing, when it's finished, it is a blue substance that smells like brewery mash. It reeks. It is awful, and it looks like something derivative of radiator fluid. And what do they do to change the taste and the appearance? They use big, huge piles. And you go out to the manufacturing plants, and you'll see piles of dolomite as big as 5-story buildings. And they shovel this dolomite, which is ground rock, high rock that's high in calcium. And they shovel this in to the vats of this fluid, turns it white. Then they throw colorings that are made and flavorings from hydrogenated fat-produced molecule flavorings, all chemically produced. They have nothing to do with real flavorings from anything. They are biologically, chemically structured to produce a taste. And they have that down to a science. That goes into the milk. So when you drink a milk out of a regular supermarket, that's what you're drinking. It's nothing. It's not even milk. Not anything like it. And you even have kerosene derivatives that has gone into use. And how many of you would put kerosene in any food? That goes into the milk. So that milk is trash, garbage. Here you can get milk that isn't processed that way, and that's a better alternative, but still it's not the best, which is raw and grown from grass-fed animals, mainly grass-fed. I'm not against grain-fed, because when I was in the fields with my grandparents' cows, they sucked dry grain right off the dirt. As soon as that grain would fall off of the grass, they went for that first. So they were eating probably 2 cups of grain a day. So I'm not adverse to grain feeding animals at milking time. If they're, in stalls or they're not really grazed, or they're not put out in the pasture where they've let the grass come to germination to where it produces seeds. I'm not against that, because the animals naturally eat some seed. Cows eat some seed, 2 cups a day. It's okay. They don't have to be all grass-fed, but that's a normal diet grass. Back to the pancreas. So the pancreas secretes these hormones, which goes out and, like thugs, takes these nutrients from every cell, spends your bank account, but provides nutrients to be able to alter this damaged food, which is like going into a junkyard to get damaged. Let's say you've got a Rolls Royce. Why the hell would you go to a junkyard to get parts? Why wouldn't you go for something brand new? Fresh food, uncooked. Doesn't make any sense to me. But that's what you do when you cook your foods. Your body has to go into a junkyard and get that stuff out. Now, what happens if you eat no raw food with a cooked meal? Leukocytosis. If you eat any meal with no raw food whatsoever in it, 1/3 of your white blood cells leave your bloodstream and enter the digestive tract to handle toxicity. Does that sound normal? White blood cells eat waste products. Damage toxicity. Protect the blood, the red blood cells. Why would they be leaving the bloodstream after you eat a cooked meal and invading what is in the intestinal tract? And it kills a lot of those cells. You're losing a massive amount of white blood cells every time you eat cooked food. Now, let's say you eat a cooked salad with, your mashed potatoes and your burnt, well-done steak. The enzymes in the salad will actually neutralize some of those poisons that and prevent the white blood cells from entering the digestive tract. But you can better believe, if you want to look at your society of people and measure the amount of cooked food they eat without eating any raw food with it, take a look at the people who live on, let's say, potato chips and French fries and hot dogs and breads, and maybe they'll eat an apple a day, but not with any regular meal. We call them white trash. Trailer park people. And they really eat that way. And I visited quite a few of them when I was bicycling around. They're very nice people, some of them. They're also very jock and very crazy. But you look at the health of those people, and their obesity is watery and very unhealthy. Everything about them, their cellulite is 5 times worse than somebody who will eat a salad with a cooked meal. So take a look at that. I'm not coming down on those people. I'm coming down on their diet. And why do they eat that way? Because they don't have much money. Union busting, Reagan busted the unions when he was in office. Reagan worked for whom? General Electric and Van Heusen. Okay. So, and who put him in office? General Electric and Universal Pictures, Silverman. So, he broke the unions. He broke all unions, including the airline unions. So what happens? You have people who get under wages, companies run the farms, and you get people who live on potato chips, crackers, breads, very little meat, lots of mustard and ketchup, tomato sauces, everything highly processed because they're poor. They don't afford good food, and they can't afford good food. And you take a look at those people, and they're in the worst health of anybody. And it's a crying shame. So we've got the spleen right next to the pancreas. And what does the spleen do? Spleen doesn't manufacture anything. It holds red blood cells. Why does it hold red blood cells? Why do we need 2 pints, 1 pint and a half to 2 pints of extra red blood cells stored there in a spleen? Up to that much. Some people don't have that much. Because if you get in an accident, say you were a caveman, fell out of a tree, and a branch slit your jugular vein, and you lost 2 cups of blood, you would be anemic. You couldn't transport the oxygen to enough cells in the body to have enough energy. Sure, it would be enough for just basal metabolism, but if you needed to climb a tree or run 20 miles an hour away from the tiger who's going to have you for lunch, you won't be able to do it. So the spleen, within an hour, will dump 2 cups of blood back into your bloodstream. You're no longer anemic. Pretty remarkable body. So you won't be dinner. So that's the spleen's function. Now, what has happened? Our bone marrow is where red and white blood cells are bred and mature. The bone marrow is, because it's predominantly fat, 60% or better, like the brain, poisons are sent to the bone marrow and brain. So you have your highest concentrations of toxins in the bone marrow and brain. So if you have all those toxins in the bone marrow where the red and white blood cells are bred and mature, what happens to the red and white blood cells? Very weak. Very damaged. Mutations. So you've got a high amount of lead, cadmium in there. You're going to develop bone cancer. Bone marrow cancer, which is leukemia. Bone cancer is in the heart or bone, but it can be caused right from the bone marrow. So what is the blood doing now? I mean, the bone marrow doing? It's evicting the young red and white blood cells out of the bone marrow and sending them to the spleen to mature, if the spleen isn't highly toxic. So the spleen grows and grows and grows, and the doctors say, oh, your spleen's getting huge, we got to remove it. What if they just done? The part of the body that's trying to save the red and white blood cells, or young red and white blood cells, are now, that element, that choice, that opportunity is gone forever. You will definitely end up with leukemia or, bone cancer, or very weak and very anemic at worst. I mean, at the least, you'll have anemia. So, and then we have the appendix. I've been saying for 10 years the appendix is a holder of bacteria. It is a library of every element that's ever been in your body and what to do about it. So if you're poisoned by anything, let's say a poisoned mushroom, if you have an appendix, the appendix is going to register that, be working for you in 20 to 40 minutes to neutralize that poison so it doesn't damage your body. That includes any kind of an industrial chemical that comes in the body. There's a way to handle it, registered in that little bitty appendix that's about this big, unless it's swollen, full of toxins. Just this week, for the first time, there was a doctor that came out and said the appendix is a store of all kinds of bacteria. Pardon? Just this week.
Well, I've heard that before too, though. It's been coming up recently, and I thought, yes, Aajonus is right again.
I mean, just this week it was published. And I thought, these idiots. And now they're saying it can be a problem because it stores bacteria. So even more reason to remove it. Because, bacteria is a result of all disease is a result of bacteria. That's the bacteria theory. But there is no disease caused by bacteria unless it's man-made. Industrial chemicals cause all disease, period. There is no disease caused. There are 5 main diseases caused by cooking food: gout, osteoporosis, weakness, anemia, and what was the other one? Depression. Pardon? Depression. No, because you still get lots of bacteria in cooked meat. There are just different bacteria that do it. Another disease. But diabetes, and mild levels of diabetes. You introduce a lot of sugars in, then you've got more problems in your cooked diet. But all of our major diseases, including cancer, are all caused by industrial contaminants. Of course, the medical profession is one of the greatest distributors of toxic compounds that are made industrially. So they're not going to blame themselves. So when you got a disease, they're not going to go into that tissue and say, what chemicals do you have stored here that are causing the problem? They're going to say, this bacteria here is causing the problem. You've got an infection. And that bacteria is just there to get rid of the toxicity, is to eat up the dead, decaying organic tissue. So the pharmaceutical industry traps you into thinking all these bad things. So the appendix is a very good thing. If you don't have an appendix, it may take you 22 to 24 hours to analyze that substance that's just come in and done a lot of damage in your body. If you had the appendix, it would take 20 to 40 minutes to react, maximum. That's why I want an appendix, but I don't have one because they took it. And I forgot to say that when I was 12 and a half years old, it was a week before my 12th birthday. Remember, I had my birthday in the hospital. It was Easter. One of the only 2 times that my birthday fell on Easter. And here I was in the hospital. I had gotten severe intestinal pains and cramps, so bad that I was buckled over. Of course, I had no language to be able to tell it, hurt, tummy. That's all I could say. So went into the hospital. The doctor said it was an appendicitis. They went in there to remove the appendix, and it was in great shape. But in the report it says, we took it out anyway just in case it caused problems in the future. They can get away with shit like that. And who protects them? The government. Our courts protect them. They get away with murder, crimes all the time, every day. Nobody stops them. So I don't have an appendix. I hope all of you do. And you'll be much better off, or be much better on. So, okay, we have the kidneys. Now, what do the kidneys do? They filter the blood to do what? They don't filter to clean the blood. Blood's supposed to be clean already. They help discard excess fluid. If you're cold, what happens? You urinate a lot to get rid of the fluid. You've got to thicken the blood so that you can stay warmer. What happens when you're too hot? You can never urinate. You go to urinate, nothing comes out. Why? Because the body's holding on to the fluid to thin the blood, to cool the body. The spleen helps us there too. You get too cold, the spleen can dump a lot of red blood cells into the bloodstream and thicken it to stay warmer. You get hot, the spleen can absorb the red blood cells and thin the blood. You stay cooler. So there are 2 factors. And the spleen has only come into effect because we're so toxic. Kidney used to do it alone. So how does the kidney do it? How does the kidney prevent all the good nutrients in our urine from leaving the bloodstream? It doesn't. It manufactures one thing. It manufactures ammonia. And what does the ammonia do that it manufactures? It allows the red blood cells to separate from everything and most of the white blood cells. So you're urinating everything but red and white blood cells. That means all the nutrients that are in the blood, proteins, carbohydrates, fats, all of the good rich substances that now the blood is taken on to deliver the body is being pissed out of the body. Why do you think they drink urine in India? They just came out with a soda, cow soda urine. Why? Because the people who care in India, who are aesthetes, the monks there, have said, wait a minute, this Coca-Cola is nothing but chemical. We've got to make something that will nourish the body as fluid. So they came up with a soda made from cow's urine. And it just came out this year. Now think about that. A country who can produce and sell piss as a beverage. That's intelligent. And we look at it and say, oh, cow piss. People are drinking cow piss. Think about the nutrients that are in that. Absolutely extraordinary. How do you think so many vegetarians get away with being vegetarian in India? Because they drink their urine. They recycle those proteins and a lot of the nutrients. They do eat dairy. Most of them eat raw dairy. So think about that. They don't get by as vegetarians well unless they drink their urine if they're not eating meat. What does that say about the human condition again? Either eat meat or piss. But that's contorting it so you don't hurt animals, you're drinking their urine. Probably if we didn't have this yucky experience about what urine is, and this mind warp about it that is awful, you got to wash your hands after you touch yourself and pee. And how many animals go around licking each other's butts every day, all day long? Hell, if feces were going to cause an epidemic, it would have happened and every species on this planet would be dead. You've got to look at the medical profession's absurdities. You've got to stop listening to them. You've got to laugh at them as they're the biggest jokes on the planet instead of the most revered profession. They are the worst criminals in the world. So, then we have the adrenal glands, and the bladder. Why do we have a bladder? So we're not pissing on ourselves all the time. If we only had kidneys, we'd be dripping all the time because they separates the water out a little at a time. So we have a bladder to store up enough to where we say, okay, it's time to go drain. Otherwise, we would be urinating all over ourselves all the time. Okay, so then we look at the adrenals on top of the kidneys. Now, they are an endocrine gland. They can dump right into the kidneys, but most often they dump right into the bloodstream. Now, I skipped them when I was talking about the adrenal gland, when I was talking about the endocrine glands earlier, because they play a major role in the proof that they are emergency purposes only. Fight and flight. Only time when you're healthy you'll ever find adrenaline in your blood is fight or flight. A woman sees her a woman sees her baby going to be run over by a car. Who knows about that one? Happened in the early 1950s. The car was, she didn't put the emergency brake on. The car was going to run over her baby. Already had run over to the fingers. She went up there and lifted the back end up. Brought it over the baby and set it down, got the baby out in between the tires. She picked up a 2-ton vehicle. Why? Because the adrenaline, just a pinprick amount, can give you 50 times the strength that you normally have. But it is, again, in emergency situations. Let's say you're running from a tiger, and a tiger's after you. There were native tribes that I saw. Now, these tribes that I saw that did this lived on maggots. They would hunt, slice the meat, put them out on this weaving of twigs, this checkerboard-type weaving of wigs, lay the meat out, let the flies lay their larvae. After 5 days, they'd come out and eat these big, fat larvae just before they were about to become flies. And that's all they eat. They run 35 miles an hour barefoot. I've watched them run down and catch a horse in full gallop. They don't eat the meat because they can't digest it all. They want to digest everything, and the maggots already digested everything, and everything's in that white fluid that gets absorbed right into the lacteal system. So they eat maggots. Pound of them, pound and a half a day. And they are incredibly strong because they've allowed the maggots to pre-digest all the meat. And they eat the maggots. Incredible tribe. Incredible. Wouldn't you like to be able to run that fast?
Oh, yeah. Which tribe is that?
I cannot say. It was my... there's tribes that I've met that I can't even take pictures of. I would go to jail. And I've been threatened many times, especially in the Philippines. So I was threatened with 10 years in jail and $10,000 if I exposed. And even if I went to them, I still have to hide the fact that I've been to them. So, and I found one tribe there that eats 3 foods only. Fish that they caught every day, because Philippines are 7,107 islands. Everything's an island. You've got 2 massive ones, Luzon and Mindanao, where you've got a lot of land that's not at the sea. But almost the whole rest of the islands are surrounded by ocean, with no more than 100 miles in between the ocean, and sometimes as little as 5 miles between the ocean. And they eat nothing but fish, coconut meat, and a fruit, either mango or banana, and never completely ripe. And they don't eat much fruit. It's only about 5% of their diet. They live on coconut meat and fish. Shoots the hell out of USDA's food pyramid, doesn't it? And they live to 150 years old. And I got to interview 5 of them. One of them was about 80 years old, and he looked like he was in his early 40s, early to mid 40s. Perfect teeth at 80 years old. Love to have that. My teeth are terrible, and I'm only 63. Okay, so we're going to take a break here. So the adrenal glands, like I said, are for emergency purposes only. So we've gone over the whole body. When we come back, we're going to start talking about food. Okay? So we'll take a 10-minute, let's say 15-minute break, and fill yourself up with good food. Let me do one more thing. We've got probably 1 more minute. I want to show you how to knead an egg. Now, people will break them into a glass and do like Rocky and down it. If you want to have the ultimate digestion of an egg, you eat the white first. Sure, you can, if you know how to do it, you break it out and you separate the white from the yolk, but you're oxidizing it while doing that. So you're going to lose very important nutrients in that process because an egg is very delicate. So, and this is the only food that is a complete food in itself. The yolk has all the vitamins that exist in nature, including all the B vitamins, the E, everything, all the fats you could want. And there's no cholesterol. That is all bullshit. There's fat in there that the body makes cholesterol. The only time you will get cholesterol directly in your diet is if you eat blood. Then you'll get some cholesterol, pure cholesterol. This is fat that the body makes cholesterol with, and I'll get into that later when I get into food. So we have the fat end and we have the more pointed end. Now, I use a flat of the eye tooth, to fracture the fat end. And you don't make a hole in it, you just fracture it. There's a membrane inside that collapses. And when it collapses, it allows all of the egg to be withdrawn when you suck it out. So you need to fracture that side. Again, it's this way, not this way. It's this way against that tooth. Now, I fractured it. I accidentally created a slide hole there, but it shouldn't run out. Now, this end, we want to put the hole in it. So it is down on the tooth to create a little happy face. And if that membrane is too thick, which it can get sometimes, use anything to break it. If you hold it down like this and suck gently, only the egg white will come.
You're sipping out of the pointed end, Aajonus?
Mm-hmm. So only the egg white comes out, and it just tastes like a little salty, thick water. So you just do that. If the egg white isn't coming, the egg yolk starts bobbing up at the top, it means you need to shake it. It's getting a little bit more mature egg, and you need to release the egg white from the egg yolk. You just keep sipping and mixing your saliva with it, with all that bacteria, to start pre-digesting it. Now, when an egg goes down, the egg white goes down, it needs no hydrochloric acid, it's already fluid. So it doesn't take any enzymes manufactured by the body. It doesn't take the hydrochloric acid. Just the bacteria will infiltrate it and digest it. Now, why do we do the egg white first? Because the yolk is full of fat, and the process of digesting fat is 5 times longer than digesting protein because of the bile reaction with it. So an egg, if eaten this way, will digest in 27 minutes. That is so little work for the intestines that your body can use all that nutrients from this complete food to cleanse and energize and stabilize the whole body with all that expense being used in digestion. So people get well faster. Anybody read my book, Recipe for Living Without Disease? Okay. In that I talk about the woman who had emphysema. She had been diagnosed 7 years prior to that time. In the last 2 years, she had been on machines for most of the time and unable to get out of bed. And her MD called me on a Thursday night late and said, I've got an emphysemic patient diagnosed 7 years ago. She's been on machines for 2 years. What do I do? I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? Oh, she said, you're going to die this weekend. I said, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she says, well, I've got my license to protect. I have my family to take care of. So, well, that's your conscience. The only thing I tell you is to get her 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put it at her bed table, and tell her to eat as many as she can. There's no limit. Eat as many as she can. So on Monday morning, I get a call from a raspy voice woman and said, it worked. I'm out of bed. Who are you? And she said, well, my doctor called and you told her that I should eat lots of eggs. And I had 33 on Saturday and 33 on Sunday. I'm off the machines and out of bed. What else should I do? I said, keep eating eggs. Keep eating eggs. That's what you need. And then get into milk and dairy as you can, but predominantly eat eggs. That's what an egg can do. Eggs can take you from death's door to a better state where you can get healthy quicker. If you've got bad digestion, live on eggs for a while. And I've eaten up to 50 a day. And you know, Mercola and everybody says, oh, you've got the biotin problem. You know, do I look like I have a biotin problem and I eat up to 50 eggs a day? It's all chemistry bullshit again, to get you from eating one of the best foods in the world. Milk is full of bacteria. You'll get disease from it. They're picking on 2 of the healthiest foods in the world. Why? If you're not sick, they don't make money. Think about it. It is as simple as that. If you don't think it's a conspiracy, you're gullible. I'm sorry, you're gullible. Just like you think the tobacco industry wasn't putting addictive stuff in their cigarettes. We had a whistleblower who came out 10 years ago and proved it. He was one of the scientists. He was one of the MDs who was part of that campaign. Coconut, I've seen that tribe living on coconut as their basic fat source. Besides that they get in the fish. They do eat a pig every once in a while, wild pig, maybe once a month, once every 6 weeks. But their main fat source is from the coconut. So coconut, although it is alkalinizing because it is so high in fat, it can be the bile that we have, even though it's acid-based, acidic base, does digest coconut very well. Now, I've seen that tribe digest coconut better than most people that I've seen because we don't have such good digestive tracts, and they've probably been doing it for thousands of years. But they were in very good health, great teeth, even though coconut was their main source of fat. But our digestive tract is mainly to digest animal cells, not cellulose, not plant cells. Okay, so we're talking about food. I mentioned how important fats were, and especially in a toxic society. Why? Because, like I said, toxins store in the fat. So where do we get our best sources of fat? Animal products. Those are readily digestible. We can digest some pressed oils like flax oil, olive oil, coconut oil. However, those are very concentrated, specific fats. They are not whole products, whole fat products. And I found that all pressed oils are 90% solvent reactive. That means that the body converts them into substances to dissolve toxic stuff in the body, whether it's organic or non-organic material. The body can make solvents like we make degreasers to cut oil and grease. We even have compounds that'll dissolve wood and, like muriatic acid. You see those stories in the movies where the hitman has a cleanup guy and he comes in and pours some muriatic acid over this body in a bathtub and it dissolves it. Well, the body makes substances like that when it does not have the bacteria, the parasites, or the fungus to dissolve that organic tissue. The body will make solvents. In our toxic society, those are necessary. We need some. That's how viruses are made. Viruses are not alive. They are solvents. They are soaps. They dissolve tissue that's too toxic for bacteria, parasites, or fungus to eat. So viruses are not alive. 30 years ago, it would have been criminal for a doctor to suggest taking antibiotics for virus because viruses weren't alive. The pharmaceutical industry 30 years ago decided, wait a minute. If we give the impression the viruses are alive, people will be afraid of live things. And they'll take more antibiotics. And then we'll have doctors prescribe antibiotics even though there's nothing to kill. And now you have today. Antibiotics are being suggested for viruses every day, all day long. A scam to make money again. But viruses are not alive. So these fats that are pressed oils, the body can make them into solvents for tissue that's too toxic for the normal microbes to decompose in the body and recycle. Other fats like avocados will also be made into solvents, but mainly utilized as fuel, as acetate for fuel, to not fuel, but to give us energy, to be used as an energy source. Coconut is mainly the same way. It gives you a lot of extra energy. It won't really stabilize the human body as an animal fat will, like milk and cream and butter, but it will soothe the nerves. There's something about the coconut cream that helps soothe nerves. Doesn't help rebuild them, doesn't help replace them, but it will soothe them. Butter, cream, milk, all of those are the best nutrients, fats for the body to stabilize it, to give it the greatest amount of energy, and to protect it. Butter works best with every part of the body except the brain and nervous system. Cream works the best there. However, cream's 5 times more difficult to digest than butter. 3/4 of the butter, 2/3 to 3/4 of the butter, the cream that's eaten will be made into butter once the body is produced. The cholesterol is necessary to feed and aid the brain and nervous system. So, eat a little bit of cream and a lot of butter. Save the liver, save the whole body from a lot of process. Let's say you have, 1/4 to of milk a day. You've got a great deal of cream to do all the work that needs to be done. If you're really skinny and very active, then you'll want to add some more cream in your daily diet. And then focus mainly on butter. And most people should be consuming at least 4 tablespoons of butter a day throughout the day. I sometimes will have up to a cup a day, half a cup a day. When I was climbing the hills, and I had a butter supply, in the Philippines and in Thailand. I would consume sometimes, a cup a day to get through all that, to do all of it. And to get through all, because I'm not used to exercise, and I was getting lactic acid build up, a little sore in the muscles. To prevent that, I had half a banana with a stick of butter, equivalent of a stick of butter, 8 tablespoons of butter. And I would have no pain. I could go day after day exercising 8-10 hours a day by hiking. And, cutting through the jungle, you got a machete. So, you switch arms and you're cutting through all the jungles. And that's a lot of work that I'm not used to. And only that first day that I got sore because I didn't have the banana and butter together. And then after I started the banana and butter, I had no soreness. None. And most people will go through that period of like 30 days, 6 weeks of getting through that pain stuff before their body is able enough to get rid of all that byproduct of lactic acid from using energy as muscularly in a great effort. And for me, that's a lot of effort to go from this to hacking huge, thick vines that are this big, and having, hiding vines that have thorns on them as long as my fingers, cut through jeans and everything into my flesh, so bleeding all the time. So still I was able to keep up with no muscle pain after I started eating the butter and the banana. Now I've tried to do that, experimented with cream and banana the same way. Very difficult to digest, a lot of slowness in that, and it did not prevent the soreness from being removed, the lactic acids from being removed quickly. So it was the butter and banana. Again, like I say, cream is mainly to feed the brain and nervous system of an animal and to help it regenerate. Once milk is refrigerated, the cream loses that ability. But it's still to help regenerate nerves, but at least still soothes the nerves and keeps them pliable and strong. And then you have to rely upon the meats. If you had milk fresh and warm, you wouldn't have to eat as much meat. It's like the Maasai tribe and the Fulani tribe, the Samburu tribes. 60 to 70% of their diet is raw dairy. And 25 to 35%, the Fulani has less meat and the Maasai have more meat in their diets. And we're only talking about a 10% difference. So one is 25 and one's 35%, meats. The Maasai tribe did not eat any fruit at all. It was illegal to eat fruit in that tribe because they were the skinny tribe. And, you see people who are skinny get on sugar, and what happens? Even if they're healthy, they can get crazy. And I won't date a skinny girl for that reason. Their buttons are very, 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 very delicate, vulnerable. So, skinny guys is the same way. It's just I don't deal with many guys on a personal level. I dated Twiggy one day, and that was the only day I'd ever called her again. She just had panic buttons. Everything was a disaster. It was like being in an emergency ward. Thin is not healthy. Thin is never healthy. You have no reserve. You have nothing to calm the nervous system. You're basically living on your own body. You're eating yourself. So back to the fats. So butter is the predominant fat to eat to help everything progress healthier within your body. If you're going to eat those pressed oils, I suggest no more than a tablespoon a day or 5 tablespoons a week if you're going to have it at one time in one sauce or something like that, like, you know, an olive oil sauce for a meat dish with garlic and onions in it, something like the Italians eat. But I would only have that once a week. And of course, you have to look at the Italians and the Greeks, their temperaments, you know, from all this olive oil. And if you see those that don't eat all that olive oil, that eat, you know, butter and cream, they don't have those same dispositions. So you have to take a look at what those pressed oils do, even if they're raw. That olive oil is highly acidic, very acidic, and it can cause irritation to the nervous system.
Rice bran oil too?
Pardon?
Rice bran oil?
Well, rice, you know, like I said, save your questions for later, but I'm going to answer that one. Rice bran has gibberellic acid in it. Gibberellic acid causes water retention and swelling. Pardon? I mentioned flaxseed already. It's highly acidic. Again, it will, any seed has properties of phytic acid in it. The phytic acid prevents the proper utilization of minerals. Those particular minerals prevent the utilization of proteins. Those prevention of proteins block the digestion of fat. So it's a whole chain reaction. Birds have a gizzard, and they're meant to eat seed. They break it down no problem. They're also one of the only 3 animals on this planet that are naturally built to drink water. Camel and the elephant are the others. The other 2. Those are the only animals in the world designed to live by drinking water as a help for their health. And the bird does it because the bird eats a lot of dry grain. It won't eat many sprouts. If you catch a bird and put it in a cage and feed it only sprouts, it'll be dead in a week. They eat dry grain as their main source of nutrients and bugs, depending upon the bird. There are birds that are basically not entirely vegetarians. They'll still eat bugs, but they still predominantly eat grains. And those have a gizzard to handle that kind of digestion, to handle flax oil, to handle sunflower oil, which is highly acidic. You know, so I handle all those oils that they can make and utilize properly in their bodies, and we cannot. Squirrels can do it with nuts. We don't do well on nuts. Again, it's the same process. We handle the starch in the nuts very well, but not the oils and the proteins. That's why in my books I say use the nut formula as a starch to bind with excess hormones, radical acidic hormones in the body that can cause problems. Otherwise, nuts should not be eaten on this diet, but as a medicine to lower hormones that cause anxiety. Those hormones that cause anxiety are mainly created for us to burn energy. If you're not well, let's say you've got a broken leg and you're an athlete and you can't exercise, and you have to because your body pours those nutrients into the system to be physically active, you've got a problem. You need to eat a starch to be able to lower that ratio so you can at least do something like sing, you know, to express those. Now, singing is the greatest, most exhausting exercise in the world. Ask any singer. They can be absolutely breathless after 2 or 3 hours of singing. Take a look at your opera singers. Very overweight, very heavy. You never see a thin opera singer. Singing is very, very strenuous on the system because you have to control your breathing. You don't go for the breathing of the nutrients and the use of energy in your body. You're going to control the voice. Changes the whole makeup of the whole being. 20 minutes of singing is an hour on a treadmill. So if you find yourself in anxiety, you need to exercise. If you can't exercise because of some physical problem, you sing. And if you're a bad singer, get earplugs for your mates, or you get a soundproof room, and you sing in a soundproof room. So, and that's your best way out, and it is a wonderful way out, you know. You don't have to be a good singer. You just have to learn to breathe and mobilize your voice. That's the exercise. Even if you're not good at it, it will expel those nutrients that are created every day for you to be physically active. Now, I can tell how many hours a person a day has to be physically active by the activity rings in the eyes. I have none. So this is my activity every day on my computer. And I can go 16 hours doing that a day, and that's no big deal. But other people have many activity rings in their eyes. If you have 7 to 14, you're the equivalent of an athlete. You need 8 to 10 hours, 11, 12 hours of activity a day. That doesn't mean that much exercise. You may have to, if you got a construction job, you're there. If you're an athlete, you're there. If you're a physical teacher, phys ed teacher, you're there as long as you're exercising with your students and doing the sports with the student. Remember that anxiety is always the nutrients in your body needing to be utilized as energy. Depression is low bacteria. So they're not the same things. Psychiatrists and psychologists will always treat them the same with drugs. Anxiety is you need to exercise, period. That is it. Find an exercise you enjoy and do it. If you've got depression, eat rotten eggs, rotten meat. And you'll be out of your depression in 10, 20 minutes, that quickly. And 300 people that I had report back to me on how the high meat and rotten eggs, I like to say it so nobody gets, so you'll understand that those are good things, rotten meat, rotten egg, as long as they're raw. I had almost 300 people report back to me, and only one came back and said it didn't make him giddy and silly and happy in 10 to 20 minutes. He wasn't depressed anyway. So, but he wanted he's been around people who were giddy and happy after eating the high meat. He thought it was a high, wanted to get high on it. It didn't hurt him, but it didn't make him giddy. But everybody else it did. I don't know why it does that. You get it. You look at those 2 patients that are on Ripley's Believe It or Not that eat with me, you see them giggling. That one woman there was taking 27 psychotropic drugs a day for 19 years, in and out of depression. All she needed was a good exercise program and the high meats. Changed her whole life. I mean, I was on back and forth on diet, on and off the diet with her for a year and a half. And she called me and says, got to do something about this. I said, listen, you're on a good diet. Thing you're lacking, your problem is depression. You're doing your yoga every day now. That takes care of the anxiety. And you got to deal with the depression with bacteria. Eat the high meat. I'm already on this diet of raw meat. It's antisocial. Bang. Hung up just like that. So she called me about 3 hours later and said, okay, I'm going to try it. How do I make the high meat? I told her it takes about 14 days. I don't have that kind of time. I may kill myself tonight. So I said, well, I do have a patient that I work with who makes a lot of it and might be able to persuade him into selling you some. I don't think he's going to give it to you because it's expensive and a lot to, it's a lot to make. It's a chore. It stinks up your house and everything else. So she said, okay. So I called him and had him call her. And, of course, she got some. And I got a call about 9:30 at night and said, and I wasn't answering the phone at that time. I screened my calls. And there's just her on the phone. I ate a marble size, a big marble size of the high meat, and it's rotten. It really stinks, and it was awful, and I'm afraid. I need to talk with you. No way I was going to get on that phone with her. Babysit her all night. I knew she was going to be fine. So every hour, every 45 minutes to an hour, till 5 o'clock in the morning, she called. Each time she called, her voice got a little bit happier and a little bit funnier. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, she was giggling and laughing and saying, I'm going to stay on this phone until you answer, and was whistling, zippity-doo-dah. Literally zippity-doo-dah. So it was time for me to answer. So I said, hi. And she said, why haven't you been answering this phone? Because I'm not going to babysit you. I'm not your babysitter. And look at you now. You're singing and whistling. Oh, okay. Hey, I am. Now she eats high meat all the time. And you saw her giggling on, Ripley's Believe It or Not. It's a woman that spent 19 years on 27 psychotropic drugs a day, which never helped her. I tell you, the pharmaceutical industry does not want you to get well. They want you to take medications all of your life. A lot of them. Period. That's it. And was that easy eating rotten meat? So depression is low bacteria in the body, especially for the brain and the nervous system, to digest your food. The bacteria in the high meat is breaking down that meat. That is good bacteria. And what is left goes right into the system instantly absorbed by the nervous system, goes right to the nervous system. Perfect. Okay, back to fats. There aren't really any other fats that we can consider food. Hydrogenated vegetable oils are not food. They are plastic. Margarine is that, and it is plastic. Do not ever even look at those. And you know how much hydrogenated vegetables are on those shelves and all those packages down there? 95% of all those packages everything that's been used in oil and fats, because there's nothing alive in it. There's no decay. You've got hundreds of years of shelf life there, unless you pour water directly on the food and let it rot. 95% of all those projects have hydrogenated vegetable oils in them. Now, the the food company itself that tells you it's organic food does not utilize it and make it that. They buy the substances from these chemical factories that produce it. And those chemical companies lie to those manufacturers. And the chain goes on, just like all your vitamin supplements that are natural. Do you know that kerosene is natural? But would you drink kerosene? Would you put it on your food, a tablespoon or two on your cereals? Well, that's what goes into manufacturing food. A kerosene derivative cleans your food. It fractionates and separates the cells like the kidneys use ammonia. Some companies use ammonia to separate certain things. But that's usually in biological substances like animal products. But when it comes to they're going to extract some nutrients out of grains or leaves or stalks or roots and make a supplement with it, they're using a kerosene derivative. It's all natural. But do you think the manufacturer of the supplement knows this? Only if they're chemists do they know this. Only if they worked in a chemistry lab do they know this. And a chemistry lab wants the business. Oh, we can make an all-natural vitamin for you. Absolutely. We're not going to tell you that we use kerosene, that kerosene is natural. We're not going to tell you that we use strychnine and cyanide, even though they're natural. And all of those things are used to break down certain substances in food. Salt is one of the worst. I'll go ahead and talk about salt. Salt is the most highly reactive substance on this planet. It is more volatile than nitroglycerin. General Electric spent $2 trillion over the last 60 years trying to use pure sodium as an explosive. But it only takes 2 degrees temperature change to ignite it. They have never been able to find a way to harness it. One pure block of sodium, crystal of sodium this big, is worth an entire atomic bomb that can take out 10 New York City blocks and all those buildings. One block of pure sodium. So they never use sodium by itself. They put either sodium chloride with it or potassium with it, and basically that's saltpeter. Any of those things cause damage in the body. And who jumped on that? King and Queen of England. They started the salt mining by copying India. And they saw what great money market it was, because you have to realize before refrigeration, all food wilted and rotted in the open air. Whatever the temperature was outside and in your house was the temperature that food was exposed to. Only if you had a cellar under your house would you have something cold, if you lived in a cold environment. Of course, the earth, no matter how deep you go, will stay at about 68, 62 degrees, no matter how cold or warm it is outside, unless you're in the Arctic. Then, of course, it gets cold very deep and low down, like 6-7 feet in the ground. Then, after you get that feet, it's 68 degrees again. Earth stays about that temperature. So that's why they use cellars. But most people in London and Paris didn't have cellars in their homes, couldn't afford cellars in their homes, and all the way from 1100 on, when the King and Queen of England started making the salt industry a big industry. And you put it on any food and it tastes better. When food was wilting and rotting and stinking. And also they found that it preserved food. The Jews jumped all over it and used the salt to preserve food. But what are you preserving it with? You're preserving it with an explosive. Sure, it's more of an explosive when it's isolated. The sodium is isolated by itself. But what does it do in the blood? The blood isolates it. The blood fractionates it. So what happens? You have these explosions that go off in the blood all the time. Sure, the minute, sodium is the smallest molecule that there is of any of the minerals, of any of the elements. However, if a crystal this big can take out most of New York City and all of the buildings, a little bitty tiny fraction of a molecule of sodium can do pretty big damage in the blood. Can destroy one little bitty molecule of sodium can destroy 1 million red blood cells. Also, what does it do besides exploding in the bloodstream? It dehydrates the system. It doesn't carry water properly. It'll hoard water but not release it to the cells. Causes water retention. What else does it do? It explodes the smorgasbord of nutrients. I just was listening to a high-tech raw fooder this morning on I'm sorry, I ridicule it, and that's not nice to do. But, you got these high-tech raw fooders which are going around. Got to change the battery? You what?
I just dropped it.
You lost 2 hours?
I thought the batteries were going to
Okay. So sodium, what it does, you have a smorgasbord of nutrients. You have anywhere from 92 to 117 nutrients, and this high-tech raw fooder was talking about, what do you call it, microclusters. New technical name for it. I've been calling them smorgasbords because I want you to think about them as food. Now we got this guy going around talking about microclusters of nutrients. Takes you right off into chemistry again. And here's a guy trying to get you to eat raw food, and you're talking about chemistry rather than smorgasbord of nutrients. I don't get it. So you got the smorgasbord of nutrients, and what happens if it's around one of those explosions? Fractionates into 4 or 5 pieces. Cell goes to eat, gets 20 nutrients, 50 nutrients, 60 at the most. It doesn't get its full balanced diet anymore, so every cell in the body then becomes deficient. Because you have these exploding particles. Yeah, it keeps parasites down, but you need the parasites in the blood to eat all the decaying tissue from the exploding sodium. Well, we got rid of the parasites out of the blood. Does that mean you're healthier? No. You need to go through that vomiting and diarrhea to get rid of the contaminants caused by all the explosions. Vomit and diarrhea is an important part of getting well. To give you an example, I had a younger woman who was 38 years old who died of breast cancer. Now, she's somebody that shouldn't have died, I don't think. I wanted her to gain 10 more pounds. She went from being very skinny to 20 pounds more, 15 to 20 pounds more than she had, and I wanted her to gain just 10 more pounds. Because if you got cancer, you're going to go through a period of vomiting to get rid of the poisons that cause the cancer, especially if it's breast. So she refused to gain that extra 10 pounds, so when she went in after almost 3 years on the diet, she went into the point where she was going to finally resolve the cancer. So she started vomiting. The most I had seen it happen was 6 weeks, the longest I'd ever seen anybody vomit. I figured somebody could probably go 8 weeks if they had enough fat on them. So I always tried to get my cancer patients to get enough weight to be able to tolerate 8 weeks of vomiting. Doesn't always happen that way. Like Awanza from my book, she would vomit 11 times a day, but it would last for only 2 weeks at a time. Then her body would take off 2 months and then go through it again, or take off 6 weeks and go through it again for 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks. But this girl went every day, maybe vomiting 5, 6 times a day. It was on for 8 weeks, didn't stop. So at 8 weeks, I took 4 ounces. I asked her husband to give me, one of the vomits, and it was only 4 ounces. Sent it to the laboratory in St. Louis. 4 days later, the laboratory called me. The head of the laboratory, the general manager of the laboratory, not the laboratory technician. And he said, somebody's poisoning your patient. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, she has 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium in that vomit. Thallium is a mineral that is like mercury. It's not as it's almost soft as lead or soft gold, even softer than soft gold, but like lead, very soft. And it is almost as toxic as mercury. It's used in rodent poison a lot, and there are a lot of women who poison their husbands with it, put it in their cereals, put it in their coffees. So it is a law that a lab has to report to the police and to the doctor that somebody is likely poisoning the patient when there's a level that high. So that's why they were calling me. But then when I got the lab reports back, it showed smaller amount. And then when I got the third one, when it was supposedly right, there was no high level. So I don't know what that was all about, whether the lab was trying to protect themselves or what, I don't know. But anyway, this woman was a metallurgist. She made silver jewelry right over a Bunsen burner with no mask and no gloves all of those years. So she was inhaling all the thallium and the mercury from that silver she was working this clothes with, inhaling it all day long, every day, 10, 12 hours a day sometimes. She had a lot of money, but she was poisoned to death. So what did all that money get her? Death at 38 years old. I don't care how much you eat raw. You cannot take care of yourself with that kind of poisoning. It's just going to be impossible. The cleanup is not enough. You would have to have 5 times the digestive tract and twice the amount of ability to put on that much metal and that much fat to protect yourself. Even that extra 10 pounds may not have saved her. I think it would have, because once she finished vomiting, a few days before she died, all the tumors stopped. All the tumors dissolved and went away. She didn't have a breast, but she didn't have an open sore anymore either. It was all sealed. You know, it was a natural mastectomy. You know, but she didn't make it because she was too skinny. She was so sore from vomiting, every time she ate anything, it came right back up. So she died of starvation, even though it looked like the cancer had completely finished and stopped. So vomiting, diarrhea are very important to your getting well quickly. I don't like diarrhea as much as I like vomiting, because it's too easy to dehydrate with diarrhea, and you lose too many of the bacteria in the intestines. But if it's dumping out the stomach, better. Now the stomach, we didn't talk about that before, the stomach has a lining that synthesizes hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid dissolves bone, cartilage, all those things you can't chew. Hydrochloric acid can dissolve it, but it won't dissolve its own stomach lining. Pretty resilient tissue, the most resilient tissue in the human body, in many animals' bodies. What does the body do with a lot of the contaminants that are in high doses that are injected or infused into the body? Puts them in the stomach lining. Almost every time you get a vaccine or an injection, most of the mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde are placed in the stomach lining. That's a good thing. However, the side effect of that is that you dump a little of those poisons into your food every time you eat. You can poison your food, you contaminate your intestinal tract, you contaminate your nervous system and the whole body. And that's a problem. Vomiting gets rid of that quickly. So vomiting is a good thing. Diarrhea also gets rid of it, but you flush a lot of bacteria out of there and you destroy a lot of bacteria. How can you resolve and work around that on this diet? Cheese. We're talking about fatty substances. Cheese, even if it doesn't have fat in it, it will absorb the toxins. Even if it's made from skim milk, it will absorb the toxins in the stomach and throughout the small intestines. If you have a lot of toxicity, I suggest you eat cheese every 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, depending upon the toxicity level in your stomach and intestines. And I can tell in iridology how much that is. So I'm going to tell somebody to eat, you know, a little sugar cube-sized amount every 15 minutes or half an hour or an hour. And if you do that, you're going to have cheese just absorbing every moment of the day, absorbing those poisons. And cheese can absorb a lot of concentration of poisons. like 1 tablespoon of cheese would have absorbed 100% of that 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium that's given at one time. Takes a lot of thallium, if you're giving it a little bit at a time, to kill somebody. But, pardon?
What kind of cheese?
Raw and salted cheese. Any kind of raw and salted cheese. If it's salted, you have an explosive in there which causes the cheese to be digested. You don't want the cheese to be digested. So you don't eat cheese with salt in it. It has to be raw and salted. Even if it's cottage cheese, it's fine as long as there's no salt in it. And it will just absorb all the way through. And what a lot of people do, I have one construction worker who's making it work for him. Construction, they're using, they're allowed in the metals in the construction industry, the government is allowing 20% spent uranium. Why? Because the military sells it to steel industries. 7 cents a pound. You know how cheap that is? 7 cents a pound for spent uranium. So they take old bombs, you know, fragments of bombs from exploding in their military practice and bombs that are now obsolete, outdated, they sell them to the steel industry. So now you've got 22% radioactive material in your building materials. And they drill it, they weld it, they inhale it, get it throughout their systems. So I have one construction worker who takes care of himself. He now wears a mask all the time on the site, and he has a pouch, a huge leather, thick leather pouch protecting his jar of cheese, cut into little chips. His wife cuts them into little sugar cubes, and he's popping them. He may do one every 5 minutes, but he will do them all day long, and he's absorbing and keeping control of that contamination. He was off for 2 years because he had fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue and couldn't work. And when he started eating the cheese that way and doing lots of eggs, he was able to go back to work in just 2 weeks because he was able to control the amount of poisons that are in his system. So the kidney didn't keep getting into his food, poisoning his food, and then his body getting less nutrients.
Cheese alone.
Cheese alone. Well, you could eat some butter with it if you have a tendency toward constipation and you're very thin. And pardon?
No honey.
Honey will allow you to digest the cheese. Okay? So please, I'm going to cover this anyway. If you interrupt me, we're just going to have time here. So, like I said, if you have a question or a comment, write it down. We'll have a Q&A before I finish. And if you bringing out poisons in your mucus, my nutritionist told me to swallow it, that it was better, to swallow I don't want to swallow poisons and recycle it even through my digestive tract. So I will expectorate it. I'm not going to swallow it. So the cheese is very, very helpful. Dairy in all of its complexities, in any way that you can change it, is a different kind of a therapy. So cheese can help us get well faster, remove the poisons much faster in the system. Milk is much more soothing to the body, but a lot of people get very tired from it. Why? Because it's meant to relax you. It's meant to relax babies, to put them to sleep so they grow fast. Then as the children get older and they get off of milk, they become hyperactive maniacs. And you're saying, calm down, kid, calm down. This is my child, he's just hyperactive. And the kids, but if you keep giving the children milk, all the tribes that eat milk their whole lives. The tribes who don't eat milk all their lives at least feed their children milk until they're 7 years old. So their whole nervous systems are calmer. Need that cream. So even if milk makes you tired, sip it. Don't drink a lot at one time. Sip it. 2, 3 swallows at a time, ounce at a time, 2 ounces at a time, you won't go into that lethargy, that tiredness that, like a baby, you drink the milk, you go to sleep, grow, drink the milk, go to sleep and grow. You know, you don't have to go through that. So you sip it, you don't drink a lot. And it does soothe and help the entire body. Cream, like I said, helps feed the nervous system. If you're underweight, you can't gain weight faster than by drinking a lot of cream, and it's quite delicious. And of course, you can have ice cream, but just know that for some reason, when you freeze the cream like that and the eggs in it, and even without the eggs, I've tried it, it will cause a lung detoxification. If I eat the ice cream, 10, 15 minutes, I'm coughing. I'm bringing it up. So I have to be a little bit more careful with how much ice cream I eat and how often. So if somebody has a very severe lung condition, and after you gain some more weight, eat some ice cream. Clean your lungs out faster. Just be sure and eat cheese along with it. And eat cheese throughout the day after you eat the ice cream. So let's get into protein now. Vegetarians say, oh, we can eat beans, we can eat grains. You know how much protein is in grains? Not more than 12%. How much fat is in a grain? 6%. What nutrients? It's all sugar. We're not designed for sugar. None of our system is designed for sugar. Beans, sure, high in carbohydrates, starches, higher in protein, let's say 15 to 18%. Fat, much higher, 22%. You know, oil-soluble fats. However, you have to cook them to eat them, because if you eat raw beans, you will die, even if they're germinated. I know I tried. I almost died eating germinated kidney beans. I had so much headache and so much diarrhea over a 3-day period and so many cramps. It was like I ate the poison mushroom. And it was even worse than the poison mushrooms in some circumstances, because at least with the poison mushroom, I passed out, slept every 20 minutes every hour. But after I ate those beans, I was unable to sleep for 3 days. 72 hours I could not sleep. I thought germination would take care of the phytic acid. But what you don't realize is that there are 3 other enzymes that are created that do the exact same as phytic acid, so you have 3 times the phytic acid reaction. Even birds that are meant to eat grains, they eat sprouted grains, and what happens? Sprouted germinating grains, they'll die in a week if that's all they're fed. So you have to take a look at that in rationale. What do we digest? We are not squirrels. We don't digest nuts well enough. I was eating 7 pounds of nuts a day. And walnuts and pecans, softer nuts that we should be able to digest the easiest. And I was down a fraction of an ounce the next day, or a whole ounce the next day. Impossible to digest. Of course, I don't have the hydrochloric acid that most people do. Most people might do twice the digestion of it. But still, having to eat 3.5 pounds of nuts a day, not logical. If that isn't what nourishes us in, let's say, a pound, it's really not for us. In my experiments with animals, carnivores and humans, the people who generated tissue and got well and healed the fastest were those that ate raw meat. And some of those that ate warm milk right out of the cow or goat or sheep. And those were the only situations where they progressed and grew and healed fast. Otherwise, very slow, extremely slowly. So on nuts, grains, even though they were germinated or made into a raw cake, or cracker, I tried all of those things and none of them worked over a 12-year period. So I was committed to the meat by 1982 completely. And that's also when I started eating meat on a daily basis, twice daily. And it definitely was a great experience to learn that. Of course, I had to experiment not only with myself but other people before I accepted it. I used to be much more hard-headed than I am now. Now I look at a worm or a centipede and I can put it right in my mouth without worrying about it anymore. But I used to always be paranoid of creepy, crawly things. But if you've been to Asia, man, they eat cockroaches this big, and they eat scorpions, they eat all of these things because they have no meats, a lot of these places, so they grow insects. And that's what they farm, insects. And you can find tons of them in the markets. On the streets, fried, fried in water or oil, crispy, right off the streets. All those things. And you look at that and you say, my God, these people have gone beyond our sensibilities. They're not afraid of paranoid of anything. I mean, cooking scorpions. In China, in lower southern China, in Yishuanbana, they were eating bats, fresh bats. They were there right at the market selling bats to eat. After you skin them, there's not much left. One bite about this big, and that's it. But you've got to get over your squeamishness. So protein, if you want a lot of concentrated protein, you eat meat, whether it's fish, shell seafood, or shell food, shell sea creatures, or fowl, any kind of poultry, and four-legged red meat animals. In my book, I talk about red and white meat. That is a misnomer I should not have addressed. I should have made up some name, any name that meant nothing. But I picked red and white. So forget that they're colors, they are classifications. Four-legged animals are red meat. Anything with two legs or no legs is white meat, no matter what the color. So salmon is orange, white meat category. Okay? Ostrich is as red as liver. White meat category, it's a bird, two legs. Okay? They do affect the body in different ways. In a sick body, that is. In a healthy body probably can make any cell out of any kind of meat that you eat. But in an unhealthy body, I found that the white meat category foods help regenerate digestive organs and bones, connective tissue, skin, neurological system better and quicker than red meat can. Red meat I've seen regenerate livers, gallbladder, spleen, pancreas, muscles. That's it. That's what it regenerates faster than white meats will. So we are compromised in our health. So those you can use as, let's say, I want more muscle strength, you more red meat. But if you get, if you get high anxiety or irritable when you eat red meat, that means you've got high hormonal productions from eating the red meat, and you're a high activity person, and you should be eating more of the white meats, or always eat white meats with your red meats. So you just have to be careful and experiment how your system moves on that. So if you want more muscle tissue and you're one of those normally high active individuals, then you eat eggs with your red meat, or you eat some fish or poultry with that red meat meal. Let me give you an example. I had a woman that came to me at 28 years old. She went chronically fatigued at 14 years old. She was born with black eyes. Her mother had blue. Her father had green. Two sisters, one blue and one green. And she had black eyes at birth. Now, how can that happen? It happened because the mother was smoking, drinking, doing a lot of drugs, 1969, college. Didn't know she was pregnant for 5 months. Kept having periods. So it completely destroyed the placenta. Now, the placenta is the fetus's liver and filter until the baby's born. Then the baby's liver kicks in, but the placenta is it. Those contaminants that the mother was consuming destroyed that placenta. So all the contaminants were getting into the baby. So they stored into the baby and caused black eyes. So when I met her at 27, 28 years old, she had black eyes. She got on the diet, and after 7 years, her eyes were blue and orange. In another 40 or 30 years, she will have blue eyes if she stays on the diet. And she's doing very well on the diet. Also, after that 7 years, she went from... Anybody want some? She went from only working 6 hours weekly to sailing boats for a living. She and her husband, she got married 2 years ago. She and her husband sail boats for a living. Do you know what it's like to sail a boat, a 32-footer? 2 people sailing a boat through storms and everything from the Bahamas all the way down Aruba, all the way up Mississippi River, up to Wisconsin. They sail boats. That's how much energy she has. And she had none from 14 to 20 to 32 years old. And boy, when she hit 34, 33 years old, on this diet, the energy started sailing. She has 6.5 activity rings in her eyes. She's almost an athlete. But on this diet, it gives you that much more energy. So think about that. You may be lethargic and tired, and you eat red meat, and you get high anxiety. You know that you're one of those high-activity persons. Always eat white meat with your red meat. And when you get healthy enough, don't eat much red meat, mostly white meat. Okay? And those are the only things you have to watch for. And you only have to consider if you want to develop your brain and nervous system quicker, you eat fish. Fish promotes that better. Better brain and nervous system. If you want to detox heavy metals out of the body quickly, the protein that facilitates that, even if you're not eating fat, and you should eat fat with it anyway, is oysters. I had a young woman in her 30s come to me. She's about 34 years old. Her eyes were black, looked like she was a lathe operator, and they should have been blue eyes. Now, the other girl I was talking about had acrylamides and everything. Her eyes were black from layers and layers and layers of toxins. And some old oxidized rusting iron and iodine that had gone black from it. This woman actually had metal from what? Pollution, air pollution. She grew up in the heart, right in the center of London, 4 airports. All of that jet fuel, all of that diesel-like fuel with all those heavy metals, she inhaled for her entire 28 years, 30 years of her life. Came to me at 34, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, unable to do anything. Year and a half on and off the diet, high anxiety. She didn't have any energy to exercise, but she needed to exercise because all the chemicals in her body were produced for physical exercise. Depression tremendously because all the heavy metals in her body, poison constantly were dumping into the digestive tract, poisoning the bacteria. So she was like that woman, I talked about earlier, this is a crazy diet, the same behavior. The same thing she said to me is crazy diet already, I'm not going to eat rotten meat. So I couldn't get her to eat much rotten meat. It helped, she would eat it, but she just wouldn't do it very often. So I said, okay, let's do something else very radical. I'd like you to eat 6 oysters a day, 3 twice daily, with a half a cup to a whole cup of red meat. And I want you to do that religiously 6 days a week, On the seventh day, you don't eat any oysters, eat whatever other meat you want to eat, but you still eat meat. So she did it religiously for 1 year. She came back, and I took a photograph of her eyes. She removed as much metal in that year as most people would do in 3 to 5 years on this diet. And I've tried other foods to do that, combinations of foods like cilantro and cheeses and berries and cilantro, and nothing did it like the oysters. Clams, close, but for some reason oysters. And a lot of people say, well, look at all the toxicity in oysters. Oysters a bottom feeder. It's going to get all the latent mercury, that falls to the bottom and all that. I said, but for some reason, if you have oysters analyzed, there's no toxicity level in them of any concern. It's all trace. All the contamination's in the shell. So they build it into the shell and not into the oyster. So if you don't eat the shell, how many people want to eat shells? Okay, then you don't have to worry about it. Eat your oysters.
But how do we open them? It sat all day and it wouldn't open.
You take one of those slightly curved oyster knives with a good handle. You wear a leather glove, and there's a muscle on the back, a little muscle. You work your way into there, and then you go like this, and they'll open, pretty readily. Some people drop them into, hot water at about, 100 degrees. You let them sit in there for, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and they open. Yeah. Yeah, they don't like that heat. They'll open. So, but you have to wait that, amount of time, and they don't taste the same, And there's really not good water, and you have to stay controlled so the water doesn't get over 100 degrees. It's a lot of work. Easier just to take your time and work that right into the back of the muscle and work your way in there. And then once you get the knife in, it's go like this, and that's it. They'll open up. You cannot cleanse the body. The body, even though I talk about fats being used to harness toxins, they do not work alone. You have to have proteins there to help digest fats and to utilize fats and to make solvents. Protein's 15 to 30% of a solvent. Energy-wise, you cannot utilize fat as energy unless there's 15% pyruvate involved in there. That's a protein sugar. And you have to have a tiny bit of citric acid, natural citric acid, or vitamin C in the body to be able to utilize those combinations, 80% fat and 15% pyruvate, to make sure the citric acid cycle moves to give a cell that energy to be able to use the fat as energy. So you've got to have proteins. And the proteins that we digest best are animal proteins. Now, when I talked about, we have many people who have bone loss. What happens when you have a lot of toxic metals in the body and you've used up your fat reserve out of your blood? You've had, too many fruits, or you had a really sweet fruit, which utilizes the fat in the blood, and you've got toxins that are moving in your body. How do you harness those? The body's going to use minerals. They're going to take it out of your bone. They're going to start eating up your body to mineralize and neutralize those minerals, those acidic minerals that will dissolve the body. It's going to take the alkalinizing minerals, which are mainly calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium. And it's going to rob the bones of those minerals, so the bones are going to disintegrate little by little. Osteoporosis happens to everybody because of our toxic world. How can we replace those minerals? How can we provide enough minerals to bind and neutralize those toxins with and without enough fats in the body? Clay. Cheese with honey. milk. Those are your main substances of concentrated minerals. Clay I recommend is Terramin clay, Terramin. I like that clay because it's from an old thermal waterbed table. So the water never got over 98 degrees where they mine it. Phosphorus is cauterized at 98 degrees. So not even the phosphorus, one of the only places except in fresh raw foods where you can find phosphorus. When they check to see if milk has been pasteurized, they look to see if the phosphorus is cauterized. Because it is cauterized at a very low temperature. It's hard to tell the cauterization, the slow cauterization of other minerals beyond 170. So what pasteurization temperature was 141, they looked to the phosphorus to give them that indication. So in this clay, the phosphorus is pure and uncauterized and unadulterated. All the other minerals, it's high in aluminum, but that's a natural aluminum. People say, oh, we don't want a lot of aluminum. Yes, you do, because aluminum attracts aluminum. And we are all full of aluminum. Canned foods, all the stuff. Screens that oxidized and dust. Things that are made of aluminum in the house oxidize and dust all the time you're inhaling them. I have not seen one person except for a jungle person who wasn't full of aluminum. That aluminum helps attach to the aluminum in the body, the aluminum that's in that Terramin clay. And the way you make the Terramin clay, you can make it in a way to be probiotic, to help you generate bacteria in your intestines. So you take a 2-cup jar, glass jar, you put a cup of clay in it, the Terramin clay, you put a cup of water, a cup and a quarter of water in that, and what happens is you stir it and the water thins out the clay, and you get like a plaster of clay consistency, plaster of Paris consistency. You let it sit for 4 to 5 days. The bacteria evolves very nicely. Clay is the only element on this planet that can shapeshift. Can shapeshift. It can go from a bacteria to an amoeba. It can take any kind of shape. It's like a stem cell in the body. That's why they say all life came out of a primordial mush. Clay, wet clay. Flies can generate, any kind of creature can generate from clay. So you let it sit for 4 to 5 days. And it starts being able to do good things for whatever environment it's in. Even when clay exists from molten lava. And when you have molten lava, what do you have? You have no calcium, you have no phosphorus, no magnesium. Anything that melts and disintegrates at anywhere from 1,300 to 2,300 degrees, that's lava, temperature, all those minerals are gas and gone. What do you have left? Metals. That's all you have. In molten lava, that's what you have. That's why it hardens like it is. It's like steel if you walk on it. It takes thousands of years to even think about getting that back in the dirt. But what gets it back in the dirt when it gets back in the dirt? Clay. Still, I won't eat clay that's from molten lava because it's still predominantly heavy metals, lots of mercury, thallium, lead, all those things that I don't want to eat. This clay comes from in the Mojave Desert, from a waterbed, and because, remember, you go into the ground 68 degrees, even when it's 140 in the Mojave Desert, you go foot under the ground at 68 degrees. So that's where they're mining this Terramin clay. And it's an excellent clay. take about a tablespoon of that, sometimes tablespoon and a half I recommend, into 4 ounces of milk. Blend it only 1 second. Sip it. It'll taste, that particular clay makes the milk taste slightly like chocolate milk. Not bad, easy to drink. And if you don't like the kind of gritty, slightly gritty taste in your mouth, then just have another ounce or 2 of milk and rinse your mouth out and swallow it. That will add minerals to your body to bind with poisons throughout the system, especially if they're coming out in high amounts. Also will add probiotics into the intestines. Also give your bacteria knowledge and properties that only exist in that shape-shifting stem cell-like clay. It is probably the only superfood I know of. All this other superfood is bullshit. I'm sorry I have to say that. It is all bullshit. If you're a cow or a fish, you can eat seaweed. You can eat algae. But if you're not, guess what you're going to find in your feces? 98% of all that you eat is going to be in your feces. You paid a lot of money to watch it pass out. Your stools turn green because that's basically all you've done is turn your stools green. And you may shit better. Definitely it adds bulk and sodium, high amounts of sodium that irritate the intestines. And of course, you're going to move better, but that doesn't mean you're getting healthier. You're not digesting that stuff. Chlorella is more of a singular cell creature, even though it is crossed between an animal and a plant. And we have the mushroom that's a cross between an animal and a plant on the earth. In the water, it's chlorella. And you can get some nutrients from chlorella, but you have to soak it in your juice for a while or in some water to get it to be active and to break down that wall. That wall, once it's dried, it becomes hard to digest. You're not going to break it down. So you need to soak it for, hours or days to get it to be able to be utilized. Otherwise, you're spending a lot of money on nothing. Another way you could do it is you mix it with like cottage cheese, and it will slowly digest. It won't run too fast. But if you're going to put it with a juice or liquid, like everybody says to take it, put it in water, then it's going to move too fast, and you better put it in that water or that juice and let it sit there for a day or two if you really want to utilize it. Of course, then your juice isn't going to taste so good. So, trade-off of how you want to do it. So, the only superfood I know of, but you're not going to get any protein from it, you're not going to get much fat from the clay. It is introducing a life substance in your body that can create a whole new and healthier environment that may be just particular to your needs. It's the only food I know that can do that. Also, because of the mineral content in it, it can bind, chelate with a lot of toxic minerals in your body and prevent them from doing damage to your system. Okay, let's get off into carbohydrates. Now, according to a lot of scientists, we need a lot of carbohydrates. Some say we need to eat mainly carbohydrates. Some say we need just a small amount. As I talked about in the citric acid cycle, you need only 5%. If you were healthy, you would only need 5%. The Maasai tribe didn't use any carbohydrates. They just had the milk and the meat. They didn't need it because you have enough carbohydrates in meat. There are carbohydrates in meat. How much? 5-10%, depending upon the animal. If it's a bird, you're going to have a higher ratio of carbohydrates because they eat grains more than herbivores do. So you'll get a lot of carbohydrates in the meat depending upon the meat. And of course, if it's grain-fed, like a corn-fed cow, you're going to have a lot of starches in that meat, a lot of carbohydrate. Could be up to 20% of that meat could be carbohydrate instead of the normal 5%. But basically, if you were completely healthy, you would only need 5%. And you'd get enough from your vegetable juice, and you get enough from one piece of fruit a day and all the other meat that you eat and all the meat that you eat. You're going to have enough carbohydrate. As sick as we are, I found that we need 10 to 15% carbohydrate. So having at least 2 vegetable juices a day, 1 piece of fruit a day takes care of that need easily, more than enough. Do we need grains? Oh, let's talk about grains. We need all these grains to be athletes. What happened to that whole era? You know, Mary Jo King, what was her name? Billie Jean King, and who was that tennis player? McEnroe. You know, you take a look at those people who believed that crap, and their coaches had them eating all that high-grain stuff. What happened? Bad tempers. They dried out and wrinkled out and shriveled up. They were finished as athletes in their late 30s, mid-30s. Dried out their muscles, dried out their skin. Look at both of them now, and both of them are fat to compensate for all that. And that's a good thing. I'm glad they're both fat, because now they're not irritable. You know, they're different people. They bought that high-grain garbage. Now, I've got a guy, and I just saw him Thursday. He was Paul Cohen, the Olympic contender and tennis player in the 40s and 50s. He's now 72 years old. He's been on my diet 14 years. He was McEnroe's coach for 10 years. When he got on this diet, he got on reluctantly because he was very ill. And when he saw what happened to his body, now he plays tennis, 72 years old. He runs an international research company with many employees, 72 years old. He works 10 to 14 hours a day, plays tennis, goes, and goes. Lots of employees, takes care of everybody. Still kind of irritable, the coach type, but he's getting better. Every year he's on the diet, he gets better. The fatter I can get him, the better he gets. When he gets skinny, when he doesn't like being fat for a while, he gets irritable again. I have to put him in his place. But he said, if I had only known this diet when I was a player, you know, and teaching McEnroe, you know, coaching McEnroe, we would have run away with everything. Nobody would have been able to touch us. Let me give you an example. The 2 top tennis champions, male and female, high school in the United States, are on this diet. Top tennis champion, male tennis champion in high school, was an emphysemic child. He came to me unable to breathe at 8 years old. Was taken off of all dairy by alternative therapists, even regular medical doctors. I put him on lots of raw dairy and lots of raw butter and lots of eggs, lots of milkshakes. He's now the #1 tennis champion in high schools in the United States. The girl wasn't as bad, but, you know, she's a powerhouse, incredible powerhouse. And you expect her to be thin and lean? No, she is full like a bull, like the black tennis players we have right now. Those are champions. Okay, take a look at that. Always you had to be skinny to be a tennis player. No, you have to be strong and have endurance. So that's what this diet can do. You can get well from being sick, or you can get more athletic and more adept at whatever you want to do. It's up to you, you know, to decide how far you want to go with your health. I've met plenty of people who've said, I'd rather suffer of cancer than eat that way. I've got no judgment about it. You can die any way you want. You can live any way you want. I'm just here to give you information that there's an alternative. You know, I mean, I can't tell you not to suffer. I did a lot of suffering. So, you know, I can't be a hypocrite and say don't suffer. You know, some people need to suffer to learn. I certainly would not know what I know today, and I would not help the people that I help today without having suffered disease. So even though I see a lot of people suffering disease that don't have to, it is their learning experience. And I've seen a lot of those people. I remember one woman, she was a librarian. Her husband was a ballroom dancer, ballroom instructor. Not a real bright guy, but he's a fun guy, a happy guy, a great personality. She was a very intellectual person being a librarian. What a match those were. I couldn't understand how they were together. But he had a lot of digestive problems, was very skinny, and she was like 100 pounds overweight. And she was fat and happy and smart, and he was skinny and miserable and very athletic. And so I put him on the diet. It got him better, and he was doing everything great. And his wife kept saying, you're on a dangerous diet, you're on a dangerous diet. 10 years go by, and he's happier and healthier than can be. She's getting very sick, very sick. So she takes a look at her husband after 10 years and said, I'm going to do it. Goes on the diet, loses 100 pounds in 4 months, becomes perfectly healthy. She had to go through it. Her husband had to go through it. She had to watch it for 10 years. That's what academia does to you. That's what bullshit on paper does to you, if you believe it. Just remember, get wild. Things out there in the world are wild. The bacteria in your body is your wildness. It is part of life and is not something to be afraid of. Don't whimper at mucus. Don't quiver at urine and feces. Like I said, how many animals go around licking butts, other people's butts as well as their own, cleaning the feces off? How many mothers eat the feces of their babies, their infants? Eat it right out of the nest and get vital and vigorous. What happens? You're eating food that hasn't been completely digested, but predominantly digested, so if you eat it, you're going to finish digesting it. Look at all the animals that go after and eat buffalo manure, and there's even tribes that do that. Why? And in India, there are people that go around eating buffalo manure. They won't eat the buffalo, but they'll eat the buffalo urine and buffalo manure because they're not going to kill the animal, but they know that they can get the nutrients. The animal has already pre-digested that vegetation and put it into almost an animal, vegetative, bacterial form when it gets into the colon. So it's converted it. So think about all the prejudice that keep you sick and ill. Get away from it. Forget it. Okay, let's talk about time to eat things. The times to eat. Let me talk a little bit more about the carb as far as juices go. Juices can introduce a lot of enzymes into your body, a lot of new minerals, things to alkalinize the system, to help you balance it because we're so toxic. If we weren't toxic, we wouldn't need to eat much vegetable juice. We could chew a little bit of grass like, dogs and cats do and spit out the pulp. And we've had 1 drop of vegetable juice, chlorophyll, to help us balance some of our blood. Since we don't have that, we have a lot more toxicity in our body, we need more juice to help us alkalinize those toxicities, especially when we wake in the morning for most people. If you've been a vegetarian a long time, don't drink juice in the morning. Drink it later in the day. You already over-alkalinize your system. Your digestive system doesn't work right. And a lot of the normal, natural animal digesting bacteria is not prominent. because your body's converted over trying to be a vegetarian. But an herbivore has 2.5 times longer digestive tract than we do. Their food passes through in 48 hours. Ours passes through in 24 hours. Their systems break down cellulose 75%. Ours breaks down cellulose 2 to 3% only. 2 to 3% only. Does this sound like we're vegetarians, herbivores? No. So, drinking vegetable juice can help relax and neutralize some of the over-acidity from a night of detoxification. And during the night, the body detoxifies the nervous system. So as the sun goes down, it starts very gradually. By midnight, it peaks between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning. And it continues all the way till 5 o'clock, almost at dawn. Dawn. So all those minerals, remember the brain and nervous system are highest in metallic minerals, all those toxins that become free radicals. So those are loosed into the system. So the vegetable juice, eating cheese and then vegetable juice will help balance that. It is also your coffee. People say, well, I need coffee to get me going. The vegetable juice will give you enzymes for digesting and metabolism. So you're all ready for digestion. So that's your stimulant. That's your coffee. Your vegetable juice. And it's a healthy one. And you will feel the difference. So, into timing, that starts us with the timing. So we get up in the morning, we're toxic. We have a tablespoon of cheese. Remember, no salt and no honey with it. A little bit of butter if you want. So you're having a tablespoon of cheese, and if you have a tendency to be dry and very thin, you could have quarter teaspoon of butter with that 1 tablespoon of cheese. Very small amount of butter. I want that cheese to be absorbing everything. Then, 10 minutes after that, you have a vegetable juice. If you're a thin person, a hyperactive person, put an egg in that juice and whip it with about a teaspoon of cream. Break the egg yolk and then whip it first. And don't blend it, whip it. And sip that. So always sip your juices. Everybody see me up here? You see me? Do you think I gulped a lot each time I do that? I put it in something small. I just took 2 tablespoons. It looked like I guzzled a half a cup. But I just took 2 tablespoons, well, probably not quite 2 tablespoons. Because I was sucking in a teaspoon at a time, so I had sucked in 4 teaspoons, so that would have been 1 1/3 tablespoons. Suck. I suck. Everybody should suck. Okay? What happens if you suck? The same thing what happens when a baby sucks. Get all this bacteria in your saliva mixing with the milk. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to digest fast. What happens when you see a baby drink too fast, especially if the milk's cold? Regurgitate. Regurgitate. Rarely do you see a baby regurgitate when he's suckling from a mother. It's usually from cold milk or milk that's been processed. Lots of saliva into it. No matter what you're eating, you either chew or suck it. And then you'll digest more. You'll get bacteria into it. How I make kefir, I said in the recipe book. Spit in it. Get your bacteria in it. It's bacteria that you create for your body for your digestion. So what I do is I'll take about a tablespoon or maybe a half a tablespoon of honey in my mouth, and I'll get it all liquid and thin until I've got this massive amount of saliva in there, and then I'll put it in a quart of milk. And then I put that in warm water for 2 or 3 hours. In 12 hours, I have kefir. That quickly. like 100 and 105 degrees cow's body temperature. 104 degrees, I usually never take it over. But I've got a hot tub that I keep 102 to 105. So when I turn that on, guess where my milk goes? So it'll take a while to warm, and then I'll use it for an hour, half an hour to an hour, hour and a half. And my milk is sitting there, so it's got 2 hours of warmth. And I take it out, in 12 hours I have kefir. And it's from the bacteria that's for me, not from the rennet of a cow. That bacteria's digested it for me. And I'm not doing so bad. I've been poisoned I don't know how many times in my life. I should have been dead 9 times. I don't know if I have one more life to live to get over it. But maybe I do. I don't know. But I'm doing pretty good for 63 years old. You know, and should have been dead many times 42 years ago. So, okay, so you have the cheese, you have the juice, and of course if you're thin and all hyperactive, you need an egg and some cream in it. After that, let about 20-25 minutes pass, have cheese again. If you have a tendency not to have a lot of energy easily early in the day, then suck an egg. You could suck an egg before you have your juice, cheese, 10 minutes later an egg, 5 minutes after that another egg if you really need to get going, and then your juice with an egg in it. Or you could do the cheese, the juice, 20 minutes after that, cheese, egg, and then your meat meal. And depending upon your weight and size, and I talk about in the recipe book, how much meat that you should eat. So eat, anywhere from 3/4 of a cup or half a cup if you got a problem, and I suggest you only eat a half a cup, up to 2 cups at a time. If you're a bodybuilder, 2 cups at a time with a whole lubrication formula. So to build on muscle fast. Had a man who was 56 years old when he went on my diet, a lot of digestive problems, really skinny. And he was skinny all of his life, and he wanted to be a bodybuilder all of his life. He wanted to look, mean and bulky. And the poor guy was never able to do it. He'd always get sick when he'd work out and could never do it. And he went on the diet and was on it for 2 years, gained the weight, looking good. And he said, "Can I bodybuild on this diet?" I said, "Sure." He's 6 foot, 6'1", somewhere around there. And I said to eat a pound of meat twice daily with a whole lubrication formula. For women, that's the moisturizing formula. I have 2 names for it, and it's called Moisturizing Lubrication Formula in the recipe book, and it's on page 145, I believe. And what that is eggs, butter, lemon juice, and honey. It allows the body to digest the fats very rapidly so those fats can get to the deep tissues that don't normally get there. Because when the body gets the good fats, it will eat them in the glands and the organs, and then there's nothing left for the skin, the bones, and connective tissue. I found that if I made that lubrication formula that sped the digestion of that fat rapidly, that it would get to other outer areas of the body. So it's a very important formula. I've had lots of people be 80 pounds overweight on this diet, and still their skin was dry and had eczema. Why? Because the inside of their body were eating it all. And they kept eating more fats to make their skin supple, and then when they got to 80 pounds overweight, they just couldn't gain anymore, and still they were dry skin. So you have to have the moisturizing lubrication formula to help you with that. You can also feed your skin from the outside. The skin does digest, and the skin will absorb. So you can use the Primal Facial Body Care Cream, page 146, I believe it is, of the recipe book. And that's a combination of different kinds of fat. You don't overwhelm the body with one fat, the cells with one fat. And you apply that, and it'll work very well. Or you can apply a bone marrow on your skin. Now, bone marrow, there are only 3 places we can get stem cells. Actual animal stem cells. I'm not talking about clay, but stem cells from sperm, ovum, and bone marrow. So I don't know anybody's going to be cultivating ovum to have enough to do anything. Not many men are going to get to be able to give you their sperm, and a lot of times it may be very toxic with metals in their testicles. And if sperm smells like metals, do not swallow. I'm serious, do not swallow. But you can always use it to fertilize something, the lawn, something like that. But if it's good sperm and good bone marrow, you can apply it to your skin. I had one girl in Los Angeles who owns a beauty salon. Now, she was very sickly on the diet in her early 30s before she got on the diet. And then when she hit mid-30s, she'd start doing the diet more, but never would allow herself to gain enough weight to have enough skin moisture. And so she always had to apply the Primal Facial Body Care Cream, but it still didn't feed the body like it would if it were fed from the inside. So enough. And she just wouldn't do it. So when I started experimenting with bone marrow, applying that to skin, all of a sudden, I'm not vain enough to do it, but you can put bone marrow every day on the skin, and within 6 weeks, 80% of your wrinkles will be gone. No, none of this nanotechnology and cosmetic, which poisons your cells to lose their memory and all of a sudden relax, and you lose your wrinkles. You've just created a cancerous condition in your skin. So the bone marrow was, so I started telling other people, asking other people at our co-op in Los Angeles to experiment with bone marrow and see how it worked with their skin. So I traveled, I went to Asia for 2 months and I came back, and this one girl with this dry skin, this hairdresser, her skin was completely different. She lost 10 years off of her face. She's in her almost 50 years old now. Now she looks like she's 40, just from using the bone marrow on the skin directly. So she still uses it every day rather than eating enough fat to lubricate the whole body properly. For her, she could probably do it now. She'd been on the diet long enough and digesting enough of the fats to get to the skin. But those are all options. Those are things you can do. Stay away from cosmetic and the nanotechnology. Highly toxic. Your cells don't have a choice. Those poisons get right into the cells. And they've been proven to cause many cancerous conditions. Samuel Epstein, that's the doctor I was mentioning. Samuel Epstein wrote, he's a great toxicologist. He's in his 80s. And he's been around a long time. And he's entirely against the medical profession. He's an MD. He was an MD to Ford and Reagan and all of those guys. And this is a man that says, do not go to the medical profession. You get on a good diet. This guy's been around. He knows. And he doesn't kowtow. He's got a lot of power behind him coming from the power of, so they're not going to really screw with him too much. But he's about the only MD that says if you've got cancer, you don't go to the medical profession. You don't even look at them. Don't even consider them. You go to a diet and you do things that are right. And he just wrote he wrote a book a few years ago about nanotechnology and how toxic it was and the evidence behind his statements about the toxicology of it. I forgot the name of the book, but it's something about toxic technology in present day, something like that. I think that even somebody told me that Mercola recently wrote an article that talked about that and quoted Samuel Epstein and the book. So if you go find that article, which I think has been within the last year, pardon? Last few days, really? Oh, that's why I heard about it. So you can go there and you can find his book. He said of my work that it was, of my diet, he said it was the only one that has been foolproof.
Politics of cancer?
Pardon?
Politics of cancer?
Politics of Cancer. That's it, yeah. But he wrote another one about nanotechnology and the technology in food and cosmetics.
Unreasonable risk?
Pardon?
Unreasonable risk?
Well, I'm not sure.
You write a book on
Jeff-
cancer too?
He's written 27 books and
What was about breast
about 250 articles, published articles. Yeah. He's a very prolific man. Okay, so you have the cheese, well, you've gone all the way up to the meat. You have the amount of meat you need to eat. Now, I always suggest that you have butter with your meat, or right after, 1-2 tablespoons. You do not want the body to turn your meat into an acetone or all pyruvate. You don't want to make a fat of it. So you have fat with it. That way your body can use it to rebuild cells, to regenerate cells, to make cells reproduce faster. So your cells are having a lot of sex. Believe that? Cells have sex? Anyway, they produce fast. They reproduce fast when you utilize your meat for reproducing and making growth hormones. If you don't eat fat with them, it doesn't work. You'll be using a lot of your meat for energy. Turn it into an acetone as fat. It'll turn into a pyruvate to utilize fat as energy. So always have fat with it. Now, if you're very, thin, you've got a lot of skin issues, make the moisturizing lubrication formula. Have maybe 3 tablespoons up to 5 tablespoons with and right after the meat meal. Now, you don't want to coat the meat. Just like with the egg, you're going to eat most of that. You're going to eat most of the egg white first. Then the yolk comes behind, the fat comes behind. So you're going to have a little bit of that butter with your meat meal. But have most of it about 10 minutes after you finish eating the meat meal. So let's say you're having a moisturizing lubrication formula. Have 1, 1.5, 2 at the most tablespoons of the moisturizing lubrication formula with the meat meal. Then the other 1.5, 2 tablespoons, even 3 tablespoons of that formula after you finish the meat meal, 5-10 minutes after. You will digest and do a lot better. 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes at the very maximum after you've finished the meat meal, not after you've had the extra butter or a formula, but about 35 minutes after you've finished the meat meal, you have cheese and honey together. This is your mineral supplement. This is the time you have honey and cheese together. And it's 1/6 the honey to the cheese. So if you're having a tablespoon of cheese, it's 1/2 teaspoon of honey. About the same ratio as you would if you're making cheesecake. And I have some people who they make the cheesecake and they'll eat 3 or 4 tablespoons of that about 35 minutes after their meat meal because they prefer it that way. But if you're lazy like me, you'll just put the honey and cheese in your mouth together and you chew them, and that's more exercise in the mouth, and I like that more. So I need some exercise, so my mouth is helpful. So that's the way I have my cheese and honey. If you're a big guy, you want 2 tablespoons of cheese minimum. A whole teaspoon of honey. Mineralize yourself. Rebuild your bones. Anything you've lost in your bones will gradually rebuild from that one specific combination of foods. I've seen people take, in 1 year, reverse osteoporosis when it was down to even 30%, 32% of their bones were gone. And in 1 year, turned it around. Each year they were averaging 1 to 2% growth, regrowth of bone. That's pretty amazing. But only with that combination after a meat meal did it work, in my experiments over the last 28 years with that, with osteoporosis. It's hard to regrow bone, and I finally found a way. So, and I waited until last year to be very conclusive with it before I let out that information. But I've been doing it with other people for quite a while. But me, I'm going to be safe than sorry. So, even though probably nothing would be harmful, would have been harmful to eat that except maybe constipation, you know, and I hadn't worked out a way for constipation. So there's a lot of things I'm experimenting with, and I'm going to get to that. Okay, so I worked out a formula for constipation about 3 years ago, and it's a suppository. Now you have to understand what constipation is. Constipation, if it's true constipation, you've got a block in your intestines and fecal matter is not moving through. Food is not moving through. Fecal matter is food, partially digested food. Okay, so it moves through. So that's what true constipation is. It's a complete block. Most people who have constipation where the body's holding up the fecal matter, the food, partially digested in the sigmoid colon. So it gets harder and harder the longer the body's trying to pull all of the bacteria's waste product, which is our food, out of that fecal matter. So it gets rock hard and it gets big, and sometimes it'll go into little balls and rip your rectum to pieces. Well, it's the E. coli and other bacteria which are holding it up. What's happening? They're not getting fresh food. They're not getting fresh, unadulterated nutrients, especially if they're eating a lot of cheese. They're absorbing the toxins, and that gets into the fecal, permeates the fecal matter. Then the poor E. coli is saying, listen, I've got to hold this fecal matter up here a long time to get everything out of it we need. Well, why not feed it in the other end? So what I decided to do was I took 2 tablespoons each of 2 to 3 tablespoons each of coconut cream, dairy cream, and butter. Half a teaspoon of honey only, 4-ounce jelly jar. Shook them together, put it in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn the hand, and let it sit in there until it got up to about 104 degrees. Then you take a bulb syringe, and you do all this before you go to sleep at night. Get on all 4 legs, you bark like a dog, and you shove it up in there, and you're going to feed it. You're not going to enema, you're going to feed the bacteria. And let me tell you, they rejoice. They let you have your poop, and they get strong, and you'll see the whole area around this bowel that's normally dry and bad in color and circulation change. The whole area will change. Starts changing all the way across. Because now you're feeding good, raw, fresh fat that the E. coli never get to the back end. So you're happy, they're happy, everybody's happy. And then you're happy, you're even more happy because you're not dealing with the constipation. You're getting more nutrients, fats into the nervous system, especially in cream form. They go to, because remember, there's lots of bile already in your feces, already in your large intestines that you've collected all the way through. So you've got bile there already breaking down any fat that you pump into yourself. So you go to sleep and you leave it in there and you let the E. coli and the other bacteria have their feast, and everybody's happy. Okay, so we move on from the cheese and honey. If you have very poor digestion, you have colitis or Crohn's or something like that, you do not want to eat and drink a lot of different foods at the same time, and you don't want to spend a lot of your digestive energies, which aren't good anyway, on digestion. So you eat lots of eggs. You eat cheese every hour. 5-10 minutes after that, you have an egg. 5-10 minutes after that, another egg, if you need to gain a lot of weight and get well quicker. Remember, the egg will digest in 27 minutes. All those concentrated nutrients can be utilized to heal and detox your body quickly and readily. Remember, dairy takes 6 to 10 hours to digest. Meat takes 19 to 24 hours to digest. So 28, 27 minutes to digest an egg is very little time with a slew of nutrients. Buku nutrient. So, eggs if you want to get well faster. Then when you get built up, digestion gets better, then you can introduce a milkshake. But most of you who are healthier go right in 2 hours after you finish that the egg, the cheese and honey, have a milkshake. 2-3 hours after that, have another vegetable juice or your fruit meal with a fat. You always want fat with your meat meal. Now, fat is the main ingredient that cleanses the body. So this is the time to have fat. Now, we talked about pressed oils being solvent reactive, but fruit and pressed oils don't taste very good. And if you use coconut cream, which is a pressed fat, the unusual thing about coconut cream is you only have 6 to 7% oil in that. You can ferment it and separate the oil, but what you're removing is, now coconuts are 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. Where have you heard that figure before? Citric acid cycle of creating energy. So coconut is the best food produced to create the consistent and highest amount of energy in the body. So coconut cream has what in it? It has water-soluble fats more than oil-soluble. If it's 80% fats and only 6 to 7, 8% of that fat is oil, what are these other fats? They're water-soluble fats that involve vitamin A, vitamin D, all the other extensions of these vitamins that need the water-soluble fats as well as the oil-soluble. But they are not controllable. Water-soluble fats decay, rot, and ferment. Can't package those. So what's sold is vitamin A and vitamin E. And vitamin D, only the oils. And that's not a complete vitamin. And how do they make most vitamin D? They take hydrogenated vegetable oils, expose them to radioactive material, and that's vitamin D. Molecular structure is not even faintly like vitamin D, but the FDA lets them sell it as vitamin D. It's a very toxic substance. Only place you can get vitamin D is from the sun and certain foods. Milk is one, meat's good in vitamin D, eggs are great in vitamin D. Okay, so eat a fruit with some coconut cream at this time. Coconut cream is a nice, easy detoxifier. Your pressed oils are radical, aggressive in their dissolving of toxicity in the system. So coconut cream is a gentle one, unless you have too much of it. And, you know, my coach I was talking about, you know, he says, I'm really jamming down that coconut cream. I said, Paul, don't do that. You can have too much of it. Oh, it's okay. I'm active and all this stuff. And he was jamming down, and he told me 6 ounces a day. He said, Paul, reduce it to 5 tablespoons a day, 2.5 ounces. And for 4 years he did that, and then he came back to me. He says, I've got this cream coming out of my eyes. It's actually cream coming out of my eyes. How do I stop it? I said, you can't. You have to wait for it to run its course. Just stay off the coconut cream for 6 weeks, 6 months. And finally, by staying off of it, he did. He said, and I said, see what happened? He says, I didn't slam it down that way. I was only taking 2 ounces a day. Hello? Too skinny. Still too thin. So, one other thing I wanted to say about coconut cream. It is digestible on the skin, as I say, so when it's in the moisturizing formula, it doesn't take on as much of a detoxification reaction, except that it will help you remove and dissolve dead skin. So it'll help you look younger, so that Primal Facial Body Care Cream. The way I'm making the Primal Facial Body Care Cream now, I use 1/4 the dairy cream, 1/4 the butter, and 1/4 the coconut cream, and 1/4 bone marrow, fresh bone marrow. And of course, it starts smelling just slightly gamey after a while, but when it's on the skin, and it's been on the skin for about 5 minutes, it loses that odor.
You sure?
Smell. I don't know. Do you have a good nose?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you smell it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I put it on this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I got vain for a week. The only reason was because I had a massage done with it and there was some left over. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. But it's not wrong to be vain. It's just I don't have time.
It's a good laugh.
I like that laugh. It's a good laugh. Yes. 5 minutes? Okay, we got to change tapes and everything, and it'll be an hour and a half into it. So we go from the fruit meal. Let's say you have 2.5 tablespoons of coconut cream. Always have some animal fat with it, because if you go clean out something toxic with the coconut cream and fruit with it, you need the animal fat there to protect that tissue or to soothe that tissue once it's been freed of that toxin. So usually I'd say eat 2.5 tablespoons of coconut cream with 1 tablespoon of dairy cream or 1 teaspoon of butter. If you've got a problem that can be resolved by a fruit, you go into my book, We Want to Live, in the remedy section, and you look at your ailments and you see what fruit works for your system, for your particular ailment, and that's what you have. So let's say you have multiple problems. One day you have a fruit with the coconut cream and the cream or butter that applies to that particular problem. Then the next day another problem. You could have 7 different fruit meals a week to handle your problem. Sometimes I find something that's very, very congested, like a congested lymphatic system, where somebody is going into lymphoma or close to it. I will have them eat pineapple every other day with the coconut cream and some dairy cream to help free that up. So that's how you think. That's how you decide what fruit meal is good for you. Unless you come to see me, then I'll suggest what I think you should have to get your system together faster. Then you let 2-3 hours go, pass after that. You have another vegetable juice. It could be the third, or it could be your second if you don't want second vegetable juice early. You let some time pass after that, hour or 2 at the maximum. Oh, and you have cheese 10 minutes for everything, and you may be having a little cheese all day long every hour with no honey, maybe a little butter if you want. And then, hour or 2 after that second vegetable juice, then, or the third, whichever it is. This is around 6, 7 o'clock at night. Have your second meat meal. Again, according to your size and what you need. Then have that. Also have a fat with it, the butter or the formula. And then, most of it right after. And then you have cheese and honey again. And then if it's time to go to sleep, you just go to sleep. It's okay to go to sleep on raw foods. You're in trouble if you go to sleep on cooked foods because there's no enzymes. There's a lot that the pancreas and the liver, everything in your body has to do while you're supposed to be sleeping, cleansing, and resting the body. Don't want to do that. When you're eating raw foods, it's all there and available. The body doesn't have to work at replacing anything. Doesn't have to work at neutralizing anything. doesn't have to lose the white blood cells into the digestive tract. Digestion takes place easily. So, you can go to sleep after that, or if you're not going to sleep, then stay up a few more hours and have a little milk before you go to bed, or half of a milkshake, and then some during the night. You do not want to go 5 hours without eating. If you do, like I said in the recipe book, your red blood cells become cannibalistic and eat each other for the protein. Now, vegetarians eat themselves all the time. They're cannibals because their blood's eating itself all the time. So you sleep 8 to 10 hours, you waken, you've lost 2 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You're anemic. Coffee, nicotine, caffeine, nicotine, none of that stuff is is a remedy for anemia. Eating protein is your remedy for anemia. So you wake in the middle of the night and you eat egg, half a cup of milk, half of a milkshake. Have something at your bedside, down, and go back to sleep. If you're a person who doesn't wake, you set an alarm. If you're a hyperactive, high energetic person, you don't set your alarm for 5 hours and then go back to sleep for 3 hours, because after you eat, you're not likely to be able to go back to sleep. You're going to have too much energy. So you set your alarm for 3 hours. Not many people are rested after 3 hours. Mostly that's all I sleep now. It's 3 hours. And I'll take maybe a 10-minute to half an hour nap in the day. 3.5 hours. And I work all the rest of the time. I'm productive. So you set your alarm for 3 hours, you eat, and you go back to sleep for 5 hours. That way you won't have a problem. When you awaken in the morning, you're going to have more energy. And you have your coffee, which will be your vegetable juice, and then you'll be going. Your whole system will be moving fluidly and easily. That's the system. Now, when we come back, I'm going to talk about bacteria a little bit more, and then I've taken care of salt. I'm going to talk about water, and then we're going to go into Q&A, and then after that we're going to do the palms. Okay? So let's take a break. Only 10 of you. What was I going to talk about? 2 things. Water? Yeah. Bacteria. Okay. All right. Now, I've hinted enough about what bacteria does, but parasites and bacteria cleanse the body, or they help you digest your foods. You take a look at the tribes in the world, and most of your primitive people have what in their intestines? Trichinosis. Oh, trichinosis. Oh, pigs cause trichinosis. Our digestive tract is almost identical to a pig's. We need trichinosis. All the tribes who have trichinosis are healthier. This was proved by Dr. Joel Weinstein, who's a gastroenterologist at the University of Iowa. And that's in my recipe book, Dr. Weinstock. Anyway, he looked at the pigs at the university, which were in very sterile, clean environments, and these pigs are sick. They're fed everything else. They were on the farm, but they were sick, and the pigs that were wallowed in the mud and were at the farm were healthy. So being a gastroenterologist, he looked at the intestinal tract and the fluids in the pigs that were on the farm and those that were at the university. He found the only thing different was sometimes the acids were a little different, but the main difference was the pigs had whipworms. They had trichinosis. And the healthy ones had the trichinosis. So he took the trichinosis from the healthy animals at the farm and infused them into the sick animals at the university. Within days, those animals got well. Within days. So he went to the FDA and asked for a license and permit to try the experiment with humans. And the FDA said, okay, you can do it, but you can't use anybody who hasn't suffered over less than 10 years with medical therapies with no result. And that is the second time I heard that the law is that any medical doctor, any licensed medical doctor, can never tell you to do anything alternative to what's in the medical books until a patient has suffered for 10 years without help from the medical therapies. It means when you go to a doctor, know that he will never tell you anything good. He can only tell you from the day you go to see him about medical therapies that are written medical therapies in the pharmaceutical written books. So he has to see you for 10 years before he can ever suggest anything else. Another reason, definitely not to even see a doctor. So he picked 6 people. One of them had suffered for a little over 10 years, and one of them had suffered for 32 years. And when you have inflammatory bowel syndrome, inflammatory intestinal system, you can drink water, and you'll have gas and cramps and pain and diarrhea, vomit, all kinds of things. All of these people suffered from 10 to 32 years with this condition. You couldn't look at water without having stomach or intestinal cramps. So these people got their infusion of the whipworm, trichinosis. In 5 days, 5 of them were asymptomatic. They were able to eat anything. Only one of them wasn't affected. He wasn't harmed by it either, but he was not affected. But 5 of them went for almost 6 months able to eat anything. Can you imagine going all those years suffering with everything, and all of a sudden, magically, when you've got worms and parasites where you should be freaking out, trichinosis, trichinosis, you're going to die from trichinosis. These people come alive from it. So, like I say, whatever the medical profession says, do the opposite. They say, don't get trichinosis, get trichinosis. And you'll be healthier and happier. So there are parasites that help you digest, and because parasites help digestion, they are faster working than bacteria. They can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours. Bacteria eats about 50 times their weight in 24 hours. So that's a lot of eating. But parasites do it faster. So when you have a cleanse, when people have a parasite cleanse, guess what? There are no symptoms when people are detoxing with a parasite. No symptoms. Detoxing with bacteria, there are various symptoms: vomit, diarrhea, pain from swelling, anything that causes, when you get more circulation into an area, you have pressure on the nerves. But you have greater circulation to increase the nutrients to that area for cleansing and healing. So, expect with bacteria to have some discomfort. If you have parasites, everybody's going to freak out and tell you, oh, you've got parasites, you have to get rid of them. Your best friends. Don't get rid of them. Encourage them. Then you have fungi. Fungus detoxify too. They can eat about 50 times their weight in 24 hours. They also dissolve many things that, like you have a yeast infection, and they break down a lot of carbohydrates. They also break down some meat in the body, some animal cells, especially when they're highly toxic. Fungus does it. However, the byproduct of fungus is not reduced like bacteria and parasites. Bacteria and parasites, when they eat that 50 to 100% of their body weight, they're only producing 1 to 5% of a waste product. I'd want that good of a janitor, wouldn't you? So I've got 100 pounds of waste, and they're reducing it to 1 to 5 pounds. Hey, I'll take that any day. Okay, so I want parasites, I want bacteria. Fungus, it's different. They break it down 50%. So what happens when you have a fungus or a yeast infection? Comes out through the skin with lots of itching and dryness. It's in the feet, in the crotch, under your arms, neck, wherever that fungus is doing its work, its good work, the byproduct is going to be drying the skin and causing a reaction, a rash, hives, who knows what it could be. But it will be some kind of a skin eruption. Still, it's better than leaving the toxicity in the body. The fourth way the body detoxes with virus. And I said virus aren't alive, they're just soaps. Now what happens when you take a soap or a detergent? To make it work, you mix it with water. Then you scrub the area, let it dissolve, whatever it is, then you wring it out in all that water. And what do you have? You've got a whole bunch of water with a lot of contaminants in it. That's what happens in the human body too. Because viruses are not alive, there's no reduction, there's no eating and reduction, there's just a washing and a dissolving. So you've got all this fluid with all this toxicity in it. How do you remove that from the body? Diarrhea, vomit, cheese. Gonna have to be some way. Perspiring a lot, getting in hot baths, just making it perspire out of the body the best you can. To give you an example of how that works, if you take bacterial, spinal, or cerebral meningitis, doctors don't worry about it so much. But when you have viral spinal or cerebral meningitis, they freak out. Why? Because there's mass swelling with viral meningitis. And that can cause tearing in the brain or spinal cord and permanent paralysis. Before, when there was nothing to do, they didn't know what to do with the people, so they packed them in ice. Worst thing you can do. But it would take down the swelling and reduce the potential to have a tear and permanent paralysis. However, it left the spinal cord very weak and degenerating because it wasn't cleansing. Remember, no ice on any swelling. The body has that swelling to increase circulation, to bring massive amounts of nutrients into that area, to clean it and remove the damaged tissue, and then to feed it so new cells can be born. You pack ice on there, you block the circulation, what happens? You get scar tissue in the area. How many athletes go out there on the field, get hurt, the coach tells them go pack ice on it and shoot it with some cortisone. They're back on the field. 5 years later, they can't even run. They go through multiple 10, 12 operations, keep removing the scar tissue, the results from that kind of therapy. And then they're no longer first string, and their money goes down and down and down, and then they end up stop because they can't play anymore. Don't use ice, except if it's just to numb the pain for a minute. You always apply heat. You increase the circulation to that area and let the area relax. Heat will relax the tendons, will relax all the fibers that are feeling the pain. Pain comes from pressure being put on things that aren't relaxed. So you've got some tight tendons there, ligaments. What happens? The pressure in there, not just on the tendons and the ligaments, but the actual muscle and the nerves, all that pressure is pressing against everything, and there's the pain. If you apply heat, everything relaxes and it can allow for expansion, all that nutrients coming into the area with very little pain or no pain. That's simple. So apply heat in all conditions. If you've got a cut there, make sure that the bleeding stops before you do that, and then apply heat. Pack some dry clay on it, pour some urine on it. You think that's funny, right?
No, I think it's cute.
In 1986, No, it wasn't. No, it was 1983, 1982. I gave a workshop in Jekyll Island, Georgia, and I was talking about people drinking their urine like I did, and one of the men a man who was there, he was, I guess, 81 or 82. He was an ex-policeman from the Miami force, and he and his wife ran the health food store in Brunswick, right next to the island Jekyll where I was staying with my parents. I was visiting my parents. And when I said that, he stood up and he said, you know, you don't know how much urine can help everybody. He said, when I was a young man on the force, if we found somebody bleeding from an accident or a bullet wound or anything, we'd urinate into a cup and pour it on the wound. Bleeding would stop within a minute or two. He said, 1928, they outlawed that therapy. And he says, we watched thousands of people over the next 20 years die because we couldn't piss on them. Yeah, think about that. So you got somebody who's bleeding to death, urinate. Piss on them. You know, put it in a cup and pour it on them. But get the wound to stop bleeding before you apply heat. Otherwise, they might bleed and bleed and bleed. Okay? But heat is the thing you use on any kind of wound, any kind at all, any pain that you have. Heat is what you apply. Hot water bottle's not a heating pad. Heating pad emits anywhere from 75 to 175 milligauss of electromagnetic energy. It only takes 3 milligauss to alter the molecular structure of an animal cell. So you use hot water bottles, not a heating pad. And no, electric blankets. If you want an electric blanket, you turn it on before you get into bed and turn it off after as soon as you get into bed or right before you get into the bed. Be better just take hot water bottles with you and warm up the bed. And then sleep with them. They're so comfy. Okay, so water. What is this about water? We're told 8 glasses a day minimum, right? That started in 1961. When who got involved with buying up water? Coca-Cola Company was owned through somewhere around 82 trusts and blanket companies by the King and Queen of England. They own Coca-Cola. They now own Pepsi-Cola too. But you'll never know it because you have to go back 82 trusts to find them. So these people decided, hey, let's start telling people they need to drink water. We'll bottle water. I mean, cheapest thing in the world, we'll bottle the water and tell people they need to drink water. We'll contaminate the water in every region and tell people they need to buy water and drink lots of water. So they paid doctors in 1961 to start writing that everybody needed 8 cups of water a day, 8 glasses of water a day. And that's how it all started. Now, when we take a look at water, if you look in an archaeological book in a college, the first thing under solvent is water. What happens when it rains? Dissolves rock, plants eat. It's a solvent. It dissolves, it neutralizes, it thins, it dissipates. Anything it touches causes it to oxidize, to rust. It is a solvent. It'll break down anything it comes in contact with. So should we be drinking water? No. The 3 animals, like I said, that are made to drink water. The camel, it can drink 25 gallons and go up to 2 months without drinking water. It has a pouch for it. It was made for that. Elephant can drink up to 55 gallons of water and go 6 months without water. It has a pouch for that. Birds have a gizzard. And they eat lots of dry food. They don't store the water, they drink it often. That's why you almost always find your greatest collection of birds where there's water. Some water they can drink. So, unless they can get some dead carcasses and have the blood from it, they can get the water from that. Because blood is, what? 82% water. Meat is 55% water. Milk is 86% water. Fruits, 92% water. 90 to 92% water. Everything is full of water that is in a complete biological form. Ions keep everything suspended and moving in some biological movement. A great, incredible biological manifestation of life. Once you cook it, everything goes. All the ions separate from the H2O. No longer can the nutrients bind together, much less carry H2O to the cell properly. So the pancreas is involved in the intestines with realigning everything it can to get the best nutrients into you. But people are living half the lives they're supposed to. All other animals live 7 times the time it takes them to finish maturation. We finished maturation at 21. We should be living to 147 years old. Us making it to 60 years old is not even half of what we're supposed to. We're not doing so well. But take a look at those tribes who do live to 150. What are they eating? Raw animal products. And the U.S. and Britain, British governments and military have pretty much taken care of those tribes. The Maasai are almost extinct now with this 10-year drought. And now taking their care packages of bad cereal and powdered milk. So they're getting rid of it very seriously. So, and me going around and fighting those tribes in the Philippines, I've been threatened with 10 years in jail and $10,000. So I'm very careful when I do that. Okay, so water is a solvent. It dissolves rocks so plants can eat. So water does not belong in the system, pure water. You need some solvents because we're so toxic. So let's say you have a half a cup of water a day. That's plenty. What you need to do is eat foods that are whole and drink the water, and the water will be delivered to your cells properly. Juices or concentrated water too. You know, a vegetable juice is 96% water. 96% water in a vegetable juice. Pretty amazing. Plenty of water. So drinking water is not a good thing. It will dilute your digestive juices, it will neutralize acidity, and it will irritate the the kidneys. It doesn't stay in the intestines long enough to irritate the intestines, in most people. Flushes out. So all it does is wash out your nutrients, thin your blood of nutrients, everything bad. So if you have a quarter to a half a cup a day, that's probably okay. I had 1 sip of water in 2 weeks. I had 1 sip of water today, somebody's water that was out there. 1 sip of water in 2 weeks. And the only time I have more water is if I'm in a waterfall with lots of bacteria and algae in the water, and people are freaking out. He's going to get malaria. He's going to get malaria. He's drinking that water, And I visit the island Palawan a lot in the Philippines, and that is called the island of malaria. And they blame it on the mosquitoes and stuff like that. It's toxic food that they're giving him. They give them this toxic food, and the city's giving it out because the government has been given to it by the United States and the UK, and saying, oh, give this to your natives. Let them know we care about them. And then they will feel good about you because you're giving them something. And they give them awful foods that cause malaria. And to show you an example of the fraud and the ease of malaria when handled properly, I went to look at some land, and a chief, they didn't speak English, and they spoke Tagalog, which is the common language in the Philippines, plus they had their native language there. So I had to go through 2 translators to get the English. You know, so I had to go from English to Tagalog, Tagalog to Bisaya. So in that process, it was time consuming. And I went to arrange this for almost a month, because this is a very remote area, and I wanted to look at land and purchase some by making a Philippine company. The second in charge, the second chief they're called, met with me and he said, "I'm sorry, I can't take you to the land today. 2 of my daughters have malaria and I have to take them to the hospital." So that got translated to me, and I said, "You take them to the hospital and they've got a 76% chance of dying. 76% of the people who go to a hospital for malaria die. Only 24% who don't go to a hospital die. So you've got a 50% chance more of dying in a hospital for malaria." And that was translated back to the second chief, and he came back, and the surprise was, he said, "You may be right. 5 years ago, I had 2 daughters that had malaria. I took them to the hospital, and they were dead in 24 hours. But these little girls are in really bad shape. What do you suggest?" Because they were told I was a doctor, not a common doctor. I was a natural doctor that would fit in with them. That's why they were letting me see the land in the first place. I said, "Very easy. You take lime juice. You take 2 ounces of lime juice, 2 ounces of dugus, which is honey in Bisaya. I learned some Bisaya. And you mix that with 6 ounces butong water, which is aged. It's the older coconut, the water out of the older coconut." I said, "You mix that together. You give them a tablespoon every hour. As much as 2 tablespoons, but for the one was 3 years old and one was 5. So I said, just give one. The older one might have 2 tablespoons once in a while, but just give them a tablespoon an hour for 3 days, and then 2 tablespoons every 2 to 3 hours for another 2 to 3 days." So guess what? Kids got perfectly well in 5 days. His kids were really cute too. I'm sorry. So they sold me land. So I have some great land there.
Philippines?
Yeah. So yeah, that's my private place though. It's so far out in the Tules. It takes a 4-wheel drive to get there, and swimming across the river sometimes. But I've got a FJ Cruiser there, 4-wheel drive with 6-inch lifts. So I got caught in the river once, and it took me down. As soon as I hit an embankment, I just turned it on and drove right out. That's a good Toyota. Drove right out of the water, and I was flooded up to here in the car. I was sitting in water, right up on the embankment, turned it on, and drove right out. So it's a great place. So that's how I got that land. So don't worry about the medical profession and all the scares that they give you. Lime juice is a phenomenal agent. It blocks and surrounds toxins. It neutralizes them. Lemon juice doesn't. Lemon juice is a fermenter. It increases bacterial digestion. Basically, that's why if you marinate in lemon juice, it will break down better. If you marinate in lime juice, it doesn't break down that way. It'll break down, but not in the same way. So whenever I've been cut or I've got poisons in something, I put lime juice on the area. I lose hardly any white blood cells that way. I don't go into pus. Pus is when the white blood cells are in there eating the damaged tissue and the poisons that are forming because you've got an open wound. The white blood cells are sacrificing themselves. But to build white blood cells, it has to be done in the bone marrow, and it's a timely, costly, nutrition-wise, it's a costly process. So the lime juice prevents the body from having to use all of those white blood cells and lose them. so you don't get all that weakness and problems. So you put lime juice on it, put a little coconut cream and honey on there to help it clean, and then put a piece of slab of raw meat over that, and it'll act as skin. I've seen people, well, I had a motorcycle accident. I took all the skin off all the way here and down my leg, and I put the lime juice on it, and this was asphalt, so I had pieces of asphalt all over in there. And I tried to clean it the best I could, picked them out, and hurting and burning, putting the lime juice on there. But there was still plenty of tar and asphalt still in this arm and this leg. But I put the lime juice on, I put the honey and coconut cream on, and meat on top of that. Do you see one scar there? Actually took part of the bone away, half of the joint. Well, I do have a little bit of a scar right here because it took so much off, even took half of this bone away. But you see it's all grown back. So I have a tiny scar here, a tiny scar here, when all of the skin was gone. Even the muscle was gone from here down and all around here. So that's what can happen if you know what to do. You don't need to go to a doctor that's going to put poison on your wound. Methylate, mercurochrome, or liquid mercury. Iodine, it's a poison. It's a caustic poison. Of course it's going to kill bacteria. But your idea is not to kill bacteria, it's to make sure you heal properly. And that anything that is foreign in there is surrounded and controlled. And lime juice does that. Remember, only lime juice, not lemon juice. The lime juice doesn't. Okay? Okay, I think that's it, so we'll take Q&A. Anybody have any questions?
You were speaking about palm wording?
Wait a minute, this guy had his hand up first. I'll call on you. Yes, go ahead.
Pardon? Can you talk about supplements a little bit? Because stuff they're trying to not.
Okay, supplements, like I said earlier, everything that is extracted and made into a supplement is no longer food. Even if they've taken it from food, they've had to use a kerosene derivative or wood alcohol, and they have to dehydrate it. It is rock again. It is not for human consumption. If you took those ingredients and fed them to a plant, and fed those plants to an animal, or you had some tomatoes or something, if those particular plants would carry that nutrient, then you could juice that plant or eat it. But any kind, a standard process, any of them, they call them organic. They have to go through a laboratory, and the laboratory has to fractionate. How do they fractionate? Ammonia, kerosene derivative, or wood alcohol. There's nothing else. Even though those are natural, that does, well, wood alcohol is not really natural. But the kerosene, yeah, that's natural. The ammonia could be natural. But it's not something that you normally eat. It is a toxin. And they could use strychnine in part of that. Arsenic is part of the separation and solidification to make it into a pill. So none of that is food. It is all toxic. It is another scam, but people want to believe in magic bullets. And it's a magic bullet to bad, worse health. But people say, but I get so much energy from it. If you're putting poisons in the body, I don't care if it's cocaine or nicotine or whatever, you're going to charge the body with adrenaline. That doesn't mean it's healthy charge. And it is not a healthy charge. Okay, somebody else? Yes.
I have a question about the weight loss program. You're suggesting that we put on weight and then lose the weight to lose the toxins. Well, to lose the weight, you don't need butter, but then you have so much toxins, you need the butter to get them, so what do you do?
I just did that in the book, in the recipe book. I talked about weight gain and weight loss cycles. You know, gain the weight for 6-9 months and then take 3 months a year and dump it. Or do it in 6-month cycle every 6 months. You gain weight for 6 months and in 3 months you lose it. Now, that's so that people, especially women, wouldn't worry about losing the fat. They could see they could remove it without a lot of worry and anxiety and say, am I going to be fat for the rest of my life? I suggest that people don't do that. That's just, most people who do that once or twice, they say, I don't need to do it. lost the fat easily before, and then they'll let their bodies do the normal cycle. The normal body cycle is 2.5 years. And then you go into a cold or a flu, which will take a lot of the weight off, and then you're back to gaining weight again. It's really a 2.5 year cycle. But I don't say that in the book because it scares too many people away. But here you're getting the whole truth. Okay? So I say be fat for a very long time. Now, I used to love to carry 30% body fat. I used to be very big and plump, you know, and I liked that. I felt better. I was protected. Over the years, I've gotten smaller. The last time I was big was on the doctor's TV show about a year and 2 months ago. I was up to 23% body fat and feeling good, and did fine with it, but I haven't been that weight since. I've been very small. I haven't been this small as a regular thing since I was a fruitarian, vegetarian. And in fact, I got very thin on that. But this was my size when I was about 16, 17 years old. And I'm about, let's see, I was 142 when I was this trim. Right now I'm 162. So with the same waist size, which is 30-inch waist, with, all this weight. I'm bigger in the chest a little bit than I was back then. So I'm carrying 20 more pounds and basically almost the same size. So you'd be much denser on this diet. But I've gone up to 190 pounds. But right now I'm staying about this weight. Now I have lots of patients who weren't as sick like I was, who maybe had a little breast cancer, who calls it a little, I can call things little cancers because I've been there. So I can call breast cancer a little cancer if you know how to handle it. So I've had a lot of patients who have many problems, and they were overweight for 12 years, and now they're as slender as they've ever been, and they're tight, and they're robust, and they're energetic, and they don't need all this weight, but yet the fat level is very high. So I'm still 16% body fat. But if you compare me to, your normal athlete, they're 7 to 8% body fat when they're as cut and as lean as I am. When you eat raw fat, the molecules of fat are very tiny. When you eat cooked fat, they swell 5 to 50 times their normal size. You've seen pork fat rind. It's very small little pieces, and they boil in the oil, and the whole fat swells up to these big things. You chew and they're crispy. That's what happens in the human body. So I have a lot of fat, 16% body fat, but it's all concentrated in lean and mean looking. So it took me I've been eating raw since 72, but I wasn't fat then. First time I got fat was in 76. So you see how long it took me. It took me 32 years to get this place where I can be slim, still be fat, but not look it, and be healthy. I don't have to have as much weight. That doesn't mean I don't want it, because I still love my cream and butter, and I'm putting the weight on. You see me, about 3 weeks ago, I was 12 pounds thinner then, and then I was only 10% body fat. Now I put on 12 pounds, I'm up to 16% body fat. And I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to go until my body says that's enough. But it's very difficult for me now to gain enough weight. Yeah. Okay, yes?
Now, with the information and the breadth of knowledge that you've accumulated, are there organizations is there a concerted effort to try and fight some of these things that are going on with the laws and
most people don't understand. They don't have the breadth of knowledge, and nobody's giving me donations like they did when I went to fight raw milk. When I fought raw milk, people were giving me $25,000, $30,000 a year, you know, 2 organizations, 3 organizations, so I could do those political things. Nobody's giving me those anymore. So unless somebody can fund me, I can't. I don't charge enough. You know, the nutritionists in Los Angeles will charge you $2,000 to come in the door, and all they do is give you a bunch of sheets that tell you to go out and buy $6,000 to $10,000 of vitamin supplements for the first month. So they're charging people $12,000, $13,000 for 1 month. I charge $385 for the first call, $315. I'm out to help people, not out to strap them. So I can't afford to do those things without donation.
You're required to do those kind of things.
Anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000, I can put on a very good campaign. Very good campaign. So it's not a must. You just need to find somebody who's willing to sponsor it. It's just the people that I got who were sponsoring me before, I got them into buying lots of land in Colorado in the mountains, getting ready to expand, and so that's where they're putting their money now. So, but that's okay. Yes?
Can you go over the whole dental thing that would include the timing, the root canal, the removal of dental amalgams and so on, if you could just sort of...
Well, I'll go over lightly what happens, but there's no way I can cover all that, without about an hour and a half. Remember how much heavy metals and toxins and metallic minerals store in the brain. When they leave the brain, most of it goes out the gums, the tongue, and the salivary glands. A lot of contaminants. What causes decay? Those metals come down, mercury, thallium, aluminum, all of them, and they eat in. They're highly acrid. So they eat into the dental enamel as they sit at the gum line. And the body uses calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium to try to neutralize them. Because everybody's eating cooked foods, the calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium are only 10% effective. Yet, when you cauterize a toxic substance like mercury and thallium, it becomes more aggressive and toxic, not less. So it takes 100 to 200 times more calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium to create a plaque that will actually protect your tooth from the damaging chemistry of those toxic metals. So it breaks down the dentine. Then you have bacteria that eats the dead dentine and the tubules if it goes that deep. But the bacteria is not causing the cavity. The heavy metals from the brain that detox down there are. Since the plaquing is mainly the potassium, phosphorus, calcium, and magnesium, and not very effective, you still need to clean that off. You need to clean that plaque off, or you're going to have a lot of dental decay. And that's what causes dental decay. Fluoride doesn't help dental decay. The whole test there that was done, they fed the city a fluoride, they put fluoride in their water, half the town, and the rest of the other half the town no fluoride in their water. There were less cavities in those that had fluoride. But do you know the details of that test? They had less teeth. Teeth started falling out of those people, so they had less teeth, they had cavities. And that was the whole story. They lost somewhere around 20% more dental extractions and tooth loss in the people who had fluoride. And the other people just had their normal cavities. So think about that. Pardon?
Take the plaque off?
Yeah, you take the plaque off, absolutely. But you don't do it with toothpaste. You do it with vinegar, a slight bit of, only 10 days you use the vinegar. But you use mainly some clay and some coconut cream. Great toothpaste. Maybe once every 10 days you put vinegar with it. And it'll clean deep and hard and dissolve any plaque that's there. You can take vinegar and put it into a drain that's clogged with hard rock substance, minerals, and it'll dissolve it. So you can do that with your teeth, but it'll also dissolve your enamel if you use it too often and too much.
Is that apple cider vinegar or regular white vinegar?
No, apple cider vinegar. Never use distilled vinegar. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, well, let me go through that a little bit. So you have that. That's where the damage starts. Then if the dentist puts amalgam fillings in there, any kind of a filling with toxic, epoxy to glue it in, you're always going to have more damage and more toxicity. It's going to leach into go all the way up to the brain, and then it's going to kick it back again. It's going to go up and down. You're going to have abscesses, and then they'll create. Then it goes to the point where they have to kill the nerve in it and do a root canal. And it's not the root canal tooth that's your problem. It's the nerve that is stopped at the outside of that tooth, and the nerve is still trying to detox the mercury and thallium that was absorbed into that that amalgam filling, that metal filling that went up there. So it will cause abscesses around the teeth. But it's not the bacteria that's the problem. And it's not the tooth that has a root canal in it that's the problem. It's the toxins in the nerve that's trying to dump. And it will dump an abscess, and it'll make holes out your gum, your gum all over here, and you'll have holes and pus coming out. Again, the pus is not dangerous. It's what the white blood cells have eaten that are toxic. So I don't suggest that you swallow it, spit it out, but that's what an abscess is. It's a cleansing of heavy metals that were in the nerves, and it's going out to the side. If you have a tooth in there, it could damage the tooth. You can have a tooth, especially in people who do cocaine, snort cocaine. Cocaine gets into the brain, goes down the nerve, and it'll actually cause the tooth to turn gray with metals and toxicity and rot the tooth from the inside out. There's a lot of drugs that'll do the same thing. Tetracycline does that. Antibiotic does that, turns teeth gray from the inside out. There are a lot of medications that do it. So your problem is not root canals or any bacteria or anything like that. The problem is the metal toxicity in the brain being dumped out the nerves into the tooth. Okay. Questions? Yes.
Is blenderizing eggs kind of alters their quality versus just whipping it or drinking them straight? Like when you make a milkshake, you have to run like you said, blenderizing it.
But when you make a milkshake and you have cream and honey and milk and with the eggs, you're going to slow the digestive process down. You're going to put on more fat because you're going to digest more fat quickly. And it'll be fat that you store. So that's why I use milkshakes, to put weight on people fast. But if you want to heal fast and use your energy not on digesting and storing fat, but you want to make your digestion stronger, then you eat the eggs alone. Okay. Yes?
How concerned should we be with eating chicken or eggs that have been fed soy?
You should have a big problem if it's fed more than 25% soy. I found that the human body and other animal bodies could handle the eggs and the chicken okay, and I didn't see a toxic effect over a 3-year period of my analysis of that. Well, anything over 25%, there was definite changes in the bacterial quality, in the intestinal wall strength, especially in the bowel, and it was affecting everything all over. So anything over 25%, I wouldn't eat it. Eat those eggs. Still, I prefer none. We have farmers, Amish farmers and our farmers in California, they give them no soy. We just totally don't allow it. Yes?
Are there better sources of seafood or better waters to get seafood from?
Well, if you made your own lakes, you could have your own fisheries. That's what I'm building in both Thailand and in Philippines. I have 2 lakes that I'm building at both sites, and they're 100 meters by 100 meters, or a football field, football field by a football field, big. So lots of good fish, and these will be freshwater fish. Because I'm in the mountain in one, and at the foot of the mountain in the other, so it gets lots of rain wash at the monsoon times of the year, so it can fill up my whole lake, in a half a rain season. So I have lots of fish, growing, and there'll be freshwater fish, because I love catfish. I love trout, and I can't eat them because they're polluted, and they're fed whatever, General Mills and Purina and all of them have left over from creating animal food. That's what they feed fish. Garbage, leftover pulp. Fattens them up and gets them sick. It's like they used to feed the pigs skim milk. It fattened them up huge because what happened? It was an imbalanced diet, so the pig's body converted the high sugar from the skim milk into acetate, a badly burning fat that doesn't burn easily, so you just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's how we fatten the pigs. Wasn't a healthy way to get fat, and that fat didn't burn as easily. It wasn't as utilized as energy as easily, but it sure made a tasty pig. Yes?
I'd like to know a little bit more about the wound treatment, because my husband, he had hernia surgery and developed a pocket with pus, and it popped up finally, and when they clean the pus, now he has about 7 centimeters deep wound, large like a quarter. And I use a flashlight to see what is on the bottom, and he has little pus connected with the cells, with the tissue. And I'd like to know what kind of meat is good to put there.
Well, anytime you have a hernia anywhere, you've got a massive amount of toxicity stored in certain tissue there. That is an ulcer, and a hernia is an ulcer. That's an area that is so toxic it cannot mend. Cells can't reproduce and connect each other again. There's just too much toxicity in that tissue. It's dead, toxic tissue. So it will never mend until all the toxins are removed from all that tissue. So obviously, if there's a hole in there, all of that tissue is toxic all in there. So what you can do is squirt some lime juice around in there and let it roll around in there a little bit, and then he can go on his stomach and roll his stomach for it to come out, and just keep doing that until all that toxicity is surrounded and bound with, until he starts regrowing tissue. But until he removes that, he can't reproduce cells in that area. You can put all the meat all day on it, and it's just going to get worse. He needs to, just like, you could put a little bit of butter in there. Don't put coconut cream in an open wound like that. Has to be an animal fat, and one that's very easily utilizable, and butter is the best. So you can put lime juice in there first, and just put a little bit of butter in there to help pull out the toxin. Okay? And somebody asked me, they weren't quite sure the difference between butter and cream.
You can make butter from cream, basically, right? Shaking it and get the excess. Why is so different digesting-wise?
Like I said, when cream is cream, it takes about 60 varieties of cholesterol to digest the cream. A third of that cream is going to go to your brain and nervous system. There are finite specialty fats that go to the brain and nervous system. When it's butter, you have only maybe 30 varieties of cholesterol to digest, and half of that. And it's easy to digest. And it can take care of everything except for those finite feedings from the cream. So when you put cream in the body, the digestion is very slow because it's more complex. Okay? But like I said, 2/3 of that cream is going to be made into the butter by the body.
So just by shaking a jar of cream, you're basically doing the job that your body would do.
Correct. But then it won't be able to use it for the brain and nervous system in the same way. Okay? All right. Any other questions? Yes.
Bee pollen is a way of remineralizing.
Okay, bee pollen. A lot of people say you can get a lot of minerals from bee pollen. Bee pollen is a nut. If you look at it under a microscope, it looks just like a walnut. And when it's dry, the hard shell is just as hard as a walnut shell. You will never be able to digest it. It will take a digestive tract as long as a cow or a buffalo to digest it. And the same enzymes that a cow or a buffalo has, or a squirrel. But a squirrel doesn't eat the shell. It can just chew through it. Nobody eats the shell, except for maybe a gopher. You know, gophers can chew through metal. Gophers were eating up my garden, so I went out there with my crossbow, and I would plug them right when they were coming out of the hole, and then I would eat them. And by greasy, grimy gopher guts. But my girlfriend, she had cancer, she wanted to eat the guts, so she ate the guts, and I ate the bones and the muscles and the skull. So now, you know, they're softer bones, and I would crush them, and I could eat those bones. But I got one right through the skin of the neck, and so he was pinned in there. By the time I got from the balcony of my house downstairs and out and down to the gopher, I stopped and had a little sip of milk on the way. By the time I got down there, he had chewed through the metal arrow 90%. Aluminum, my aluminum arrow, he had, and it was not lumen arrow, it was about, I guess, a little bit bigger than diameter than my finger. And he had it eaten all the way around, and there was just a sliver left. If I had gotten there 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, he'd have gone free. Can you imagine? 2 little teeth that look like they're soft can chew through metal? They can chew through rock. I'd love to have teeth like that. You know? Anyway, I don't know why we got off on that. The bee pollen. So the bee pollen, digestion and eating shells. There's nobody who eats shells. Cows can eat some shells, yes. So when the bee pollen is dry, you've got a shell indigestible. I've seen feces, I've checked the feces, 99% came out when it's dry. That's why I say in the books, it has to be soft pollen, just disintegrates. It has to be wet, moist bee pollen.
Can you dissolve it in milk, for example?
Once it's hard, you've got a shell. That's it. How long do you think if you soaked a walnut in milk or water or anything that's going to dissolve the shell? Once it's shell, it's shell.
Basically, it dissolves, that means it's still edible. It dissolves because I put some in my shake and you can see it disappears.
Yeah, then that's soft bee pollen. Otherwise, what you're doing is just dyeing your milk with the pigments that are in the shell.
Does it remineralize when it's soft?
That's a theory that I haven't been able to prove. If it were true, when I make my pain formula, I wouldn't have to add cheese to it. I think that there are certain proteins that, because they're so finite and small, that aids the nervous system to reduce pain. But if it provided the minerals that I needed, then I wouldn't have to eat cheese with it. And it would work without cheese. So I'd say that part of it is not true. Okay. Yes?
Yeah, if you're lactose intolerant, is the raw milk digested the same way as the garbage milk?
I'm sorry, how did you set that up? What did you say?
Lactose intolerant, where you can't handle milk.
Okay, I don't know anybody who's lactose intolerant in raw milk. There's a whole new theory out, A1 cows, A2 cows, all this theoretical garbage because the cows have been fed the bad way all their lives, grain-fed, that it affects the production of milk, and therefore people will be allergic to it and others won't. And if you eat this A2 milk, you know that you'll be perfectly healthy and you won't have allergies to it, even if you normally had allergies to milk. I have never seen that proof because I've seen everybody on A1 milk still do wonderfully. I do suggest that people who have a problem with the raw dairy eat maybe 2 to 4 ounces a day for 3 months, because the natural raw casein and the lactate in the raw milk will help you remove old toxic lactate from the pasteurized milk that's stored in your body. And if you get a dry sensation, then you definitely see that the body's pulling it out and drying it out. So you need half and half cream and half milk for your period of change if you start getting dry lumps anywhere in your body, and the feeling of them in your digestive tract. So, no, I don't find that there's no lactose intolerance, there's a changeover. And it usually takes only 3 months. I've seen people who were violently ill with even raw milk for the first week. And then once they get all that toxicity out, then they're okay. I mean, headaches and everything, headaches, vomiting, diarrhea, you name it. And once they get through it, those toxins are out of the intestines, or out of their throat and stomach, wherever they are. They get to enjoy dairy the rest of their lives. Can you imagine drinking raw cream and having whipped cream with your mango? Oh, it's to die for, right? So, to live for. So it's a great thing. Dairy's a wonderful thing. Yes?
You talked earlier about
Came up with something to regrow bone. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, regrow bone, you need to eat bone or bone marrow.
Okay.
And pineapple helps regrow bone. That's the only fruit I know that helps regrow bone. But you have to limit it. You can't eat it every day. It won't work. Okay, I think that's... Oh, one more over here.
One more. Concerning, like, raising children and their taste buds and that sort of thing, how do you help manage a
Slap
raw
'em
diet?
around.
I mean, do you let them trust their instinctual nature? I mean, because instinctually they go for the carbs and the sweets.
Depends upon the children. Most of the children I know automatically go for the meats. I've got a picture of one baby. He would only eat if he ate fresh steak that wasn't fresh butchered and he was there for the animal. And we're talking a baby that can't walk. This baby would not eat a steak, unless he was eating it off the grass. That's pretty primal. He would not eat this. You put it on a plate, he wouldn't touch it. You put him on the lawn with the steak in front of him, he would eat the whole thing. Yeah.
can't walk, you got no teeth.
Well, yeah, he gummed it. Yeah. But he had some teeth that were coming through. Yeah. Okay. Yes, one more.
If you have grandchildren and the parents don't want to vaccinate the children, but the health department says unless you vaccinate you cannot go to school, how do you handle that?
You go to Dr. Sherry Tenpenny's website. Just Google her name or Yahoo her name, Sherry Tenpenny. I think there are 2 R's and it's an I. And Tenpenny is Tenneypenny. If it isn't the correct spelling, it'll come up because her name is all over the... She's an MD that focuses on vaccinations and how harmful they are. She names your state, which states have no exit clause. She tells you to get the hell out of those states. If you want your children to be healthy, move from those states. And here are the states where there's an exit clause. And there are only like 13 states that have a no exit clause. That means that most of your states have an exit clause. And they'll tell you, you have to understand, the government, the federal government, gives every school that joins the vaccine programs a shitload of money every year. Why? Because they're interested in making weak children. The government wants your children weak. Lots of money. This is all about money. So, every school that participates in the vaccination scheme of all children will be vaccinated and attend, or they won't attend the school, gets a load of money every year. So they lie to you. They'll tell you, no, you have to. We won't let you in school. But it's a lie. It's an absolute lie, and you can call them on it, and you can sue them for it. In California, on the back of that form, it's right on the back, the exit clause. You can disagree with it psychologically or religiously in California for any reason. It is right on the back side of that form. But they won't tell you to turn it over and read it because they want that money from the federal government. These people are evil. Evil. Okay, we're gonna...
But there is a place, Home First, like she said, with that.
Sign with Gracie, tell you how to avoid the vaccinations in Chicago.
He's from Toronto. I don't know if the laws are different.
But he's from Toronto. Where do your kids live?
From here. Oh, he is. Oh.
No, he's from Toronto.
He's from okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
You know he's from Toronto. He'll be with you. He's enrolling.
Mention for a movie documentary, very well made documentary about some Buro or Felani tribe, and I tried to find it. Is there any information you can give us that the English government tried to cultivate it and the author?
It was on BBC. Somebody called me and said they found it. They found it. It was on the British Broadcasting.
Have a little information so we can educate ourselves. That's or it's too much work for you.
I'm 1,364 emails behind. But that is one of the chores that I have to do in that 1,364 chores. So I get to it when I get to it. Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned rennet, and I've been trying to learn to make my own cheese, and the rennet has junk in it, propylene glycol and stuff. But if I'm trying to make cheese, can I just use the stomach of the cow, or can I just spit into the milk and make it curdle that way, or just let it sit there until it completely is way and completely curdled without doing anything?
Bacteria, it's not going to be the same. If you expectorate into it, then your bacteria is going to break it down for you better.
Okay.
Always. If you use a rennet of a cow, the cow's enzymes are going to break the milk down, yes. And you're going to have plenty of good nutrients to digest, yes. But it will work against the bacteria in your own intestines.
So spinning is really the best way. It's better than lemon juice or vinegar too.
Lemon juice doesn't help that. It'll ferment it in a different way.
Butter vinegar the same way?
Yeah, they're different bacterias, different acids that work in your stomach than your own. So they will compete in your intestines.
Cheese is to spit into the milk.
Absolutely. No, it's got to be saliva, no hunkers in your mouth.
How about that Tibetan kefir that is like a mushroom, kefir grains? What do you think about
Same thing. Those are animal. That's from a cow, and you're using bacteria that has been created from a cow. Not yours. It doesn't aid yours. It's going to break the milk down so you digest a lot of nutrients, but it's going to compete in your own bacteria in your intestines. That's why I don't like it. I mean, it's dead great for really sick people who can't digest anything. And boy, it's great for them. But people who want to increase their own digestive abilities, it works against it. Okay, we're going to have to stop this now. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and I'm going to do the mini readings, and I think we have 8 of them, so we're looking at about an hour and a half. And David's going to tape those too, but I suggest that if you don't have some kind of recording device, that you get somebody to write down who's very fast, because I let the information out very quickly because we have to limit 6 to 10 minutes per person. And anybody who wants to stay and learn more, you can listen. It's fine, even if you're not getting a palm reading, okay, a mini reading. But you have to be quiet. You can't talk. If you're going to talk, you have to leave the room. Hi there. You're not going to be shy with me. I've known you too long for that.
Listen to that?
Hi, sweetie. How are you? I see you're going to grow some new teeth in, huh? Hey, Michael. Hi.